Hypocrisy.
It should be on. God, I fucking hate StreamYard. This motherfucking software can eat a fucking bullet. StreamYard, you are the fucking worst program I have ever seen. No, I know you think you heard me. But by the time you had heard me, I had already hit reload on the webpage. You guys have a delay. It's really fucking broken. You didn't hear me until it had actually started to reload the fucking page, and then it cut out. And then it wouldn't accept the signal when I restarted it. This software needs I don't know what it needs. It needs to go. I'm tired of it. It's fucking broken. It's not processing my video. So I pay StreamYard. I pay them every month. Well, I paid them for a year, right? Of service for the streaming in full 1080 without their little watermark and with multiple streaming sites, right? So, because I stream to 3 different services, right? We got Odyssey, we've got Rumble, and we've got YouTube. So you have to pay for StreamYard to do all this shit. And then I have paid for the maximum amount of storage. So I have 400 hours of streams stored, which is like a week for me, but 400 hours of streams that are stored in case for whatever reason I need an archive of the recent ones. And so every time, that I record on StreamYard, it records a copy that I then download personally to my server and archive. And my editor downloads them to grab, clips or whatever if we need to do that. But it's failed to process like the last 3 days. It's fucking broken. The problem is, OBS doesn't allow easy sharing of video between people who are guests. So OBS is not actually a good option if you're going to bring in guests and do video. OBS is kind of fine if you're just going to bring in a guest, but the StreamYard is really, really good for guest management. So anyway, the whole system broke the other day. It's fucking just trash. And I want to change, but I have a bunch of shit on StreamYard and I've paid for it. So I was hoping it was going to be temporary, but I guess it's not. No, Discord is shit. Holy God. Are you fucking kidding me? Have you ever seen anybody share anything through it's terrible. Ugh. Discord is fucking garbage. I hate Discord. What a shit service that is too. Skype is bad. Ugh. Build your own StreamYard. Oh God, no. There's a couple other services out there, but I have everything in StreamYard. To switch takes a massive amount of work. And if you don't notice, I'm streaming 8 hours a day in the morning, 8 to 9 hours, and then I have a couple hours off for, life, and then I stream at night. So it's like the fucking time to do this shit is not there. And it's just supposed to fucking work. I've paid for it. Long Crime doesn't use StreamYard. No, Long Crime uses a completely different, very, very expensive system. So they use a system called UCourt, or not UCourt. It's UTV or ULive or something like that. But to do that, you have to have a specialized set of software or hardware. I'm not quite sure to receive. You have to be able to receive different types of signals that come through and then rebroadcast them. It's not like you just pull up a browser and get the feed and then redo it. It's something different. StreamYard doesn't, or Long Crime doesn't need any of this stuff because they don't do anything. They're just taking an RTMP feed to themselves and rebroadcasting it through their own whatever distribution software they use. So that's what they're doing. They don't need StreamYard because they don't have people come in and comment. And when they do, they use a completely different system. I don't know what they use. Am I going to be the referee at the Andy and gunfight? I thought I'm the ring girl, but I think they mean the other. I think Medicare means the other Nick, but maybe it means me. I don't know. We got bikinis for days. What's up? Anyway, that being said, Yellow Flash, are you having trouble with StreamYard? Dude, we got to find the right thing, man. We got to find the right thing. So there's a bunch of different services that are out there. I just got to find the right one that works. I want one with, active advanced audio controls. That would be nice. So I don't want to just switch into other shit. Anyway, Agnes says, you're a regular guy. How can you be an attorney? I don't know. They let one slip through. Anyway, enough bitching about StreamYard. I got everything set up. I hope the audio popping issue is fixed. I fixed my cam link. That was what I spent time doing today. that I was not on stream. I was getting my cam link fixed. The YouTube didn't send a notification for this stream. Well, no, we only had 2 notifications go out today, so there still should be one. It doesn't matter. No, I did not see Damon Mills's thread. Well, we got time to talk about some stuff. We got a whole bunch of stuff to talk about. But I did fix my cam link, so I'm back. There should be no switching to the Elgato screen that was going on, and the video's smooth. It was choppy earlier, remember? Fun. I don't know if the audio popping issue is fixed, but I'm hoping it is. We'll find out because we're gonna share some stories in a little bit. We got some news to cover. Let's see. Here we go. We've got news to cover today. We've got a couple different topics that are in the title, and we can go elsewhere because shit's happening all over the place. Where'd this thing go? Oh, yes. So I've got on the list, I've got Target. Target has a sex toy aisle now. That's fine. It's okay. The best part about the Target sex toy aisle, there's actually good news. It's going ahead and putting the maps out in the open. It's just a bunch of rolled up maps all over the place. And you know what needs to go on the wall? It's fine. Don't worry, guys. It's just a bunch of vibrators and shaft rubbers and they're called strokers, actually vibrating strokers, especially, and a bunch of dildos or whatever. They just have that. It's cool though. And some lube and shit. It's fine. Which, by the way, all of these things I'm perfectly okay with. It's a little weird to have them just sitting out on a shelf at Target. But they're there. And there's a whole bunch of people like, well, there was a tweet I was going to show you, but it got deleted before I could archive it. It's got to be archived somewhere. But I think the whole Twitter account got deleted. But anyway, yeah, there's a bunch of people like, no, we need to be talking to kids about sex. It's like, not at a Target and not with a cock rubber. Like, again, this is the conflation of these fucking issues is just mind-blowing. Like, yes, parents should have conversations with their children that are age appropriate regarding sex. You start off when they're really young, teaching them that they are a boy or a girl. I know that's controversial, but if you want to have a conversation with your child about sex, you have to actually start by teaching your child that they have one, that they have a biologically assigned sex and gender, and that matters a whole lot. Because if you don't teach your kid about their biologically assigned sex, when they go to Target, a little girl might buy a stroker when she grows up, and that won't do her any good. And she'll be like, what the fuck? What the fuck, mom? Why didn't you tell me about this? Why didn't you tell me I didn't have a penis? And she's like, look, no, I couldn't tell you that. It was offensive. It was very, very offensive to tell you that you didn't have a penis. I had to let you decide if you had one yourself. And she's like, I just spent $80 on this thing and it doesn't work. That's what's going to happen. It's exact thing. That exact scenario. But these people, they want to conflate the idea of age-appropriate conversations about sex between parents and their children. And again, that literally starts with teaching children that they are created in some way with a biologically assigned sex and gender. That's how it has to start. Because if you don't start there, you can't actually have a conversation. That's like saying you're a cake and you can choose to be a chocolate cake or a vanilla cake, but not telling them that flour is involved. And they're like, oh, yes, perfect. I'm a cake. I can go into a gluten allergen person's mouth. Nope, you can't. Can't do it. That was a shitty analogy. But I don't know how to deal with insanity anymore. Like, I don't understand the methodology of discussions with fucking crazy people anymore. I'm done. I'm lost. So all you get is shitty analogies now. That's it. For the rest of time, shit analogies. It starts by teaching a child that they have a biologically assigned sex and gender. And then as they get older, you start to teach them, that they have private areas that cannot be open to people, that they're not supposed to display in public, and that they should protect their private areas from other people. And that if someone else tries to, like examine them, like Joe Biden, for example, tries to examine their private areas, they should mace him, right? And then they should tie him up and put him in a plane and throw him out of it and say Allahu Akbar. But anyway, they should mace him, run away, scream, and find a safe adult. That's what should happen, so that you move into that age appropriate area of sexual education. And then eventually you teach them that their private areas are special because, either God or nature or whatever created them for the purposes of creating life. And so there are consequences to how those things work. And then as they get older and older, when you start to get into double digit lands and puberty, you start to teach them about how those things interact to actually create life. But when these fucking weirdos talk about teaching, educating kids on sex, they literally mean, and I cannot believe I'm fucking saying this, but it's true. They literally mean teach a 5-year-old to jerk off. That's what they mean. And it's horrifying that that is their idea of appropriately discussing sexual sex with children. That's what they mean. That's why no one wants these fuckers talking to kids in schools, because they're broken, disgusting people. And they're retarded. I mean, there's no other way to put it. And I mean like the technical definition of retard, like they are delayed heavily in their thinking. They don't actually know. They just know that it's chic to say, well, we should be talking to kids about sex. That, like, parenting experts will say, well, having age appropriate discussions with children about sex. They're like, oh, clearly that means just jerking off. No, it does not. That is not what they're talking about. 5-year-olds do not need to hear about this. It won't help them. And if you say otherwise, I've got a fucking wall for you. A big, beautiful wall, a wonderful wall, very big, goes all the way across that beautiful border, that beautiful, wonderful border. And we will decorate this wall. We will decorate it with maps, lots of maps, cartography, a very big specialty of mine. Very good. I've made very good maps, put them all on the wall, hang them beautifully, wonderfully hung, expertly next to each other, overlapping, a little bit artistic sometimes. I can be that way, but we've got a very big wall, lots of room for a whole lot of maps. That's what needs to happen to these people. And we need to I'm not going to be pretending with them. It's fucking over. It's done. Their time has come and gone. They've been entrusted for too long with their opinions, and now they must be countered. So, speaking of maps, Damon Mills. We'll talk about that a little bit later. But I cannot believe this. But yes, we'll be talking about this. There's the sex toy shop at Target. Like, now look, I'm not a sex toy shop shamer. I'm not. Go buy whatever you want to buy. You and your partner, you want to go buy some like little dice that are like, it's like blowjob, a missionary or whatever. Like, you go buy some dice, you roll them, and you play your cool little sex game, whatever you want to do. I don't care. I don't give a shit. Buy your little foxtails or whatever. Go do what you want to do. Don't put it at Target, because that's fucking weird. Someone said, have some guts, go Bad Dragon. You won't have guts for long. Not with that thing. Okay, so that being said, that's the first thing we've got. The next thing I've got is this Twitter meltdown. The Twitter meltdown is turning into the Twitter red pill. And it's backed by data. It's so fucking funny. Lefties are leaving Twitter in droves, and right-leaning people are joining Twitter at a higher rate, a 3-to-1 rate. A 3-to-1 rate. But they say it's not. It's not. It's not because that Twitter changed the algorithms. No, that's not true. This is all just organic. This is just people excited about changes on the platform. It has nothing to. Twitter is definitely not deleting their algorithms that have been suppressing right-leaning accounts forever. That is no. The bosses had an order, and it said, don't do that. Don't change anything. Freeze all code on Twitter. That's what the bosses said, because that's the truth. They're definitely not deleting all the evidence of the suppression that they used during the 2020 election cycle. Twitter would never think to do that, because especially after Elon Musk came in and declared, yeah, we're going to make everything public and do all this. They are definitely not deleting evidence that they suppressed conservative voices during the 2020 election cycle. And there is definitely not a Slack message internal from Twitter software engineers saying the 2022 and 2024 elections are in jeopardy with Elon Musk in charge. That definitely did not happen. None of that is going on, and how fucking dare you suggest otherwise? We just can't explain. It's just people excited to be on the platform. That's what's happening. But we're going to talk about that tonight. And I do have Alec Baldwin's police interview. We have Alec Baldwin's police interview. Hey, what's up? Brandon Herrera in the chat, the AK guy. Dude, I'm going to message you. I think I said this the other day, but I mean it today. I got to message you. We got to get on a show because you're fucking funny, and we need to just throw back some whiskey or whatever and have some laughs. How you doing, man? Guys, if I assume all of you are already in on it, but you got to check out Brandon Herrera's channel, the AK guy. Go check it out. Guns, glorious memes, good times, good comedy, a good dude. Go check that out. Make sure you subscribe to that. It'll make your day better. That being said, okay. Can the mods link Brandon's channel in the chat, please? That would be great. That would be great. I would appreciate that very much. So yeah, we should be we'll close out the night with some review of Alec Baldwin did an interview with the police. And we're gonna use one of my favorite sources for it. It should piss him off enough. That should be good. Yeah, but so people want me to look at this Damon Mills thing. Who the fuck? Gosh, I'm probably blocked. Yeah, I'm super blocked from Damon Mills. That guy, that weirdo hates me, which is good. So no, I have definitely not seen his thread. Brandon Herrera, I'm very interested. I'm very interested. Are you talking tonight? Or are we setting up a full show? Okay. What the hell? Oh God. Let's see. Yeah, I did turn off the echo cancellation. It didn't do shit. Okay, here we go. I think I might have fixed the audio popping. We'll find out in just a second. Where am I? Oh, I got to go incognito. Here we go. All right. Let's take a peek at this fucking weirdo's Twitter timeline, and we'll see what we got here. Well, the sound, the test will be if the sound is good here. This is the test. Let me know how the sound is with this window pulled up, because that's what matters. Okay, so we have a little thread here. We'll talk about this, and then if Brandon Herrera wants to pop on, then yeah, I'll send him the link. If we could talk about Alec Baldwin a little earlier, if that's the case. Yeah. All right. I DM'd you the link, buddy. If you want to pop on tonight, great. If not, and you want to set up another show, that'd be fine. Did my camera froze? Motherfucker. Yep. My cam link is broken. It's completely busted. Just a second. I'll use my Elgato card. Fuck. Well, now I got to buy a new one. That's so lame. Hold on. Just a second. Again, I'm back under the desk like a fucking White House intern. Wait, really? Hold on. What the hell's going on here? Just a second. Everything is awesome. The fuck? Are you kidding me? My capture card is now broken. Oh my goodness. He's here. He's here. The man, the myth, the legend. Just a second. Gotta get my headphones back in. I think I got it fixed. Oh, wait. Almost there. Woo. Okay. Hey, what's up, man?
What's going on, dude? How are you doing?
I'm doing terrible.
I saw you had a little bit of technical difficulties there.
It's been a fucking nightmare the past couple days. I'm considering just using the new tech of a noose and jumping off of a bridge with it, but
Is that new tech or old tech?
depends on your perspective.
How you doing, buddy?
I'm good, man. I'm good. Glad to get to talk to you, man. This is great.
Dude, honestly, this is like a fangirl dream of mine. Ever since the Kyle Rittenhouse coverage, I know shit had you on like 24/7. like around my house. I was playing this. So to be able to actually talk to you is pretty cool.
Oh, well, we can do this all the time. I'm good with talking whenever you want. So we can fangirl each other, man. That'll be great. It'll be super
beautiful.
gay.
Like, it's a mutual stan. That's awesome.
Yeah. Do you want to go to Target later? I hear they have a new aisle for us.
I would love to go to Target with you. How you doing, buddy?
Good. So you've got some. You said you've got some inside baseball on the Alec Baldwin situation.
So this is something I believe I can talk about now that it's, all the stuff has come out and it's not private information anymore. With the new releases from I believe it was the sheriff's department from that county in Arizona where they were filming Rust.
Right.
Where they had the new video that came out where it was Alec Baldwin. Honestly, this is footage I never thought would come out, but the actual footage of him from the cinematic camera, like belonging to the movie studio, of him like actually like pulling the trigger and doing the whole like the quick draw. You saw that came out like 2 days ago, right?
No, I haven't seen that. That's out.
Oh, dude. Yeah, no, so they released. So what I'm sure you've seen is like the body cam footage of the police officers that showed up to the situation after the cops were called. Obviously, somebody gets shot. The cops tend to show up
sometimes.
Chicago. Depends on what part of the world you're in, but typically that is the logical response of somebody being shot. They had showed up and they released the body cam footage, but they also released the cinematic camera footage from I guess the studio producing it, whatever, of him practicing his cross draw as he was talking about it. Like he was saying like, oh yeah, I was practicing my cross draw, but I never had my finger on the trigger. I obviously know better than to ever have my finger on the trigger.
Fingers all over that trigger, isn't it?
Oh, it is. He is deep throating the trigger with it. Yeah, it is. It was bad, man. It was and over again. And so the part that I wasn't able to, well, I just didn't want to talk about beforehand is I was actually approached about, I guess like 3 months ago, something like that, by an attorney.
Ooh.
Who represented the widower of the lady who was shot.
Yeah.
And they were talking about the civil suit against Mr. Baldwin. And he had seen the video that I had done about that case, like basically saying that like, hey, this is the Colt Single Action Army. This is how they work. This is what probably happened. Asking my permission to use said video in the legal proceedings or however they wanted to go forward with it. They just wanted to use it. I'm like, dude, use whatever you want. Like on a personal level, I really don't fucking like this guy. And
kind of a scumbag.
And on a legal level, like this is just the truth. So, feel free. Like honestly, you probably could have used it without my permission, but flattered you asked. You're welcome to do what you will with it.
Yeah. Did you tell him to make sure to tell the judge to like and share though? Like that's really, really important.
as long as you make a heartfelt, and I will actually hold you to this, a heartfelt plea to the jury to like and subscribe. I will allow you to do this. It was that weird moment where you kind of had like, and you're, to my understanding, you're kind of new to the whole YouTube world as far as like being in like major events and everything.
Yeah.
Like it lasts like a year or two, right?
Right. Yeah. The Rittenhouse was a huge jump off point on the on the exposure side, and my channel grew dramatically. So but I mean, before I was covering, mostly niche legal issues. That was the first real big mainstream one. But yeah.
That kind of crossover to realize like, okay, holy shit, I do kind of have a hand in events, like world events as they're happening. Like I can throw something out into the fucking ether that is the internet, and then shit actually happens because of that. It's a really weird feeling. It's like, oh shit, I shouldn't have touched that. Real world consequences are becoming of some jokes I made on basically my fucking global level 4chan group. Uh, maybe
Yeah,
shouldn't have fucked with that.
Elon Musk is experiencing that or has been experiencing that ever since he made that that public tweet about selling Tesla or whatever. And
Yeah.
a judge like bitched at him today about it because he's like, can I stop sending tweets through my lawyer? Can I just make tweets? And the judge's like, fuck you, Elon, you piece of shit. The SEC is still monitoring you and all of this stuff. And any tweets about Tesla at all, you have to send through a company lawyer. But he's, he was shit posting. He's like, in a way, half one of us. He's just making jokes.
That is the weird part, because I can understand why they have SEC guidelines like that. Like, obviously there's reason behind all this shit, but at what point are you just using that as an enforcement arm to shut down the First Amendment? And that's the weird thing that we're seeing now. Or like, that's never really, the internet fucked up a lot of shit as far as like as far as the law is concerned. Like, oh, we really didn't write this law with that in mind.
No, and the best part is the people who like rewrite the law are all retarded boomers. Like, they have no idea how it works. They're decades behind, and all the time, and it's so great. Like lawyers, lawmakers, judges. The worst was when Parler was suing Amazon, and they got this 83-year-old judge. And she's like, well, yeah, this isn't an immediate need. And it's like, no, lady, if Amazon shuts down Parler for a week, they're dead. They're gone as a platform. It's completely worthless. Billions of dollars that people invested in this company evaporate, all because of this. It's critically important that they have an injunction. And she's like, nah, because she just doesn't understand, because they're all just behind the fucking times.
The most painful, like, okay, so I don't think I'm risking anything in my career to say that I detest Mark Zuckerberg, but
oh yeah,
I have never been on Mark Zuckerberg's sides like anywhere near as much as I was during his like congressional testimony.
Yes,
like when all these people who are like, fuck, it's basically your grandmother is cross-examining Mark Zuckerberg. It's like, fuck, dude, like literally anyone else. And can we get anyone under 40 in this fucking room?
No way. Dick Durbin has to ask his very important questions.
Jesus
now,
Christ.
Mark, when I make a post of pictures of my grandchildren, does it program or deprogram my VCR? And do I have to adjust the tracking to make the picture clearer?
It just drives you fucking crazy, because you're just like, oh, there are so many real questions. You have one of the most powerful men in the fucking world, like literally top 10, I would say.
Oh, easily.
Like, right up with like world leaders. You talk about like Joe Biden, Vladimir Putin, like Mark Zuckerberg's in that list.
If Mark Zuckerberg just removed Joe Biden from any post on Facebook, if he just said any post that contained Joe Biden just does not post to Facebook, if he did that, Joe Biden never wins an election again. He disappears. No news stories cycle through.
You've been paying attention to what people have been saying about this whole Twitter thing, as far as like that MSNBC guy who jumped up there. I forget his name, Bill or Bob or whatever the fuck he like.
No one else knows his name either.
Yeah. He just like jumps up there. He's like, you don't understand. If they control a social media platform, they could just say that they could delete an entire party, their candidate off the platform. I'm like, you're talking about the one platform that actually fucking did that. You know that, right?
Yeah. Like, we've been saying this. Yeah. Welcome to long time ago, many years. Wonderful years.
The libertarian platform of like, hey, if I have this power, then my enemy does too. So let's not like make this a power.
Yeah. It's crazy. I love it. I love the meltdown that's going on Twitter, where they're just like, but Twitter's going to have all our data. And it's like, dude, they already had all your data. It's like, but it'll be one guy. It's like, it was 6 before. It's not bad. It's like, it's not that big of a deal.
Like, just because you put a face that you know to it doesn't mean there wasn't a face you didn't know before.
Right. And the funny thing is, like Elon Musk is much more transparent than any person on the Twitter board was before him. Right. Like,
oh, dear God,
You couldn't even name any of these people. You don't know any idea about their motivations. Elon Musk just wants to upload people's brains into the internet forever, like so that everybody's immortal. Like that's clearly his end goal, which I think is a dystopian nightmare, but I think it's funny that he's trying.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, honestly, I've lived long enough. If I die on my motorcycle tomorrow, I've had a good life, man. I'm good.
You don't want to be uploaded into the metaverse.
I'm good. Well, especially as the meta as we've seen so far, I'm good. If I have to live there for longer than 30 minutes, I'm gonna fucking try to pull the plug on the whole thing anyway.
Yeah, there's that company that is selling immortality in metaverse, and I was like, oh, so it's just hell then. That's fine.
Oh, man-made horrors beyond our comprehension. Awesome. Yeah, that's fantastic.
Oh, fucking hell.
Terrible.
So have you watched this Alec Baldwin interview with the police?
I have only watched the portions that they have decided to put on mainstream media, which means I have not seen the good bits.
I haven't seen any of it at all. But the whole thing was released.
That sounds like a collaboration that we should do.
Oh,
we should just go through and just look at these new Alec Baldwin. Because so a little bit of background on me that I don't know if you're aware of. I actually was in law school.
really?
I hated it and
Yeah.
decided I was going to kill myself if I went through with it. So I was at North Carolina's Campbell School of Law.
Okay, very cool, man. How long did you last? Like, how long did you stay in it?
3 semesters, and then I decided to leave.
Jeez, that's a rough spot too, because you're almost at the point of no return. Like 3 semesters is a lot of investment.
Yeah, it was just long enough. I looked at everybody around me and decided I was in the wrong room.
Did you do what I did, where you're like this young star? Well, I wasn't that young. I went to law school kind of late, but you're like starry-eyed. You're like, oh wow, I got into law school. This is cool. I feel like I accomplished something. And then you get there and you talk to anybody, and you're like, oh, well, I guess this isn't that impressive, actually.
My Mount Everest of what I thought achievement was. I'm like, wow, they all made it too. All right. It sounds fucked up, but it really that is what it is like.
No, it's terrible. You hear people talk and you're like, God, I thought this was why was it hard for me to get in?
I worked so hard for this. Yeah,
you're like Principal Skinner. It's like, no, it's the children who are wrong. Oh, what a disaster.
Yeah, it's the children who are wrong. Yeah, no, that is exactly what it was like. I hate, yeah. I realized, I'm like, you know what? I'm going to try this YouTube thing, which, good for you. You stuck it through and you actually got the degree, and then you went to YouTube, which means you're smarter than all of us, frankly.
It just means I have a faux credibility. It's beautiful. It's like,
you talk good.
I've got a piece of paper that says I'm as smart as I already was, which isn't that smart. I'm not vaunting that. I'm just saying, like, again, I met all of the other people in law school, and I realized that I should have been in med school if I wanted to be smart or something.
What's incredible about school, like especially high level schooling like that I've realized is that it really is about the piece of paper. The piece of paper doesn't say you stayed that long. The piece of paper is there to certify that you were already fucking bright. You just stuck it out and were, to a certain level of IQ ahead of everybody else who dropped out before you. And that's you just spent an extra 4 years to prove it.
Right. And many of those people just actually got jobs and made money while you were incurring massive amounts of debt. It was really good plan for them.
Sorry. Yeah, that's the weird part when I reach out to other friends of mine who stuck it out through law school and whatnot. It's like, yeah, I think about where I would have been as far as student debt and whatnot.
Dude, it's crazy. And it's only getting worse. And and that's if you go to a shit school. Like I went to a little tiny school, and it was I don't even remember. It's a 6-figure education no matter where you go.
Where'd you go to school?
I went to William Mitchell College of Law, which is outside of Harvard and Yale, has produced more Supreme Court justices than just about any other law school by some mistake, including a Chief Justice of the United States Supreme Court, Warren Burger, the giant piece of shit, Warren Burger. But no, it's a little crappy school. The reason I went and why it worked for me is because they had night school during the week. Whereas the only other part-time school in Minnesota was a weekend school, but I had all of my family events with my wife and her family on weekends. So it's like, well, I can't just shed all family events to do this when I could do this other school. And I'm glad I didn't go to that other school because that one closed down. It was really shitty. God, it was garbage. But yeah, it's not like it was a particularly good school, but I was going to be a small town lawyer. I didn't need to go anywhere. I was not going to move into the city and work for big law. So
that is the really weird part is I grew up in Fayetteville, North Carolina, like Fort Bragg. And
where Boogie lives. Or no, wait. No, you're Fayetteville, North Carolina.
So. Yeah. I think he's
in Fayetteville, Arkansas. Yeah.
Oh, so you know the whole Boogie debacle.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. That was an interesting legal thing too. Yeah, dude, like I'm so jealous in certain ways because you have not to get off track, but you have so many things you can tackle from a YouTube perspective of things that just hit the algorithm. You're like, so did this, X fucking B-list YouTuber break the law this week? Like it's just different shit that you can just totally you can speed bag the algorithm so hard on stuff like that.
And yet it doesn't work. I'm really shitty at it. That's the best part.
You came across my feed. I found you totally organically. So, I mean, it's working at least to a degree.
Yeah, the Rittenhouse stuff was really good. But yeah, so okay, so you were saying you grew up in Fayetteville, North Carolina though.
Yeah. As far as like having a law profession in Fayetteville, I think the average now you're talking about a career path that has 7 years of schooling plus the bar exam. Mm-hmm. The average attorney in Fayetteville made $75,000 a year.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah. That's about where it's not that far off where I live.
75 grand a year is not a lot for 7 years of school that equals 6 digits of debt.
Oh yeah. The out here, the highest paid attorney, the partners at law firms, their hourly rate's like $250 an hour, which is a complete joke in the legal world. Like it
sounds like a lot.
Right. Like, but they don't get
to the average person, it sounds like a lot.
Right, but they don't get $250 an hour. The firm gets $250 an hour, and they get a portion of that after the paralegal gets paid, your office supplies get paid, your software gets paid.
The TLDR is they are making the firm $250 an hour.
Right.
They're charging you $250 an hour. They're not making that.
Yeah, and they get paid a whole shitload less. But yeah, so it's kind of funny. I might be if I'm not the highest paid attorney in town, I'm really close.
Especially what's funny is I not to get personal with it, but I imagine you're making a lot more in extracurriculars than you are in your law.
I barely even do any law anymore. I just do YouTube now.
Thank God. Good for you, dude.
Yeah. Oh, it's so much better. Because no one around here, like, even when you want to like practice and stuff and you want to go do stuff, no one can pay you. So you have to take like super discounted cases. Cause like I did criminal law primarily. And it's like, well, these are like petty drug busts and stuff like that. No one has any money. No one can even pay the hourly rate. So you just kind of get what you can. And it's like $500, $1,500 sometimes. And it's like
you do your pro bono shit. And then,
yeah. But no, I'm much happier on YouTube talking about these cases and making people really, really pissed off.
Okay, so I'm going to ask a question that I'm sorry to bring up on air.
I'm an open book.
A little fucking retarded when it comes to some of this stuff as far as like online drama. What is this like Fuentes stuff? I I have been trying my hardest in the last 3 days to wrap my mind around it. Like I've seen like some shit come up on Twitter, whatever. I legitimately don't know. I am out of the fucking loop.
Do you know who Nick Fuentes is at all?
I have heard the name. I don't. I feel like you and I are kindred spirits. Like I feel like I would probably side with you on most issues, especially if there's somebody who's railing hard against you. But I
So Nick Fuentes has become people will deny this, and that's fine. Like, I don't know the dynamics, but he professes himself as kind of like the figurehead of the America First movement, which is a bunch of really young, right-leaning guys. And they kind of they got a lot of prominence during the 2020 election. And a little bit before that. And they like trolled Charlie Kirk. It was called the Groyper War. It's really this weird thing. And it was just like, it was like 4chan meets Republicans, and which is fine.
So like the right meets the far right.
Yeah. And so Nick Fuentes is like the figurehead of it. And a long time, like, I don't care what he does. Like, go run your movement, have fun, go make money. I want everybody to make all the fucking money in the world. I want everybody to succeed. I don't care how communist you are. Like, make your money and then give it to all your friends who are deadbeats.
And honestly, the figureheads of movements like that are a really good like canary in the coal mine. Like figuring out like, okay, if this person's getting super popular, that means there's a lot of people behind that, which is useful information when you're trying to figure out like, okay, okay, where are the winds blowing? Okay, this person's getting really popular. That's something that's useful to know, right?
Right. So he's they kind of rise to prominence, and they have their America First thing, and then they're like at January 6th, they run America First PAC, which competes, like, it runs at the same time ish as CPAC. I think one of the years it ran like across the street from CPAC at the same time. So they do like a thing. They have speakers and all of that stuff, and it's fine. But a long time ago, someone asked Nick Fuentes if he would come on my show or if I'd go on his or something, which I didn't ask for. And he said, no, that guy's lame. And I was like, okay, that's fine. But if you're out to save the white race, I think maybe you should have white babies. And,
okay, I did see that part.
Yeah, and like you're like not even married. So what are you doing? Like, if you want to raise the next generation, this is something I believe in without the meme. Like, if you want to impact the next generation, if that is your passion of trying to direct the country, then I think you should start raising it. Like, because I think once you have a kid, you're invested in it.
So
yeah,
I guess in a way, come the change that you want to see in the world.
Yeah. Yeah. Wait, did you say what I think you said?
Yeah.
Okay. Exactly. Go out there and chase that nut immediately. But
touch grass, meet a woman, the rest will handle itself.
Right. So I'm like, that was my throwaway line. And then I don't really interact with him. I don't care. Again, America First can go be whatever it wants. There's no skin off my teeth. I agree with some of their stuff. I think we should probably tighten up our border a little bit. I don't know what their other positions are, but that one's kind of important. I think we should invest more money here. I think less foreign war is probably
as a dude like with the last name of Herrera. Like I'm cool with border security. It's like, it's not a racist thing to like, vet people who are coming in and make sure that our 2,000 something miles of open fucking unprotected border are at least monitored. I think that's probably a good move as far as like national security goes.
And we're the only country on earth who's not allowed to police their border. It's shocking. Like, a bunch of countries with literal walls, like England, for example, they have a wall to the north. It's not very tall.
And an ocean for everything else.
Right. And they're like, how dare they police their border? Like, okay, yeah, fuck off. Everybody else gets to police their borders. We don't. But yeah, so I think, those things are fine. I'm not here to debate the merits of their platform, but so I don't really talk about him unless someone brings him up. But he had no, you're fine. This is fine. This is fresh. He had a debate with a guy named Mr. Medicare the other day, and I got brought up like 2 or 3 times in this debate, and And all I did was the other day, they were talking about using the DMCA to take down channels that made fun of you. And all I said was the DMCA is a legal process and is not the proper vehicle for dealing with butthurt. And that's it. I guess that was too much.
So you basically expressed what the law said.
Yeah, that made, I guess that, I don't know if that made him mad or just annoyed or whatever, but it focused his attention on me. So that's the thing. I don't have any drama with Nick. I don't care. First of all, I'm taller than him.
Okay, sorry, I cut you off just before that. I don't know who any of these fucking people are. Like, and this is not like a diss on anybody. I don't like, the only thing I've seen about this is drama.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know who these fucking people are, and that's not because they're not important. I just don't fucking like pay attention to that side of the fence. But no, I saw like all the butthurt coming out of this was remarkable.
It was so funny. But yeah, no, the internet's a remarkable place in the way that there are people with so many like subscribers that it's unfathomable that you'll never, like, you've never heard of, because of the way the algorithm and like information bubbles work. Like, YouTube puts you in your place and stuff like that. And so it's like people are like, oh, don't you know about this person? They have 40 million subscribers. I'm like, never fucking heard of them. Who are these people?
And that's weird. Like, I've been involved in like, I guess think tanks or whatever, like with like the biggest creators of all time in this, like, outdoor firearm space. And there's people around that I'm like, I've never fucking heard of you. Like, how the fuck did you get an invite? Like, not to, like, everybody starts from somewhere. Like, I don't shit on smaller creators. Like, do you, man? Like, yeah. I started from nowhere. I fucking remember that. Like, hey, dude, get your fucking, like, do your thing. I do not shit on smaller people. However, if you're in a room with people who are supposedly like the big 5, and it's like, okay, I know the big 20. Does anybody know this guy?
Yeah.
Like, it's very strange.
Yeah, it's a weird place, but it is. But yeah, I know the feeling. Like, these names pop up in drama, and it's like, oh, you don't know that guy? It's like, no, I have no idea. I'm just over here making videos where I call people stupid. That's all I'm doing. Is that okay? Can I just do that, please?
especially you, because like you come at things that from a perspective of, so like you obviously have your own cans. Everybody's got their own cans, their own bias, especially if you start making jokes. If you introduce humor to the equation,
yeah.
As soon as humor enters in, then you start like revealing what you actually think. But I like that you keep things relatively by the book legal. That's very cool, because like that,
yeah.
Because you say what you want, like believe what you want, but like the law is the law. And when you keep within those boundaries, then like that puts you above the rest, I believe.
So speaking of the law, you have a gun design that is probably impacted by a new ATF rule that's being implemented.
Oh dear God!
Your AK-50.
What new ATF rule? What have I not heard of or made a video about yet?
You did a video about this. It's about the lower receivers, the new regulation on lower receivers. The
80% stuff, like the new, like the Biden regulations on the 80% ghost gun, all that stuff.
Yeah. So there's part of that law, and I had a guy named Benjamin Blatt on, who's a firearms attorney. Deals with he's the guy who sent the dick joke to the ATF. You've probably seen that.
Oh my God, I did a video about that.
Yeah.
That was phenomenal. God damn, he sent me an email about that, I think. I never replied, but I fucking loved it. That was beautiful.
Yeah, so I had him on the other day. We were talking about the rule, and he was like, he's read the whole thing and is really knowledgeable on it. But it's basically
like 300 pages, isn't it?
Yeah, it's really long, but most of that's comments.
Yeah.
But the law itself the regulation is really long. But when you have what qualifies as a new design, which is a little vague, but a new design, you have to actually serialize all the upper receiver and the lower receiver. If it's a split component gun, and once that's done, like only the manufacturer can repair it or something. It's really fucking weird. But
It is extremely weird. So this is almost addressing a different issue, which has actually come up before in court and won, which is basically the ATF's definition of receiver, or like definition of a firearm. And I believe it was like California court where somebody was doing like they were, if you go at like spirit of the law, they were fucking breaking the law. Like this is somebody who was not compliant with the law. I don't believe in the law they were breaking. So like, as far as I'm concerned, this person was fine. But you know, in spirit of the law, they were, yeah, they should go to jail. They were doing like the build classes in California with, you know, like, oh, well, I'll press the button on the CNC, something along the lines of that. But they ended up having to challenge the definition of what a gun was, or like what a receiver was.
Right.
And it ended up forcing the ATF to admit that their definition of what a receiver is, or what a firearm is, the AR-15 didn't fall, like no one part fell within that definition. So like the lower could have been the gun, the upper could have been the gun. None of those parts actually fit. So technically, any AR-15 sold was not legally a firearm. No one part was actually a firearm. So they let it go. And I'm like, whoa, 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 whoa. That was a very, very big legal admission you just made there. And I would like to see what that exactly fucking means.
Yeah, why don't we let's just undo US v. Miller because it's garbage, and then let's just repeal and disassemble repeal the National Firearms Act and disassemble the ATF, and then us YouTubers can make our nuclear weapons, and everybody can fuck off.
So funny story about that. Have you ever used ATF e-file?
No.
Okay, so I am a 0702 FFL, which means I'm a manufacturer with an SOT, which is a special occupational tax, which means I can do like stuff like you see behind me, like SBRs, SBSs, machine guns, suppressors, whatever. That also gives me access to the ATF database, where I can basically register stuff under a Form 2, Form 3, whatever.
Right.
Which means you have access to anything anybody's ever registered in that database. Which means you know that if you've ever looked, there is a registration form for nuclear weapons in civilian hands. That is a thing that exists. By the way. I don't know if they've ever approved it, but that is a form. That is a real, like, the nuclear weaponry is in that database. And I'm like, well, fuck, never checking that box. But why?
Is there a rocket propelled dildo gun though? Like that? That's what I want to know. You can have explosive or non-explosive rounds, I think, with it. It'd just be really large caliber.
In the words of Abraham Lincoln, I think it depends on what you determine as a dildo. Anything
is a dildo with enough effort.
if you're brave enough. It's yeah, that's the government's own guidelines. They have. If I wasn't allowed to own nuclear weapons, why would they make a form for it?
Have you tried registering for one? Like,
God, no. I don't.
Just file the form.
I'm begging for a swatting already. Like, I'm good, man. I'm all right. I dot my I's, I cross my T's, I make sure we're good to go. Last thing I want to do is like, hey, I'm thinking about making a nuclear weapon.
Look, I found all this uranium.
Yeah. Marty, it's the Libyans.
Yeah. I was rolling around Afghanistan on a trip. I was just out in the desert and I came across a cache. I don't know. It's George Bush missed it, I guess. I'm not sure, but here we go. So I brought it back to the States on my private boat.
Now I'm ready. Morty, I found the reason we invaded Iraq. It's fucking terrible.
So you mentioned collaborating on this Alec Baldwin video. Do you want to do that like now, or do you want to set up a show and actually do it?
Up to you, man. I'm actually I will tell you this. I have not looked through it yet. So
I haven't either. It's an
if
hour and 13 minutes.
I am down to do it.
Let's do it.
I'm down to do it. Can I get a quick break?
Yeah.
I have to refill my drink if we're going to be going through Alec Baldwin stuff. But
Yeah, what are you
if the
drinking?
chat, so I'm a white woman on a diet. So
You're drinking White Claws?
Well, not just White Claw. That is in my fridge, but it's a Jack and Diet Coke. Or Coke Zero, excuse me, Coke Zero. All the original taste of Coke, but with 0 calories.
Yeah, go take your white woman break, change your tampon, and come on back.
Only if the chat says it's okay. Like if the chat wants us to stay and actually do this, I'll do it. If not, I'll just fuck off. That's fine.
Yeah, I think they're okay with it. The chat seems to be good. I'm changing the title already, so I mean the chat has been overruled. So I got Alec Baldwin's police interview with Brandon Herrera.
Oh dear God! I can't wait to see this tomorrow when I remember what I say. This will be a fantastic chat. If you really want us to stay and do this, I actually will. I was going to go to bed, but that's fine. So if you want us to stay, make sure you're subscribed to. Okay, I was going to say subscribe to me and you as well. However, I have been told I've mispronounced your name before on accident.
Probably. Everybody does. It's okay. It's Ricada.
Ricada. God damn it! I said Ricada.
Everybody
I always say.
does.
Look, it's spelled like Ricada. You're. I don't know who your forefathers were, but they fucked up that pronunciation.
They're Polish, which is why they can't spell.
Okay, that makes
God damn it.
Okay, so one more time.
Ricada
Law. Perfect. I've got that. So make sure that you're subscribed to Ricada Law and myself, and then we will stay around and do this. Ricada. God damn it. That I said that in a fucking video, and it
it's
sorry,
fine.
bud.
No, everybody has mispronounced my name literally forever. So it's good. And I'm pretty sure it was mispronounced by my great-great-grandfather when he came to the United States. So that's probably the issue.
Honestly, Irish as hell. Ricada. They just come across on the boat. That Ricada.
Probably a fucking Ricada.
Probably a fucking Ricada.
Yeah. Well, while you're gone, I'm going to read through the super chats that came in at the beginning of the show, and then that way, once you're back, we can roll right into this.
Perfect. Cool. I will be right back.
Sounds good, man. All right, guys. Looks like we've got an unexpected but happily welcome show. James Karg says, hope your day is going well. Shout out to Johnny for fighting the good fight. Ukraine's heroes fighting the fight that currently matters most at the moment. And to Elon beginning cancel culture's reckoning at last. God bless the rule of law. Thank you, James. Joseph Josenbaum says, how does it feel getting spanked by legal bites? Well, I don't know. You'd probably have to ask her husband. Half Irish says, please stop calling her crazy cat lady lawyer. I'm a cat lady and I rock. Well, you can be a cat lady, but are you a crazy one? Elaine probably likes vultures, goldfish, something with scales. I bet she drowns cats. Holy shit. Silver coins go clink clink says, I know you and Sargon are cool, but maybe don't emulate him on the muted bit. Logan Orr, I seem to remember a certain guy in Germany with a funny mustache who tried to stop John Goldman from being a cuck. Oh my God. Jacob says, can I get a toast to my new job in Seattle with Apple or maybe a prayer? Yes, I got the perfect toast for you, Jacob. I do. Let me pour some whiskey. I should probably keep this uncorked. To Jacob, a toast to your new job at Apple. May your avenues be many. May the LGBTQ monsters coming after you be few. And may your stock options be bountiful, my friend. Cheers to you. Squizgar says, hey, Nick, today was my birthday, 38 years old. How do you deal with being so old? I've gotten to the point that I wake up already sore in places that have no reason to be sore, and getting out of chairs takes effort. You deal with being old by literally just whining about it. If you ever, like when old men get together, they start talking about all their pains. Like, oh man, my knee, well, my back, oh, I got my sciatica. That's why. That's the only way to process how fucking ancient you are. Lieutenant Hughes says, put the mats on the wall. Also, where's the yoga stream? I gotta order the yoga pants. Breck Nichols says they should sell underwear with the Target logo. They should. Uncivil Law says, Ricada Law, what's up? I love you. You are awesome and pretty and forthright and smart and so kind. And I think about you a lot. Us together, dreams. Okay, man. That's a bit much of a chat, but I'll take it. Love you too, brother. Hope you're doing well. We need to talk soon. See how you're doing. Nexus says, yo, Nick, tweet this at Josh Moon. Missed you saying it on stream. Jade Anks 421. Also, he was the one that broke into the FBI Zoom meeting on Gypsy Crusaders bail hearing. Okay. Jillian Seed says, advice for men, don't listen to the culture. If you are going through stuff, it is better to just fade from your friends group / most fad from your friends group / most friends. They won't get it, especially if rich kids, and it's better to just have them wonder. Shit. There's a whole bunch of these. Mullen, which is great. Mullen Labe 1371 says AK guy plus Ricada collaboration equals AK-50 map nailer for nailing maps to walls from a mile away in Russian accent. Okay. The AK-50 Kalashnikov 50 map nailer, 50 caliber nails to put maps on wall where it belong. Dirty Dan says, and now I'm aroused. Noir777 says, I stand with Razor Fist. Properly made, well-done steak is the best steak, and I will fight anyone who disagrees. Okay. But you'll lose. Josh D says, Nick, why did you bring Brandon Herrera into the stream? I need to sleep, but I can't miss this. Hashtag wear AK-50. Likey says, we all know it has to be asked balls or no balls. I'll ask him when he gets back. Zinj says, okay, Grifty Nikki, here's 20. Now ask Brandon the balls question. Pope Metallicus says, hey, Brandon, shouldn't you be working on AK-50? Good to see you. 10 says, LawTube plus GunTube equals thank you. You are welcome. Zeno the Stoic says, Nick does law for eggs and bales of hay. Like Matthew McConaughey in A Time to Kill. Lady brings him a plate of cookies. Oh, that'll be fine. Thank you. I love cookies. Kyle says, yo, it's Brandon. Sub to both you guys. Oh, shit. I'll read that one when he gets back. C. Neil says, watch the whole video of Baldwin after being read his rights. He talked himself right into negligent manslaughter. Anyone else would have been booked right then and there. Kyle says, all right, come clean, Brandon. You two look the same. Same last name. You follow him on social media. How are you related to Dick? Also, what makes you a rage? Ooh, I'll have to ask him that when he gets back, too. Runkle of the Bailey says, if I wasn't on the crappiest Wi-Fi on the planet right now, I would be trying to get in on Gun Talk. Ryoji Mata says, hey, Nick, did you hear the Biden set up another Ministry of Truth? The last one, I believe, was made either World War II or Vietnam and was made to suppress detrimental news stories and disinformation under the guise of informational warfare. No, I did not hear that. Cigar Texan says, Brandon, a fellow Hill Country man. Oh, hey, what's up? He says, this is from Cigar Texan. He says, a fellow Hill Country man should stay. By the way, I just found another roll pin. Keep up the great work, Nick. Hey, thanks. What the hell's a roll pin?
Roll pin is something that you use like either in place of like a regular pin or whatever. Like roll pin is like a bent piece of sheet metal that acts as like a through pin for something.
Okay.
Probably one of those AR-15 things that we don't really fuck with, but
I know, like, I love guns because they're funny and they make boom noises, but I don't know enough about them.
We use real like solid steel pins like men.
Yes. I guess if you claim to be a man. Oh wait, okay. So this is
communist
Kyle's...
Russia, where like, yeah, we like men, except the man is like this because you wait in bread line.
You know so men in Russia have my biceps, you're saying. Actually, I've seen some of those boys and they're thick. Kyle says, all right, come clean, Brandon. You two look the same last name, and you follow him on social media. How are you related to Dick Masterson?
Oh my God. So Dick Masterson is a guy I have never talked to in my entire life. Well, I think we've exchanged like 1 or 2 messages on social media, but he is fucking hilarious. Have you?
Yeah.
Are you aware of Dick Masterson?
Yeah, like so my channel started when I covered his lawsuit, and
No shit.
I do live shows with him.
Oh, dude, fucking small world. Yeah, I
Yeah.
had no idea. No, he's just hilarious. I know him from PKA, which is like a podcast that I've been on before, and I listen to it fucking every morning. Like that's like my 20-minute in the morning wake up routine. My girlfriend hates it. I'm in a little bit of shock that like these worlds are crossing over right now. How the fuck do you know Dick?
I was so I listened to The Biggest Problem in the Universe forever when he and Maddox were on it, and then when they split up, I was in the Dick Show Facebook fan page, and then the lawsuit when Maddox sued him that dropped, and I'd been really active in the Facebook group forever, just shit posting all the time, calling people names that would get you banned immediately today,
as one does.
And then so I'm sitting there with my wife when this lawsuit drops, and she was watching something on TV that was boring, so I was on Twitter. And I opened the lawsuit and I started reading it. It was the most retarded thing I've ever read in my life. So I said, I know what I'm going to do when my wife goes to bed. I'm going to pour a big glass of whiskey and I'm going to get drunk and I'm going to read this lawsuit and laugh at it and let people know that it was bogus. That was my first YouTube video that I ever did. And I only put it up on YouTube because I couldn't figure out how to load it into Facebook. I was like, well, I'll just load it on YouTube and then share the link. And then people were like, you should do this all the time. So then I did. That's how I got started. But yeah, I've done 4 live shows with him and stuff. And you should come to one. They're hilarious.
I would fucking love to, because that's one of those things that I mentioned while I was on PKA, I think, and everybody looked at me like I was fucking retarded, which I'm used to. Like I'm a little fucking retarded. But like because they said like, oh, because I'm like, oh yeah, no, I think I share a last name with him. They're like Masterson or something like that. I'm like, oh, well, no, because like I know he's got a pseudonym. Like obviously,
yeah,
like somebody who's doing his shit is gonna have a pseudonym. But like, because I'd heard him, like I'd heard around anyway, like that was his last name. Like you never know, like might be cousins, or like I know Herrera is like the fucking Smith of the Latino world, but you never know. Somebody with a fat face like ours and good facial hair and good hair in general, you might have a fucking cousin somewhere you don't know about.
There's gotta be one. So with that said, what makes you a rage?
What makes me a rage?
Yeah, makes you a rage.
You're gonna have to define terms for me here, bud. I'm a rage.
It's just it's a phrase Dick uses for what really just what pisses you, what drives you into unreasonable bouts of anger.
Okay. All right. Well, it's really weird. It's really weird. I've got one already pre-planned. All right.
Yes.
Excuse me. Welcome to my TED Talk. Cyclists. I fucking hate cyclists. Jesus fucking Christ. And where I used to live, just outside of Fayetteville, North Carolina, Jesus fuck, cyclists, like they would just like go up in these little like bunches of like 20 fucking people.
Why are they always in fucking packs like gazelles?
It's like predators all fucking hunt together, except they're the fucking polar opposite of what a predator is. They're just fucking bundle of sticks. Just, God, I hate them. And they just, they want to be treated like vehicles, like cars, but they're not. They travel fucking 30. They are in like arrestable speed limits of not being a fucking car.
Yeah.
And they just like expect you to respect the fact that they just want to be an asshole on Sunday mornings. I just like, I had fucking fantasies of running them all over. And, maybe one of these days I will. I don't know.
You should be legally allowed to run over the one that's straying behind, like a lion taking the weak gazelle, right? Like that should be a privilege. If there's one that's weaker than the others, you should be able to just plow fucking right through them with your car.
Oh, buddy, I have thought about ways that I could get away with it. And it just like, I feel like I could. I feel like I could have done it without going to jail, but I don't. I'm not a bad guy. I know that somebody's, maybe fucking mentally impaired uncle somewhere that they would miss. I don't know.
You'd be doing them a favor, really, when you think about it. It's probably very much a burden to take care of that cyclist every day. They're crying. They're crying.
Fuck me.
They're sitting there like crying all the time about how they don't get enough calories and, oh, I need to eat more calories. And I ate 3 Chipotles today. It just wasn't enough calories. I'm going to read an article about how to get more calorie dense foods. Just fuck off. Shut up. Go.
Uncle Jimmy, you're getting plenty of calories. You're fine, bud. Like, seriously.
Go right off into the fucking ocean, please.
Seriously, cyclists, like, I will get, like, so there's 2. Okay, well, the less politically correct of the 2. Don't worry, it's not going where you think.
Oh, no, you're fine.
There's cyclists.
It can't get too bad for the show.
There's cyclists, and then there's fat people, man. Like, I get a fucking like gag response to like people who are too fat. Like, I understand letting yourself go a little bit, right? There's like just the people who have just like let themselves go and they're happy about it.
Were we separated at birth? I think
maybe. Maybe.
This is a fat shaming channel. Just so you're safe here. You're safe from all gelatin.
Good. We're in we're in the Sigma male fat shaming hours.
Yes.
I just drive me fine. Like me myself. Like I see myself in the mirror. Like, oh God, like I'm fat. Like I've let myself go.
Yeah.
You see these other people who just like go out in public like I'm a man right here. I'm like, no, God, get the fuck away from me. Like Jesus Christ.
It's what I always say. These hoes have too much adipose.
Okay. All right. Very important question. Doctor Who fan?
No.
God damn it. The chat's going to get that joke. I swear to God, the chat is going to get that. Adipose, fat, Doctor Who.
Oh shit. No, I never really got into it. I watched like the first couple episodes, but then I got distracted and stopped watching TV for like 3 years.
The first season of Doctor Who is pretty shit. It's not good. But like David Tennant on is pretty good. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. See. Okay. Chat. I'm not fucking crazy. Thank God.
Okay. Good. Yeah. The chat definitely is Doctor Who fans because they're all autistic. So that's for sure.
Thank God.
Kyle said, "Yo, it's Brandon. Sub to both of you guys. Hey, Brandon, you should take Nick to the range if he's ever in Texas. Also, I'd like to see him on a gun meme review myself. Anyways, God bless, gentlemen. Stay safe."
Where are you out of?
Minnesota.
Oh, wow.
But I do come down to Texas with some regularity. I'm from Texas.
Oh, no shit. Okay, good.
Yeah.
Well, so we're kind of in a reverse little role there because I'm not from Texas, but I do live here and I love it very much.
Where, like, as comfortable as you are with saying, whereabouts Texas?
San Antonio.
Oh, okay. Yeah. God, I love San Antonio. Riverwalk restaurants, man.
My family visited for the first time this week, and they showed them the Riverwalk, showed them basically where their son fucked off to 2 years ago, and it's kind of cool.
So, are you anywhere near like the Fiesta, Texas area?
I know like the whole Fiesta thing. I don't know where Fiesta is. At this point, I'm too afraid to ask.
Okay, well, it's the big fucking amusement park. If you're ever
Six Flags.
Yeah, Six Flags.
Six Flags. Oh yeah. Okay.
Yeah, Six Flags Fiesta, Texas.
Very close.
If you're ever over you're very close. There's a restaurant right by there called Fish City, and Fish City is fucking great.
I'm not a seafood fan.
Okay, don't go to Fish City.
Yeah,
just go get Mexican food on the fucking Riverwalk and ignore everything I've said up to this point.
I know. I fucking like. I wish I was a seafood fan because like it is so like it like macro wise. Like if you're being a health nut, like seafood's fucking top tier. I just can't do it, man.
Oh, see, because they have. Well, last time I was there, they have a catfish with a jalapeno corn gravy. Oh, it's so fucking good. Yeah. Anyway.
Sorry.
No, it's good. It's good. Geek Girl Armada says, thanks for the great coverage on the Johnny Depp trial. I had to wait until I got paid to send this, but I really wanted to send something. We can all suffer through 3 more weeks of Elaine together. Oh, shit. It's going to be so long. Ross said, have you checked your P.O. box? Did you like the art on the boxes? Yes, that was plural. Yes, I have not opened the boxes. I'm waiting for probably Friday, Ross said, because I'm going to get super hammered. Eric Allen says, oh shit, I lost it. Arg, my groin. Not as bad as my DMs on Twitter. Please ignore those. Oh shit. I got 3 more, and then we'll get started on this. Sherry Walters, my late father, J. Dean Clark, died on this date in 2010. He was a state champion marksman and the best dad a girl could ever ask for. Could you give a toast for my beloved dad? Yes. Sherry, to your father, J. Dean Clark, a man involved and instrumental in the life of his daughter, a man who led his daughter to be a great woman through his insight, his dedication, and his steadfast virtue. May those virtues be remembered, and may his vices fade from memory as his legacy lives on in you. Cheers.
That was honestly beautiful. Could you please read my eulogy?
If you want.
I would love for that to happen.
Idaho Plumber says, so glad you're having Brandon on, Nick. Glad that your network is branching out. And Nico, oh, yes, this is the important question. Balls or no balls?
Okay, I was going to ask about that because I'm seeing it a lot. So I have a separate thing pulled up for the chat.
Yeah.
What the fuck is the balls or no balls thing going on here?
Now, do not lie because I will know.
I will never lie to you, Nick. I promise.
Do you watch anime at all? No, not a single bit. So you're not familiar with the concept of a futanari?
I have never heard that word in my life. I used to watch, like, I had some exposure when I was a child. Like, I was a Yu-Gi-Oh! And like a little bit of a Pokemon kid when I was like 5th grade.
Yeah.
But I have no fucking clue what you're talking about.
Okay, well, I'll explain it to you.
I would love to hear it.
Welcome to my TED Talk. Welcome to my TED Talk. So a futanari is a female anime girl, right? Who has, is a traditional
female anime. I hate the fact we live in 2022 where you have to like a female anime girl.
Oh, right. Don't worry. It's going to get very 2022 on you. So who has a nice, like an anime figure, right? So big cans, whatever, trim body, and also when necessary, a giant throbbing penis. But this is a female this is a female anime character with female parts, but when necessary, a giant penis. So the question is,
can we please define when necessary is?
Well, when have you needed a giant penis?
Is this at all times? Is this like when the need arises and she just needs to fuck somebody? Like when,
I will just posit the question to you, sir. When have you needed a giant penis versus just a regular everyday penis? That's when it's necessary. So the question is,
proceed.
So the question is, when this giant shaft emerges out of this girl, does it have balls or not? That's the question. Should it have balls or not? Not does it, should it? This is a preference thing.
Okay, so I hate it no matter what.
Mm-hmm.
Like, this is not something that I'm like okay with.
Sure.
I feel like it is so much more unnatural without balls of some sort.
So you're saying with balls then?
With balls at least makes anatomical sense. Without balls feels way more unnatural.
You have answered correctly. Don't listen to the chat. They are wrong.
The chat is just going fucking crazy right now.
That won't change.
Okay,
that won't change.
Oh, good. No, so now that we've gone from that very, very serious topic, let's talk about somebody who got fucking murdered.
Yeah, can I do? Oh, there it is. Yes, my thing works. Okay, perfect.
The cucks at law.
I'm not a big fan of long crime.
I can tell. So what's the drama there? If I can,
they threatened to sue me.
Oh, so goody.
Once I get threatened to be sued, I will meme you into oblivion forever. Never. They got really butthurt that I outperformed them on Kyle Rittenhouse and a couple other trials. And I don't know if you noticed.
No joke. When I tried to watch your coverage of that, like occasionally, like I would accidentally hit like forward or backward or whatever, and I would always go to them. And I would watch it for like 5 minutes before realizing like I haven't laughed in like 2 minutes. Like, what the fuck's going on here?
Yeah.
And then I was, oh no, I accidentally like got off of Nick's stream. Let's go back.
So they got mad about that. they got so mad about it. They threatened to sue me. They copyright struck one of my videos. They ended up, I appealed it. They retracted the copyright strike because it was fucking wrong. But then they tried to do the flex, but instead they did the smart corporate move. I got to give them props. They are the by far unattainably highest channel on the Johnny Depp coverage. It's not even fucking close. No one can touch them. They have 500,000 live viewers.
Fuck me. How?
My theory is that, are you aware of the trusted source flag on YouTube?
Yes, I think like kind of one of their like fact checking kind of thing.
Yeah, where basically like it's why CNN and Fox and all of them do well when they report on, and why we have to fight against them, and why we're, no matter what topic or how big we are, we're always like 9, 10, 15 places down on search.
Even though we're literally the exact same thing of just us watching the exact same live feed and giving commentary, even though we don't have a big budget media company behind us. That
yeah. So the trusted source tag was something that the media companies all paid for because they got tired of being beaten by a small Jewish man named Ben Shapiro. And it was crazy. The numbers, like,
and his
literally,
sister.
Yeah. Well, they were happy being beaten by Abby Shapiro.
I have never been tired of being beaten by Abby Shapiro.
I don't know. It's weird. I went through all of CNN's emails when they got leaked, and all it said was Khazar Milkers all the time. I don't know what that meant, but
you know what?
No.
I'm not at liberty to discuss these specifics of the program, but
yeah. So I have a theory that Dan Abrams and Law and Crime Network paid for verified status, because they are, like, from jump, they were the top stream on Johnny Depp, and there was no stopping it. And they're so far ahead of everybody. They're the top search every single day of the trial. And it's like, oh, okay. I remember during Rittenhouse, Law and Crime was down with the rest of us scrubs, and now they're up at top. So
I have, I'll speak to you about that off stream.
Sounds good. All right.
Not about Abby Shapiro, but
no, sure. Yeah, that's what we'll tell the chat. That's cool.
Exactly. Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna crank the volume on this fucking thing, and then let's start it. So I might skip it if there's nothing happening, because sometimes in police interviews, like, there's just nothing for several minutes at a time.
Oh dear God!
Holy shit! What was that? Oh God, let me turn this down. Maybe this is the problem.
Either of those, I thought he was coming with you, so yes, Alex, I'm one of the detectives on the case, and can we get you coffee or anything? Are you good? Okay, we'll be in here in just a minute, okay?
Fuck, the audio on this is terrible.
My favorite part of this so far is this fucking dog shit audio with all of the soundproofing that they have up on the walls.
Yeah. How homeless does Alec Baldwin look?
On a scale of 1 to 10, he's no eye contact on the street.
Like, he keeps pulling papers out of his pocket and unfolding them, sniffing them, and then putting them back in. I don't know what's going on.
Okay, everybody is also talking about what I also noticed in the chat.
Well, are you talking about the female detective?
Officer Dump Truck. We're fucking, like, we have XY chromosomes. Like, we, you just see this shit. Is he FaceTiming somebody?
He's like, he's gonna call his daughter and drop a racist rant or something.
Can you hear me?
Oh, he is a boomer.
Can you hear me?
Put the phone to your head, you fucking Philistine. You're in a...
Hey.
I'm at the police station, the sheriff's, and they're about to interview me. How is everyone at home? How are the kids?
The kids are great.
Did you, hold on a second, please. Did you tell Carmen what's going on?
No, I didn't.
Okay. Are you convinced you don't want to come tomorrow?
I mean, I don't think it's a good idea. Look, call me after you talk with the sheriff, but, like, I don't think it's a great idea. I think this is, you
Right,
know.
but let me just say this to you, just to be clear. They're gonna make me stay here tomorrow anyway, to talk to my insurance investigators. This is really, I'm gonna talk to you more, but I'm just
I'm
saying.
so sorry, you must have such, like, you must be so traumatized.
No, what I am is someone who, I don't wanna do this for a living anymore, I don't wanna be a public person. And, you know, I'm the one holding the gun in my hand that everybody was supposed to have taken care of. They always hand me a cold gun. Where are you now? Michelle, who? And where are you? Okay, all right, I'll call you back when I'm done, okay?
Okay. First thing, if at any point you want to pause and comment, just say pause or whatever, and I'll pause it. We have to add sufficient commentary because Law and Crime, who are, by the way, copyright cucks, and they can watch me watch their video and make fun of them all day long, will be really pissed off if I don't sufficiently transform this, which I'm going to, because unlike Law and Crime, I will add legal commentary that is insightful, while they will add nothing to anything. Don't ever make a fucking phone call in a recorded police room. Like, what are you doing? Your phone call should be to your attorney, and it should say, I'm at the police station. Get over here now.
Or correct me if I'm wrong, have your attorney in the fucking room. That way it can be considered at least like some confidentiality there. Because if you don't have your attorney there, fuck you. Like they don't give a shit.
Yeah. And if you are ever at a police station or a jail or a sheriff's office, you are recorded. You are being recorded. We could even hear when he put the phone to his head, we could even hear her talking. The mics are high gain. They want to hear every fucking thing that could be said because they might catch a drug deal. They might catch a murder plot. They might just catch some idiot admit to shooting someone, him saying, I'm sitting there holding the gun, and everybody, they always give me a cold gun. Like, like he didn't even check. Like he did not go through the very basic things, but he also knows that guns are dangerous. We've already established that much from Alec Baldwin. We've already established enough to start to build a case for reckless homicide here. It's fucking stupid. Anyway, but yeah, the main reason I pause it is anytime if you want to pause and rant about something, just tell me pause. Otherwise, we can.
I have a feeling it's going to come up.
Here we go.
I've not heard this, so let's see what happens. Other than just blank noise.
Yeah. He switched to Angry Birds now.
Oh, he's checking his hair, which I get. I understand. Fair
enough. Looks terrible, Alec. There, I helped.
You look like you belong downtown San Antonio. He's FaceTiming somebody else.
Hi, Alex.
Hey, where are the kids?
You're sleeping.
The boys are
I'm just
sleeping?
gonna take.
Did he just call two different people asking where his kids were?
I'm trying to get Mitchell to come.
Yeah.
I think we should come. And just spend the time here, and they're going to do what they got to do with the deal, what they got to do with, and we shouldn't let it. We'll go ahead and we'll go. I won't work, and we'll go enjoy ourselves. It's all paid for, and they're not going to give us the money back.
And we should be staying away from the vultures here.
Are they outside?
No, but I imagine they will be at some point. They're
I
going
think
to
it's a
find
great
out.
idea. It's a great idea. You should come for that reason also. All right, I'll call Carmen on her iPad, okay?
Okay, yeah, she's on her phone. I'm very sorry, actually.
Oh, you have no idea. You have no idea how unbelievable this is and how strange this is. And I'll explain to you later.
Sorry, you're in this position.
No, it's just.
I hope that everyone's okay and that you're okay.
No, spoiler alert, not everybody's okay.
Yeah. You know who's in a stranger position? The one who's dead. She's in a much stranger position than Alec Baldwin. Shockingly.
I hope you're okay. I hope everybody's okay. Sorry about the bitch you shot. But like, I hope everyone's okay. It's like, yeah, seriously? Fucking really? I hope you're okay mentally. You're in a good place. It's like, he just fucking shot somebody.
This is a very strange situation for me. It's very fucking strange. You got to understand. It's very weird. I'm not used to this.
No shit. Yeah, it's pretty weird to have shot someone and then like walk free. That's very that's unusual.
What'd you think about his line earlier, the earlier call where he said, I don't want to be a public person anymore? You think that's kind of interesting, isn't it? I wonder how many celebrities get in this thing where like they've done all this stuff, they've got their fame, they're irreplaceable. Like you can't go back. You can't put the toothpaste back in at this point. He'll always be Alec Baldwin.
I get it. I totally get it. Like knowing a lot of people, like not even like I'm not gonna like I'm a fucking public person, but knowing like actual people who are like public persons, I completely understand what he's getting at. However, nobody's throwing shade because you're a public person. They're throwing shade because you fucking shot somebody's mother.
Yeah.
That's the issue.
That's the crux of the problem here, Alec.
The public person thing is why everyone's talking about it.
The public person thing is why you weren't arrested and put in prison already.
Correct. Yeah. Yeah. Hunt for Red October Daddy. God damn it.
Hi, Samantha. So, no way you're here for this incident that was unfortunate earlier. Yeah. Yeah, I know you already agreed to talk to us and everything, and that's great. We're just gonna go over the rights. She's gonna read these to you.
Pro tip. Let me give you some lawyer info. The moment you've been read your Miranda rights and they say, we're just going to read these rights and go over them with you, you are in a bad place right now.
Let me just want to make sure they've done it again.
Yeah. Shut your fucking mouth and get your attorney present immediately. You are danger, Will Robinson. This is not a good place to be. They're smiling. They're women. So you probably think you're in control. You're not.
My favorite part is the masks all on the table.
Yep.
Everybody has a mask here. They just have them laying on the conference table. Oh God, I remember what it was like fucking 6-9 months ago. That was great. Remember when we all pretended to give a shit?
Oh God, I fucking hated I had to fly a couple times and it's like, this is, just having the mask on in the plane was annoying, but plane flights, I mean, depending on where you're going, aren't all that long, but it's like, you got to have them on the 2 hours you're there before the plane. You got to have them on while you're waiting for your fucking bags. You got to have them on the whole time around the plane flight. And if you have a layover, just kill yourself right now.
So around the airports, I never fucking wore them. I didn't give a shit. Like as long as you're not checking in, they never cared. But like my favorite was like I got in a like shit fit on Twitter because I'm like, yeah, if you fly first class, they don't give a fuck. And everybody's like, ooh, this look big ballers flying first class. I'm like, yeah, it's actually it's not that expensive. Like no, I'm like if you like charter your own private plane, it's not terrible. It's like, no, this is just like an option that they offer. Like,
how tall are you?
I am 5'10", roughly.
Okay. I'm 6'2" to 6'3", and I cannot.
God damn it.
Flying coach is a fucking nightmare. Like I can't do it anymore.
I would understand. Yeah, don't. I mean, 5'10", it's like that is at like the limit of what I'm comfortable with, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so one of my favorite things is like one of those like, like celebrity birthday fucking accounts or whatever. Like they think like Brandon Herrera worth $12 million. I'm like, I fucking wish.
Yeah.
Like worth 12 million, height 5'3". I'm like, I don't know which is fucking worse. like, first of all, I wish I was worth that much. Second of all, god damn, buddy.
Yeah, so that's the question. Would you rather be 6 feet and poor or 5'3" and worth $12 million? All
right, now that's a harder question.
It really is, isn't it?
Yeah, like I'm pretty happy with where I'm at, like both height and finance wise. But like when you read shit like that, like people who've never fucking met you, it's like, really?
Oh yeah. I love this. I wonder what they say about. Like, I hope they build a profile on me at some point so I can laugh.
According to the chat, it means like if you admit to being 6'3", 6'4", that means you're about 5'9". So
you know what the height difference between 5'11" and 6 feet is?
An entire like category on Tinder.
6 feet. That's the height difference. Okay.
I'm 6 foot on the internet.
That's right. Here we go.
As you understand them, and just sign an initial, and then if you read the bottom and agree to talk to us,
Initial each of them.
as you understand them, yes.
Yeah, so first one, you have the right to remain silent. Anything you say may be used against you in court or other proceedings. You
Oh, I've done cop shows. I recognize these. These are great.
have the right to consult with an attorney before making any statement or answering any questions, and you may have him or her present with you during questioning. You may have an attorney appointed to you to represent you if you cannot afford one or otherwise obtain one. If you decide to answer any questions now with or without a lawyer, you have the right to stop questioning at any time or to stop questioning for the purpose of consult.
I'm sorry. Does she have flare leg detective jeans on? I'm pretty sure these are flared out. I didn't know they made those.
I'll hold comment till she stands up.
I'll allow it.
So my only question is, am I being charged with something?
No, we're just interviewing.
I thought that's what that's what
But
I'm not worried because I'm not, yeah.
We
But if
have to do
you're
our
charging me with
job
something, yeah, no, just tell me that.
at advising you your
I'm gonna
rights
write my
because
name.
Okay,
is that
that
Am I being charged with something? No, we're just interviewing. You get charged after is the unwritten word.
okay. Big charisma points for him for trying to pull that, but Jesus fucking Christ, dude, you just shot a bitch, and like you are in the police station and people are interviewing you, reading your Miranda rights, and you.
I'm not being charged, am I? No, we're just interviewing you.
Time and place, motherfucker. Jesus Christ.
There are just for the record, there are a bunch of people in prison who are just being interviewed by police. Just so everybody's very clear on that. They're in prison for very long times just being interviewed by police.
Fucking hell.
investigation.
It's just a formality. You have to do it, you're here,
You
and
do what you
appreciate
do.
it.
Oh yeah, we have to.
What is today?
Just
It
a
is the
formality.
21st of October.
Hold on. Just a formality. When you shoot a motherfucker, the police have to talk to you. Formality.
I thought this was only for the pores. I didn't realize this belonged to people like me. This is weird. This is very strange for me.
This is an interview that has to happen, with my armorer that I hired because I'm the producer of this film.
Yeah, everything you did, like the amount of liability that this man singularly has is off the charts, and it's amazing that it has not come crashing down on him more than it already is. Okay, here we go.
Long day?
Well, what's interesting, not to digress on some commentary here, is that we've done this for 2 weeks and we did it the right way every day. Every day. You're on a set, you rehearse, they bring you what's called a cold gun. The gun is either completely empty, the chambers, or there is a cosmetic piece. So for example, if you're the camera, and this is going to sound silly and specific, but if I'm pointing the gun close to the camera, you want to see into the cylinder that there's material in there, cosmetic material. So those rounds are cosmetic rounds.
Mm.
They put them in and you rehearse, or even in a shot when you don't fire. I pulled it up and you see there's some material inside the cylinder. They'd hand me a cold gun, no charges. They always hand you a cold gun with nothing in it to rehearse. And then when you shoot, and if you are shooting loads that are flash loads, and they're usually in 3 denominations.
Can I stop here?
Yep, anytime.
That is a very interesting thing for him to say, because I was totally with him. Like everything he just said was completely correct, except for when he said when you're rehearsing, which is what he claimed that he was doing. He said they hand you a revolver with nothing in it. He's like, when you're filming, they want to hand you something where you can visually see what is being loaded into the chamber, for example. Like that makes perfect sense because obviously, you just fucking you know, if you're filming something like, oh, I'm about to shoot a motherfucker with a fully loaded revolver, then
Right.
you want to see that there is something loaded in that revolver. That's fucking filmmaking. It makes sense.
Yep.
However, he claimed he was practicing his cross draw in the initial police reports. So if he's claiming he's practicing, and he clearly knows like the details of what he should have seen, but he didn't, that's weird.
Yeah, it's weird, and it goes to the nature, the idea of recklessness. And the people who were defending Alec Baldwin at the very beginning of this kept saying, well, someone handed him, you know, they're supposed to hand him a cold gun. This is checked by 4 people or 3 people or however many people. It doesn't, again, if you are you and 4 Marine armorers, right, with 20 years of experience in boot camp, doing the armory, like, I don't know this, I'm making shit up, but you get the idea. 4 experts all check the gun and say it's cold, and then they hand it to you
and say, point it at this person and pull the trigger, and
they die. You should have checked the fucking gun.
And as an attorney, you know this now, and this is where Alec Baldwin fucks himself on camera. You know, Pornhub intro, all that. You will make a case in court that because I am a firearm expert or whatever the fuck people say, that I should have known if I'm handed a firearm and I'm pointing it at a person and I pull the trigger that, you know, I should have checked should have checked the gun, checked the chamber, make sure that I'm not about to fucking murder somebody on camera.
Yeah.
What he is doing here to the police is telling them that he knows the process. He knows the gun. He knows the process. He knows exactly what it should have looked like, what it should have looked like while he's rehearsing, what it should look like when he's pulling the fucking trigger on camera. And they didn't do that. Like, he's telling them that this is not the usual procedure, and he fucking did it anyway.
Yep, he absolutely did. He knew exactly what was supposed to happen, but he's just saying, but I didn't bother to check it. I didn't bother to check it. It's amazing. Hold on. There we go. I had to do something real quick. Okay, here we go. Back to this. Yes.
A full load round so that the flash is bright and the sound is loud, louder, loudest. Full load is loudest. So if you're outside, you want a full load bang, you want a loud sound. If you're inside, you can do a quarter load. Right before you shoot, everyone preps. Crew puts the earplugs in, so put headphones on. The camera's there. Very often there's a loose sight screen, but you're the camera operator, and there's the camera. So I should always shoot off camera. You never shoot into the lens, and you shoot it. There's a flash and a sound.
You never shoot into the lens. You just shoot into the person standing next to it.
Yeah. Well, excuse me, Nick. The camera is expensive. The person. Well, what's weirder though is like he's continuing to fuck up his case. Like the more he talks, he fucks it up worse.
They haven't asked him a single question, by the way.
Oh yeah, no, they're like, tell us more.
Yep.
Well, the fucked up part is he's saying like, okay, you know, medium, you know, outdoor, indoor, whatever, you can get away with lighter charges. Everybody puts their earplugs in. It's like, okay, if nobody put their plugs in, nobody nobody was expecting discharge of firearm, yet you discharged a firearm.
Yep.
Like this is not like this is information that even if it does not condemn him, can definitely be used against him. And it's not information that should be willingly given. Oh
yeah. What was the he reminds me of the line from Braveheart, right? When they're like, should we send in the reserves? And he's no, send in the archers. Or no, wait, should we send in the archers? He's like, no, send in the reserves. Arrows cost money. The dead cost nothing. That's him. This camera is very expensive. I'll point it at the person behind it instead. Here we go. But the fact that he's just like, I love this move. She backs away from the table, crosses her leg, and gets her notepad out because this motherfucker is going to say everything. And look, This is not a big slam on Alec Baldwin. He just shot someone. This is so far out of his realm of expertise, his realm of expectation. He woke up that morning with his wife and kids are in a different state. This man woke up that morning looking all haggard, thinking he was going to go out to the desert for 8 hours of shooting this stupid fucking movie that he doesn't want to do because he doesn't want to be a public figure anymore. He was going to go inside, he was going to shower off, and he was going to jerk off in the shower, and he was going to fall asleep watching the Game Show Network. That was Alec Baldwin's day until he pulled the trigger and iced some chick on set. Like he is still in shock. And guess what? It doesn't matter how justified or unjustified your shooting is. You've never killed someone. The day you pull a trigger and someone is dead and goes in a coffin, you are in shock. And
people know about it.
This is why you have if you're in a police station, this is why you have an attorney, because your attorney is not in shock. Your attorney did not go through an adrenaline fueled event, which is either self-defense or the realization that you shot someone. Your adrenaline straight through the fucking roof. Get your goddamn attorney on the phone. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, people are asking, like, why doesn't he have an attorney with him? It's like, because he's a fucking idiot.
Yeah. And because his brain is not functioning right now. And that's why you should keep an attorney's card in your pocket, their number in your cell phone, and you should think about, like, you need to.
You're the first guy I'm fucking calling. Like, if I ever accidentally shoot my cameraman, I'm 100% calling your ass, and then it's your problem.
I'm on a plane to Texas. I'm on a plane to Texas immediately.
In a real world, though, like, I have no, like, I guess he's in that, like, public persona, kind of mindset where he's like, I have to defend myself in the court of public opinion. Like, this is what happened. When in reality, shut the fuck up. Like, if he didn't say so much shit here, this video would not have nearly as many views.
Yeah, no kidding.
Like, just stop fucking talking.
And he's got at least an entertainment lawyer probably on site. That's the crazy thing. Like, there's somebody checking out the site of Rust every now and then. His production company they're shooting at the production company's owned location. They had a fucking union strike the day that this happened, or the day before this happened, or whatever. Their attorney is somewhere around
because of unsafe conditions, because of the firearms on set. They're like, motherfuckers are just grabbing prop guns off set. God, we have so much to talk about off air. Fuck me. God, I know the people that were working on this film.
Here we go. We go.
Jesus.
Now, I went to lunch. She disarmed me. I sat down.
She being
Hannah, the armaments person. She was always handling the guns 99% of the time. So I would, if I had a cosmetic rifle with no rounds, I'd probably hand it to one of her assistants. I'm sitting there. She disarms me. We go to lunch.
If I had a cosmetic rifle with no rounds, I'd hand it to her assistant. But she disarmed him now. So he had rounds? Like, he knows he has rounds? That's interesting. That's
it could be interpreted that way, which is why he shouldn't have fucking said that.
Yep.
For lunch, and they hand me the revolver, the Colt.
And I just like the name. It's Hannah again.
They arm me. Okay. And you're assuming, as we've done every time, that it's a cold gun for the rehearsal. And I put the gag in the shot. You're the camera because I have a coat.
Assuming, oh God, I don't mean to pause every 30 seconds, but assumption is a disregard of the risk. That is the standard for reckless behavior, is you are aware of a risk. You are consciously disregarding it by assuming that everything is okay. If you close your eyes while driving and assume that the road will remain straight and you run over a bus full of children or whatever, you have disregarded the risk of driving. Same thing with a gun. You cannot assume that it's clean.
It's great for, like, if you're doing like a first degree murder case, that's fantastic. If you're doing a manslaughter case, that is the worst fucking thing you could possibly say.
Yep.
Like, oh, I just assumed that this was the case. It's like, well, yeah, no, but you still fucking murdered. You killed somebody.
Yeah.
And I have a holster, and I pull the coat over, and I kind of cup my hands like I folded my hands. And then I'm going to slowly sneak the revolver, the Colt out, and turn and shoot these other guys, or try to shoot them. I take the coat over the thing, I the camera's there. I believe, my recollection is she was there, turned a bit, like talking to him. So I think she was hit in the right armpit. But this is all I know, and that is that I take the gun out in the rehearsal. Really, he wanted very dramatic and very sudden, kind of sneak up on them. I take the gun out, and as I take, like as it clears, as the barrel clears, I turn and cock the gun over here. I turn and cock the gun goes off.
Okay.
It's supposed to be a cold gun. Nothing. No flash charges, nothing. Now, this is a puzzle to me. This is making me very emotional now, you know. But in my time, and I'm older now, but when I was younger and I was shooting guns and stuff, I've never seen a theatrical flash round with the material went through someone's armpit, came out their body, and hit somebody else in the shoulder.
Yeah.
I'm wondering if your department is prepared to go find out what comes out of his shoulder surgically. Is that a live round?
That's what
Oh my goodness. He just laid out so many problems. He said he cocked the gun. Why are you cocking the gun on a draw, like on a?
I mean, well, so just to be fair, like that I get. Like if he's prepping like to do the cross draw, because that is a hard like.
Yeah, I get.
I hate that you can't show like shit like this on a YouTube stream. Because
Yeah.
this is where like it would be legitimately educational, but I know the rules on that. But like that is a hard movement to do. There's a difference between pulling a gun on a cross draw, which is what he was allegedly practicing, and pulling a gun and cocking it while you're doing it to make it look good for camera. I understand that. Like that makes sense. But
All right, here.
fuck.
Here we go. Now I'm wondering if there was a real bullet in there. Why are you wondering that? That's kind of weird. Like that shouldn't even be a possibility on your set.
It's almost like you hired the wrong armorer who was just the Tumblr chick daughter of a real Hollywood armorer who should.
I love that her big claim to fame was that she taught that even though her dad is an armorer for 20 years in Hollywood on all these major productions, she's like, yeah, but I didn't listen to him. I taught myself. It's like, oh, well, fuck you then.
So the only thing that could have possibly given you credibility is right out the fucking window.
Yep. I did it on my own.
we are.
Yes, you did. You fucking killed somebody.
It says otherwise.
Yeah.
It hits her in the armpit, comes out her shoulder, goes into his shoulder, and he just told me on the phone. I talked to Joel. He said they showed me the X-ray, and the shape of the thing in my shoulder is the shape of a bullet. Now, all the rounds I was told, you need to verify. I think this is important note. They take the gun, they enter it, and all the rounds that are in there were either dummy rounds, no flash, cold rounds, or rounds with a flash. In the rehearsal, there should have been nothing. It should have been a cold gun with no rounds inside or dummy rounds, cosmetic rounds.
Did you check?
No flash. I take the gun out slowly. I turn, I cock the pistol. Bang! It goes off. She hits the ground. She goes down. He goes down, screaming. He said, "Jesus Christ!" And I'm going. And I thought that maybe sometimes the wadding can come out if you're closer to get a burn. Two actors who killed themselves with guns, with theatrical guns, John Eric Hexum and Brandon Lee. They put the live round in, and I'm told even with the flash powder, you can cause contusions and you can do a brain bleed and die, which both of them died.
Right.
Holy shit, you're laying out, you have specific knowledge that even a flash round is dangerous. Like, you know that all of this is dangerous.
Yes. He's also doing it now that I look at what he did, he's doing a very good job of laying out why this is the armorer's fault. Because like he's starting to like very obviously say like, you know, hey, this is the rounds we should have been handed. You know, this is what like is normal. This is why it should have looked like a live round. I'm seeing like what he's doing with this, and you know, God knows if it's intentional or not. But like,
oh yeah, he's trying to shift the blame, but it's like, buddy, you pulled the trigger. Armorer didn't pull the trigger. I mean, she may be liable in a civil suit, but she didn't pull the trigger and shoot someone. You did. Yeah.
And this is what it comes down to. Everybody like, the people who say like, this isn't Alec Baldwin's fault. Like he was just an actor. It's like, no, he wasn't just hired onto this movie production as an actor to play this role. He was also the producer of this film, who was in charge of things among other things, the armorer of the film, who is, if you say that the armorer is not qualified to be in this position, that is the fault of the producer, who also just happens to be the person who shot a bitch.
Exactly.
So, that's a bit of an issue.
Let me read a couple super chats and then we'll get right back. Noir777, Ricada, since you invited AK Daddy, you should have his twin Wendigoon on one day.
Wendigoon is awesome.
Never heard of him, so I'll check him out. Arlania says, big fan of Brandon's stuff. Second Amendment all the way. Screw the dog shooters at the ATF. I'm not Alec Baldwin, but I would like my own carte blanche to shoot moving targets. Me, a normal guy, has to shoot targets. Fucking awful. Godspeed. And then Renee Villarreal says, Brandon, how do you deal with the smell of fat people in the city? The whales have increased in number. Every trip I take, SeaWorld needs to take them back. Wait, I have to ask you, you're anti-fat. Have you ever been to a water park, sir?
Yes.
What is with water parks? Everybody there is titanically sized.
It's you know what? I feel like people with a reasonable build decide not to they decide not to go to water parks, but people who have no fucking shame have no A, they have no shame, but B, they have no concept of inertia. So they have no problem with just slinging their asses down these fucking like giant ass tubes,
reaching
like
speeds that would make a Bugatti blush.
Like you do that like E = MC squared, you realize like, okay, velocity accounts for a good bit of that, and weight is also, oh fuck yeah, that's not a good idea.
If one of these giant monsters hits a kid on the way down the slide, the kid will return to its mother's womb, blasted back into prenatal status.
My employee group chat that I have is still called Ball Pit Vibe Check from the incident a few years ago where this kid gets fucking murked by a fat kid in a ball pit. It's just fucking mass times velocity, man. Mass times velocity square. It's
dude, I love you've probably seen it. There's like a fat chick in a ball pit at like a McDonald's, and she's like over in the corner, and she tries to stand up and walk out, and she falls like 18 times. It's like she just cannot make it out of there. It's a catastrophic fall every time. You're like, oh my god, there's a bone injury going on.
Oh god.
Let's see.
We are 10 minutes into a fucking
Yeah, I tried to warn you off of this, but we're in it now. Taylor Albin says this is like a first date. Lol, love you too. Here we go.
I think with Brandon Lee, there was a piece of material lodged in the thing that shot from or something.
Yeah.
I don't remember vividly, but my point is, I've been doing this. I shot enough guns in my day in movies. I've never seen this before, where a flash round. Because from my understanding is, can I borrow your pen for a minute?
You could even borrow it.
My understanding is,
please, we're recording
that
this.
in a bullet, here's the thing with the tin, and here's the bullet itself. And now here, when you have a cosmetic round, no flash, no nothing, they drill a hole in the side of the brass to signify that it's a cosmetic round. There's nothing in there. There's no powder. But when you have a flash,
so you're signifying the difference between a live round and a blank round, or a dummy round.
It's amazing. Now, what I understand is these have powder in them. These will shoot. I know they can be dangerous.
All he had to fucking do was say, I'm a dumbass fucking Hollywood LA actor who doesn't know the difference between a live round and a blank round.
This is why I hire an armorer. Yep, this is why I hired an armorer. I don't know anything about this shit.
I'm a fucking retard. I don't know what a live round and a dummy round is. And he's like, oh, let me show you all the differences. I knew all the differences between a live round and a dummy round. It's like, well, what the fuck are you doing, dude?
Let me tell you how Brandon Lee died from one of these rounds that's supposedly safe.
Here, that is the bullet, is made of a clay or some material that just disintegrates. So what you have is bang, and you see the flash go bang, and you get a sound, but nothing, there's no projectile. And what I'm curious about is what came out of that bullet that went through her body and into his shoulder.
That's
Semen.
pretty powerful.
I've never heard of it. Now, some people say you can lodge material in the barrel accidentally, a rock.
He just gave both of them
That
COVID.
happens, which is why every time we've done this, I'm here to tell you, to testify that every time we've done this, she's done it right. She cleaned the barrel, made sure nothing was lodged in there. We went hot when they were ready. You always announce, going hot. Crew gets ready. And then all of a sudden, you're the camera, and I shoot away from you. I sit there like, bang, 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 and flashes are coming out. We shoot the rounds. She cleans the barrel every time, and she checks that the rounds are all cosmetic rounds, or nothing in the chamber for the rehearsal. She hands me the gun. I'm assuming she's done it the right way. She's done it the last 2 weeks. I put it in the holster. I pull it out slow. We're rehearsing. We're not filming anything. I pull it out slow, turn, cock the pistol, bang, it goes off, and she hits the ground. And then he starts screaming. And I'm thinking, in a flash round, I could see maybe if there was wadding or there's some stuff that's hot, and maybe it hits you and burns you. They say sometimes that happens. But remember, we're rehearsing, so no one's protected.
Oh,
Sorry. Remember, we're rehearsing, so no one's protected. Why the fuck are the people who are not in the scene not protected?
Not only this, what protections would they have otherwise had?
A bulletproof vest? Right?
Why? No, they're like, seriously, like, we're just rehearsing. So like, I would be absolutely fucking flabbergasted if at any point any of the crew had bulletproof, anything. If they're like supposedly like pulling the trigger on, dead rounds.
Yeah, but he said that we're just doing rehearsal, so we're not so nobody's protected, which implies that at other times there is some protection.
That is what that's what he's implying, which as a producer is giving him more liability.
Yeah, it's fucking amazing. Like, wait, so you're telling me that at other times you would they'd have Kevlar, they'd have a plate carrier on? Like, what are they doing? What are they wearing? Is there a fucking like a riot shield in front of them? What do they normally have? Because I know there's glass in front of the camera that's supposed to protect the camera from any sort of like shrapnel that might come
Because again,
out.
the camera is expensive.
Very expensive camera. It's a red. It's probably like 16 grand or whatever. It's very, very impressive.
Yeah. What's killing me is he keeps referring to the gentleman, I believe the director behind her, who like, shot in the arm and like fell down. He keeps talking about how dramatic that was. I'm like, you're ignoring the fucking like somebody's wife that you just murdered in front of this dude. Like,
well,
that he knows
now.
at this point. He knows at this point she's dead as shit. And
she's
like,
meat now. She's a Mongolian dinner now, so I don't even care about her. She's fine. I'm really worried about the man screaming, though. It was very disruptive to my state of mind.
I prefer the cinematographers who didn't get shot. Like, what the fuck, dude? Like, seriously? You're just like ignoring this?
Oh my God.
This one, cosmetic one.
Or nothing.
Or nothing.
For the rehearsal, the gun is normally empty. But my point is that they were standing in positions they wouldn't ordinarily be in because they assumed it was an empty, cold gun. We weren't shooting, we were rehearsing. That's a vital difference. So if she's here, if the camera's here, and she's standing here talking to the gun, and I'm on a bench here, and Joel's behind her, and this is not proportionate because obviously the camera's not as big as her body, but I draw the gun slowly and aim off camera, and there's supposed to be nothing in there. So she's not protecting herself and standing off. I'm shooting in a direction, and everybody is supposed to be to that side of the camera. There's nobody in my line. Nobody. And so when I shoot the gun, so in the rehearsal, I'm assuming I have an empty gun, and the gun goes off. She's right in front of me. She's as far from me as I am from a difference between maybe you and the door.
Okay.
Okay, so again, you're not even looking where you're pointing a gun. You're not even this is classic reckless disregard of the danger that's created. And it doesn't have to be like, okay, see, here's another part of his problem. He knows that there could be a flash round as well. So even if he's thinking it's impossible to have live rounds, he is still recklessly disregarded something that is capable of causing some harm, even if it's unlikely to cause, but he knows it can cause death, but typically it'd be unlikely to cause death at that range. But he still knows that there's danger there. He's still recklessly disregarding. He's conscious of the danger. Well, she shouldn't even be in my line of sight. Everything he's saying now is saying exactly how he knows that this is dangerous, and he ignores every single safety precaution he should take. He should look up and say, you need to get out of the way of my line, because that's exactly where I'm going to point the gun. That's what he should be saying.
Exactly. And well, and this is like I've been involved in an accident before that involved a firearm and a blank round that like I got shot in the fucking eye, like the right eye.
Holy shit.
With a blank round from a 45 Webley revolver during one of like these like reenactment things, whatever. Like long fucking story short. I got shot borderline point blank with a 45 Webley with a blank round. I lost vision of my right eye for like 3 fucking days. Like I thought I was blind, essentially. Yeah. And like you just shit happens. But it's like, you know, that like even if you thought like, oh well, I thought it was just a blank round. Like, yeah, but if you know anything about blanks, like you know that is actually just like that is still a potentially lethal for one, but definitely maiming force behind that, because that is still just all of the energy of a live round, but with no projectile. Which, if you put anything in front of that, it then becomes the projectile. Like that's basic physics.
That's fucking crazy.
So pretty close proximity.
It was a very tight shot.
Okay.
The shot was here, of me, not of me. It's of me pulling the gun slowly, turn cocked.
Okay.
And she's right there, vulnerable, in a position she wouldn't ordinarily be if we were shooting. And this thing, boom, she hits the ground.
Okay. All right.
And real quick, she wouldn't be there when they're normally shooting because they're conscious of the risk of pointing a gun at a person, and they're disregarding that risk. He's consciously disregarding that risk by pointing the gun where a person is. But he knows that normally she shouldn't be there because it's dangerous to point a gun at a person. Fucking crazy.
I'm going to back you up just a little bit, okay?
Yeah.
How long have you been on set?
I arrived Monday the 11th.
Okay.
And started my fittings, and they were shooting the week before.
And the 11th of October?
Monday the 11th, I flew in from New York. I flew from.
I might be being a piece of shit here, but I'm just I'm distracted by how much of just a fucking gross ass old man he is.
He looks terrible.
Just between like with that like drink of water and just slobbing his whole fucking face with that like napkin. Like goddamn. Like,
I don't get grandpa. It. Like the way actors work, they work in spurts, right? For their paycheck. Their paycheck comes in spurts. All of your off time, like get on a fucking treadmill, like, or something. I mean, your job is to be presentable on camera. Like that's your whole realm. And he looks like a homeless nurse.
Spend half as much time in the gym as you do assaulting people in the streets of New York.
And he can use his production company to pay him for gym days.
It's a write-off.
I mean, fuck's sake.
And then drove from Albuquerque to here, rehearsed and fitted, and did all my preparatory stuff.
But that was in October, correct?
That was Tuesday the 12th, yeah. I flew on the 11th, rehearsed on the 12th, started shooting the 13th, Wednesday the 13th, I started shooting.
Okay.
We shoot a Wednesday through Sunday schedule. We're off Monday, Tuesday.
So the entire time you've been on set, have you seen the same armor?
And her crew, yeah. Everybody.
How many people are on her crew?
My guess is that what I witness is 3.
Okay.
All young women. Hannah and 2 other women.
All right.
And very often their task with me, because we're not shooting every day, guns, there's no armaments every day. They dress me with my holster, my knife, the film is set in 1888, so I'm armed with the classic weaponry of the cowboy era.
Okay.
And so they would make sure I was dressed properly. 85% of their task is to make sure I'm dressed with everything properly.
The armors?
The
Or
armorers,
just,
the armorers, wardrobe doesn't necessarily, they sometimes trade back and forth, but wardrobe doesn't necessarily deal with my holster
okay,
and the knife, but that's a prop. The armorer, Hannah, and her team, they dealt with me being knifed and that being lashed properly, so it looks proper,
okay,
and the holster.
okay.
So it was
And,
wardrobe as much as it was props, as much as it was armaments.
Okay. Do you know Hannah's last name?
No,
Do you know what she looks like? Or can you
yeah,
describe what she looks like?
multicolored hair, glasses.
Well, I found your problem right there, buddy.
Whatever do you mean?
If the next word out of his mouth isn't a Tumblr lesbian, then he loses.
Like, yeah. So, pray tell, what is the relationship of this woman with her father?
Rebellion.
Not too tall. Everyone knows her pretty well because her father is a very famous armaments guy. He's a guy that did guns in movies for decades. He's very well known.
Okay.
She's the daughter of this famous gun guy, movie gun guy.
And what about the other girls in her crew?
I don't remember their names.
Okay. Do you know what they look like?
A blonde, thin, not too short, kind of medium height, and brunette, someone on the shorter side, maybe the same height as Hannah, brunette, and also there's you go.
He described the blonde as thin. He didn't describe the brunette as thin, which should tell you something. He just ignored that piece on her. Oh no.
Back and forth between. They're wearing
He doesn't know anybody's name. That's amazing too. Like he hired these people. He's a production manager.
a mask most of the time on set, in order to do that. But I've seen them with their masks off.
Okay. All right. What time did you guys start today?
I don't know what time they started. I came in slightly later because they had a couple of shots without me in the morning, so I came in at, I guess I arrived there at like about 7:45.
Okay.
Normally I'm there at like 6:30.
All right.
Yeah, but I'm curious, PM or AM?
Anything abnormal in the
AM, I
day?
think.
Who handed,
AM, that's
who handed you?
fucking early. Jesus Christ, for Hollywood, Jesus.
Yeah, we said normally he's there by like 6:30, but they're probably trying to get that like morning sun or something.
That's impressive, frankly.
Your weapon in the day?
Hannah,
Handed it. Okay. And physically handed or put it in the holster?
handed it to me.
Okay.
She would show me the gun,
Okay.
or she'd say, cold gun. She'd say, test it, or some language to indicate, as she handed me the gun, that it was fine. And she'd say, do you want to check? And I always didn't want to insult her, because we never had a problem.
Yeah.
I said, oh, I'm good. So,
Oh, no. No.
She indicates, do you want to check? No, I'm good. So he's been building his case against Hannah, basically, right? Like you mentioned that earlier. He's like, oh, but she just did the thing. Do you want to check this? No. He just took it right back. Wow.
You just like you talk about fucking anatomy of a scandal. Like that was just like the death of a case. Like it just one fucking. No, I'm good.
Yeah, no, I'm fine.
That
It's been
was
fine all
called
week. It'll definitely be fine today. Oh yeah, that's how guns work. Okay.
Assumption of liability is what that was right there.
Holy shit.
and the first AD very often will ask, periodically, he'll say, let me check.
Okay.
And they'll have two people check for this very reason, that we don't have any, forget about live rounds of bullets, if we have any flash rounds in the gun while we're rehearsing. Because if someone wants to indicate, and they're not thinking, they pull the trigger on the gun, you just hear the hammer, the dead sound of the hammer hitting, and you have no flash rounds at all in there for the rehearsal. The rehearsal gun should be empty.
Okay.
And as I said, for the 2 weeks I've been shooting, it has been empty. We haven't had one problem.
And you have you physically checked that, or just by?
She announces to me that it's clean.
Okay.
She'll say, cold gun, we rehearse. Then when she's done, she takes the gun, goes off to a corner. She has a kit, like a zip fanny pack with her elements in there. She puts the flash rounds in there. She'll say, quarter load, But it's a lower sound, or she'll say full load. And if you're the crew and you're shooting me close, even if I say the full load, it is rather loud. It's very loud.
Okay,
She's always announcing what's going to happen.
all
And
right.
she's been very good about it.
Okay, I'm gonna need a ruling on those pants though. Are those flare leg detective pants?
I'm still waiting for the full stand up.
So have you guys, backtracking a little bit on this, you know, because she's telling you what's in these guns, have you guys been practicing with those quarter loads, the full loads, all that through the past couple of weeks? Or have you shot with them?
I came in on Tuesday, that's what I did Tuesday,
Okay.
the 12th. I came to the ranch, rode the horse. I just got used to that. And because they have a double who really rides in the distance up really fast.
The chat, the chat going like, well, I believe those would be legally defined as apple bottom jeans.
Wait, I've just a thing for this.
Oh no.
Apple bottom jeans.
Oh, yeah. Close. It was good enough for government work right there is what we got.
That's all we're going for here.
When they cut to a watch and another guy riding was a little horseman.
Okay.
I get quite a crew of them.
So today was not the first day that,
No, I shot on Tuesday the 12th with the Henry, the lever, arm action lever, the lever action rifle,
okay,
and the pistol. I just shot both.
okay.
But she was
And, all right, moving back forward, what time did you guys break for lunch today?
there. Usually, I think today was the before 12:30.
Okay. And who took the weapon at that time?
Hannah
Physically took it?
always
from you?
knows. Rarely do the other ladies, the two other women, handle the pistol that's live shooting in the scene. As I said, I have the Henry in my hand as a prop. I'd be running through the scene, but no bullets, nothing. When they say cut, I could hand it to the blonde girl.
Okay,
Again, but whenever we were interacting with somebody, where rounds were going to go
The
in
blonde
the gun,
one.
you would have flash rounds in the scene. We shot flash rounds. It was only Hannah, only, with her fanny pack with the rounds in there, her equipment.
okay. Do you know what time you guys got back from lunch?
That doesn't sound like
flow.
oh fuck. Next thing you know.
Sorry, what were you gonna say?
I was gonna say fanny pack doesn't sound like approved carry method for live or blank ammunition on a film set.
It's true.
Fuck, dude, you completely derailed. Oh,
Sorry. Oh, God damn it. Here we go.
I guess it's 1:30 by the time we all get back to the setup. There's a base camp, and there's the set. So we go to the base camp for lunch. They always just drive back, get their wardrobe touched up, get their hair touched up, and makeup, whatever we do, and then we're on set. About an hour before we go back on the set.
Okay. And was Hannah the one to physically hand you the gun at
Yes.
that point? Okay. During the time that you had it, was it ever handed off to anybody else?
No.
Okay.
Why would you rule that out? Ever? God damn. Okay. So I'm sorry for everybody who says I fucking talk too much, but Jesus Christ, why would you ever rule out anything voluntarily that takes your liability out of the equation?
Shut your fucking mouth. All you need to do is just shut your mouth.
Like you it's like you don't understand what the phrase fucking reasonable doubt means.
Because
Like you're just taking out all the other things that it could, like, it doesn't matter if that's your biggest, maybe like your biggest claim, like that could be like your biggest out. Just reasonable doubt. Like, just don't look, could that have happened? I don't fucking know. Let me not tell you that didn't happen.
And he's like, well, sometimes Jerry comes and checks the gun, a second time. Like, okay, that's a good one. Yeah, occasionally. Don't say whether or not he did today, right? Like, oh, we have a guy to check it, to do a second check. Like, just let them at least ask if he did. But he just like, but he, didn't do that this time. It's like, he did every other time, but not this one. Like, oh God, fucking hell.
Did you see where she got the gun from?
No.
What just happened to your camera?
My camera just shit itself. Sorry, I have no clue what just happened with that. It didn't want to see this any longer either.
Wait, are you on the? Did it just like the hinge just?
Yeah,
decide-
no, my tripod. Well, okay, so I've got like this like hinge set up here.
Yeah.
It just doesn't want to be on this planet anymore. I'll fix that real quick.
No worries. Should I start up the video while we wait?
You're good. I'm still listening. I just have to make sure this thing doesn't just decide to
Here we go.
cease living.
She has a station somewhere with all her stuff.
Okay.
The elements and the gun and a couple different guns. Guns for the other actresses, and she has all the guns.
Is anybody else allowed in that area?
I don't know, but I know that on this, I've never seen anything that was out of the ordinary. She had like sometimes they have a cart, like almost like using like a hospital catering, and there's like a big plastic tray, a dark plastic tray, 2 levels of wheels. I think that's what she had, but many of the departments have that, and on that tray would be her, or something like that. I don't recall what exactly hers was, but they have a station that they bring to the set for her to put all of her stuff. And if the weather is cooperative, and sometimes they put it under a tent if it's sort of by rain and rain to damage the property. But she has a little place she would go to, and I think she has a truck where she stores it. When they wrap, everything goes into a truck and she takes off with it. It's her responsibility to secure the prop weapons,
Everything in there.
which are real guns. They're real guns.
Can you actually describe the gun to me?
It's a Colt, a period Colt. In our emails back and forth,
Which means it bleeds once a month. Period cults bleed every now and then. No, I love that he is described. He specifically said it's a real gun, not a prop gun. So again, this just all goes to his knowledge of how dangerous this shit is. Just beautiful.
we were prepping the film. She showed me just a couple different styles of guns. This is not a big budget movie, so we didn't have a lot of choices. You know, she showed you 3 or 4 choices. I said, give me the biggest gun you've got.
Okay.
And,
Oh, dear God.
And she showed me different guns by email, and different knives by email. Cruder knives that were made to like someone fashioned the handle out of like elk horn or things. I took a traditional knife, the leather strap, the handle. We went back and forth about the holster and the material, and we just had a relatively brief conversation. Having made a lot of movies, I know how not to stress them out about the budget. She shows me something, I try to make that work. And so she showed me, I said, just give me the big Colt, we were done. And then on that Tuesday, the 12th, I came and shot that gun.
Okay. What color is it?
I believe it's a brown handle, because she showed me 2 of the larger Colts. One had a cherry colored handle, and one had a brown handle, and I chose the brown handle.
You didn't want the cherry.
I could show you my emails in my phone. I didn't want the cherry, it was too shiny.
Okay.
My characters.
Okay, I will take this moment to, by the way, my camera is committed to, has stopped committing Sudoku. This is when the detective should have been, oh my God, you're so quirky. You show me your emails? That would be great. If you could just give me your emails, that would be awesome.
Oh, you mentioned emails about these? Let's see what all of those are. Can you pull them up on your phone right now?
You've been talking about this in admissible format? Oh, that would be great.
Asphyxiation says, small world. I only recently subscribed to Brandon. AR-15s are definitely the superior weapon platform, AK boyo, even if I can't own either. Also, do you like Vegemite? And if you've never tried it, Nick can give you some. Do you like Vegemite?
You know what? I am not from a land down under, so I do not understand this format of receiving nutrients, but I would love to try it.
No, you wouldn't. No one is from Australia because Australia is fake. Drew Jumpman. Drew, do you know they lost 2 wars to birds?
Yeah, losing one is that's a mulligan.
No,
losing 2.
I disagree. Actually, I think losing 1 war to birds invalidates you as a country.
Belgium didn't even have to do that once. They just did.
Drew Jumpman Gillett says, does Baldwin's appearance open the door to bum smack? I'll go first. What do you call a bum looking in the mirror? Answer, twins. What? Oh my God. Ovid says, it's odd you are commenting on the video as though there actually were any consequences. If you shoot a chick in broad daylight and dodge charges based on celebrity, then it is literally just a formality. He's not out of this. He killed someone. The statute of limitations on this is long. It's like 15 years.
I think it depends on the state, but if correct me if I'm wrong, I believe it's like that most so most states like statute of limitations clauses like specify non-capital crimes. So I believe if it is a capital crime, it can go on beyond the state's statute of limitation charges, if I'm not mistaken.
Is this Arizona?
Yes, either Arizona or New Mexico.
Let's see. Hold on.
Let's see.
The following felonies, including attempts, can be tried at any time, no time limit. Homicide, conspiracy. So homicide, which I think covers all manslaughters, is on no time limit in Arizona.
Is Brandon legally trained? I dropped out of law school before we covered homicide, but I mean, basically, yeah.
So homicide is unlimited, and class 2 through 6 felonies, which if manslaughter is not included in homicide, which I think it is, would be 7 years. So Alec Baldwin is not out of this for a very long time.
Yeah.
Of his career, so. He's a retired bank robber.
I'd say out in the Wild West.
You need the gun to match.
Yeah.
Well, we always have people in films. I mean, they go to extensive extent. You wouldn't believe some films if they have the budget, the details you go into.
For somebody who hates Trump so much, he talks just like him.
Yeah, I know.
They go through so much detail. I mean, there's so much fire and detail. You would not believe the detail that they go through.
Let's see. So it's actually New Mexico, not here we go. So New Mexico criminal statute of limitations. Hold on, let's see. Felonies, no time limit for capital or first degree violent felony. Second degree felony is 6 years. Third or fourth degree felony, 4 years. And if a limitations period is not provided, then it's 3 years. So, yeah, I'm not sure if first degree violent felony manslaughter may count if it's first degree manslaughter, which this probably would be. But yeah. So anyway, worst case, 3 years. I mean, he's not out of the woods on this thing yet. I'm doubtful that he'll go to prison, but I think it would be funny.
So we're on the same page then.
Yeah.
Like he's not going to see consequences for this, but you know, the more we can poke and prod at least making this, you know, a little hurtful.
Oh yeah, we can at least make fun of him.
His cars, because people sit down. I mean, I've made a lot of films, and the films that had bigger budgets.
Have you made a lot of films yet?
Going to rehearsal, reading with the director.
None that are on YouTube.
Right, so they listen to how the dialogue sounds, and then once you're done rehearsing the text with the director, the producers, and the writer, when you're done reading, they'll go make amendments. When they hear it come out of your mouth, they go, "Let's change that line." The way Bob says that, and then they go, then you go right to wardrobe, props. You go do a lot of stuff.
Okay. All right, so you get back from lunch, get ready. She hands you the gun. Was this inside or outside?
We're inside the church set.
And was it the first rehearsal that the incident happened?
Yeah, I believe so, because we talked about, as we were going to lunch, we're always talking about what's next.
Okay.
So as we were rehearsing scenes, he said, now I want to do a scene where we've done other shots before lunch. He said, when we come back from lunch, we'll do this. And he said, wait, pull out, show me. Because I was showing you what I thought was the best angle to see the glint of the gun under my coat. Because you want the scene to work, the shot to work. So where the holster's here, if the gun is here, my coat comes around, and I held my hand like I was just cupping.
Attorney moment.
Like I was just.
He's now admitting to, as like pulling his influence as producer of the movie, to have influence on what the shot looked like, and the fact that he would have to point the gun at the cinematographer to pull off the shot.
Yes.
So he's pulling liability, like the potential liability that could have been pulled away from himself as just like, I'm a dumb actor. I do what they tell me to do. He is pulling the liability toward himself as the person who directed the shot.
Yep. I told him because I wanted the shot to work. Beautiful.
Resting.
Okay.
And I showed him in the rehearsal. So when we came back after lunch, we rehearsed for the camera, and I took the gun. I'm showing him. I'm going to go like this, like this, like this. Cock and turn. Bang! It went off. The first time.
Okay, so it was your...
It was the very first
after
time
lunch.
that we were shooting that shot, that we were rehearsing for that shot,
Okay.
that camera shot.
And you may, if you don't know, that's fine. Did you happen to see, so obviously you guys left from that your upper shooting area to go have lunch, or did you eat lunch up there?
No, we always go back to the base camp for lunch.
Okay.
For the stage.
Did the armorers, or did you see the armorers go down?
No.
No.
Nor would I.
Okay.
Well, once they're gone, I'm gone.
Okay.
Do people stay up on set, or does everybody go down?
Well, there are many people who will forego lunch.
Okay.
I take that back, not many. There are some who will forego lunch because they have work to do.
Okay.
Some will hold them a plate, some they'll bring their own lunch. Many people, they make sacrifices because of their pride for their department.
Mm-hmm.
They may
Sacrifices for the pride of their department, or because your payment conditions were unacceptable to everybody for what they were used to. Is that part of the reason that maybe some of them weren't taking lunch, Alec? Like, is that some of the reason? I mean, that's a separate issue here, but I love it. It's like, it's the pride in their work that keeps them from taking lunch. It's like, you just had an entire crew walk off set that morning because of the conditions of work.
It is a separate issue that I'm sure none of them will testify to on their own behalf. Most likely.
All right, here we go.
sit there and say, I think I need to paint that wall and touch up that wall. I think I need to distress those boots. They all have work to do. And very often, a small number of people will stay up top while we drive down from the set to the base camp. The caterer is there in need, but maybe a modest number of people stay up there.
Okay. All right, and then I just want to clarify really, I know you're drawing something. All right, so when you had pulled out the gun, obviously you were not at the cameraman, but you had identified there were two people there. Can you tell me who those people were?
My recollection is that the operator was there. He's a Steadicam operator.
Okay.
He's a man who there's either a camera on sticks that's stationary, or there's a man who operates a Steadicam that moves. The camera operator was there behind the camera, and she was to his right.
And who is she? That's the one I'm asking.
Helena, the cinematographer,
Okay.
the camera director.
And she was right next to the cameraman.
She was to his right, to my left.
And who was behind her?
Joel,
And he is,
the director of the movie.
okay. Can you recall who exactly was inside at the time
No.
of the incident?
Or
anyone else?
Dave Halls,
Okay.
the first AD. He's in charge of the crew. The first assistant director is the man who's like the foreman of the set. He's in charge of all the grips, all the crew.
Okay.
Electric, cable.
Do you know
the
his name?
furniture. Dave Halls.
Okay, let's see. Got it.
Dave Halls is always there. Helena, Joel, me, the operator, an assistant camera person. The script supervisor, the woman who sits in the corner in some strategic position to take notes on all the action of the take so you can match. If one day you're doing a scene, you sit there and go, what is your first name?
Samantha.
So they're like, Samantha, you know, it's really important that you and I get together and talk about that case. You drank, when did you? She makes notes, so we match every take. That's called continuity. That woman who does continuity, she's always there watching. She was in the room.
Okay.
She's a
Mansplaining to these two smart, independent women. I cannot believe it. Just very offensive.
They do not give a fuck how Hollywood movies work. They
Yeah.
want to know why you shot a bitch.
Yep.
That is why they're here. They don't get paid to understand Hollywood, dude.
It's insane. Oh shit. Here we go. Back at this.
an older woman, like in her 60s, maybe. looks like colored blonde hair, maybe, or brown hair. But I forget her name now, but so there's a group of people that are always there for every shot, even if you're in a kind of a cramped interior. This set of this church is not large, so then the rest of the crew's outside. And that side was a limited number of people, maybe 8, 9, I don't remember. But I know that every time they do a shot, those people are always on the set. Camera, assistant camera, cinematographer, director, first AD, script.
Okay, so not too many.
Very few.
Do you think that any part of this incident that occurred was intentional?
I can only say this, which is, and it was, to me, to place a bullet and position a bullet that is a live round, to make sure that that bullet is in the chamber, if I were to squeeze the trigger in a rehearsal, that bullet came out. Someone has to have extraordinary access to that weaponry to do that. I can't imagine.
He is trying to throw
No.
this chick under the bus. He is
No.
straight out.
No. He's so fucking like that. So. All right, I am sorry. I've got like 8 fucking things to say about what he just said. That is so okay. So the video has just come out of him, like the actual cinematic, like from the cinematographer's perspective, like the video that just of him like practicing his cross draw. Every time, YouTube rules suck. Every time you advance the cylinder, like every time you pull the hammer back on a revolver like that, you advance the cylinder. You pull the next cylinder forward. So even if you like lightly let the hammer forward and you don't fire around, you pull that hammer back, it will move to the next cylinder. So even if you're practicing on a revolver that has 6 cylinders on it, like a typical revolver, to say that you have like you need like extraordinary access to make sure that the next round is going to be one that has a live bullet in it. It sounds good, but it's not fucking true. If you have any of the cylinders loaded, that there is a potential for fucking fatal accident. That is just the way that revolvers work.
Yep. And I just love that he's like, oh, he's basically saying, well, she must have done it. Like, right. Like she must have done it. This is not a great look for him in general. Like if you are an armorer, would you ever work with Alec? Like assuming he gets off of this, would you ever work with him again? I mean, he's throwing the armorer under the bus here, or trying to.
I will say he's doing a very good job of doing that. He is an incompetent dickwad, but on the other hand, like the armor is definitely culpable here. The armor has massively fucked up.
Yeah, I think for civil liability for sure, potentially criminally liable, but at the end of the day, the armorer didn't pull the trigger.
Yes. Yeah. No. Correct. Like this is like, and Alec Baldwin, and this is the frustrating part about this entire thing is if you had asked me my opinion on this before we had this conversation, I would have had a different answer. But after watching 29 minutes and 50 seconds of this so far, he has done an excellent he's done an excellent job of showing that he is responsible enough and knowledgeable enough to know the difference between like he could have played like, just don't say a goddamn thing till your attorneys get here. And I'm a dumb fucking actor. I heard her. I can't fucking read the English language. They just tell me to say stuff and I say it. He could have gotten off on this without a doubt.
And this is why you don't talk, because he wants to explain. I've got to tell my story. I've got to tell you. I'm very good at Hollywood. Really the best at Hollywood, kind of tremendous, wonderful at Hollywood. I do beautiful acting sometimes.
Everybody knows you ask anyone at the Emmys, I am the best at Hollywood. I am fabulous at Hollywood.
All right, here we go.
Somebody walked around with a round that was a 45 caliber round. So you see other people on the set were speculating that if it was a 45 caliber round, she'd be dead. It would have blown a big hole in her. And so
fuck you, dude. Fuck you, dude. Just fuck.
Not how bullets work, homie.
would have blown a huge round through her. Fuck.
45, her whole body would have disintegrated like the clay I talked about earlier.
Projectile that went in, or some foreign material stuck, and it was an accident. It was a flash round, and something came out of the barrel. They didn't check. They always check.
Actually, you know what's interesting about this case is we can tell exactly what would have happened if a 45 round went through her. We know exactly what would have happened because it literally fucking did. 45 round went straight through her body. We know exactly how big the holes are.
Oh God, like he's oscillating back and forth between I know everything about guns and I know nothing about guns, because like the whole like 45 caliber, it would have blown a hole through her. I'm like, 45 caliber is like just like literally that much bigger than 9mm, like a 9mm hole, and about much smaller than a 50 caliber hole. Like it's just it's a unit of measurement.
Yeah.
Like I'm really like, yeah, the chat is nailing it. Like this is FUD loring hard. Like he's just like leaning on shit you'd hear at a fucking like, rural South gun show. Like that.
If I'm not mistaken, what matters a whole lot more is like the powder load and the velocity of the round, because you can have a 22 round, and then you can have a 22 long rifle round, which are wildly different, even though they're the same size. The energy transfer, because the long rifle round is going to have a higher muzzle velocity, right? Like
So like you could have a 22 long rifle, which is like, for example, I'm throwing it out there, like a 10 gram, or not gram, but like 10 grain projectile at 1,200 feet per second, right?
Yeah.
But then the exact same the exact same like diameter projectile, you have 223, which is still a 22.
Yeah.
But that's at 52 grain. But at 3,000 feet per second, like you've gone from something that has like in the double digits foot pound muzzle energy, foot pound per square inch, you go to something that can like rip a fucking hole in level 3 body armor. Like that's completely different.
Right. It's crazy. So yeah, 45 round. There's a whole lot more going into it.
It's like 50 caliber. Like when people say like, oh, it's a 50 cal handgun. It's like, well, 50 caliber Action Express is completely different than 50 caliber, like 50 BMG, because one of them is like half the weight and traveling at 1,200 feet per second. The other one is double the weight, traveling at 3,000. So like that's, if you know the whole E equals MC squared thing, like that's a big difference.
I've seen the 50 cal sniper videos from like Iraq and Afghanistan when like arms get severed by rounds and like parts come flying off when they hit because of the fucking the physics of it.
And for example, like 22 going through somebody's body cavity, whatever. It's just it's a little hole, and it's still potentially lethal. 22 long rifle is a potentially lethal caliber. It's still definitely you treat it like a firearm. It can kill people, but like 223 can, for example, blow off an Antifa bicep when at a protest in Wisconsin. It's completely possible.
It's oddly specific on how something can be turned to vapor.
I'm ignorant of these particulars, but it is totally possible.
Here we go.
But to your experience with these armor,
I've never heard of anything like this in my life, ever.
Okay.
I've never heard of a projectile coming out of a prop gun that went through a person's body, regardless of her being a smaller woman. The bullet went in here, I'm told, came out here, her shoulder or whatever, and went into his body. And I've never heard of that in my life. I don't know of any projectile in a gun, in a flash prop gun, that could accomplish that. Now, if somebody put a live round in there accidentally, see, a very important question for Hannah is, have you ever commingled live rounds with theatrical rounds in your kit? Because they're forbidden to do that.
Look, let me tell you how to investigate this crime that Hannah committed. That's what you need to be looking into. Look at Hannah. Deflect from me.
He called her out by
The
name.
union rules and the safety rules for all the unions.
Now, the real question, like, I'm a dumbass actor, but the real people you should be talking about, and like, just between us, like, I could tell you some real shit about Hannah.
Yep. It's fucking insane.
What happened that you commingle. So whether someone accidentally, and I can't even imagine this, deliberately placed a live round in that gun, I've never heard of that in my life. And I don't know anything about what happened, but all I know is when I, see the other thing about this is, in a live round, you'd have a recoil.
Ooh,
Usually.
okay.
When I,
Real quick, interesting thing that Chad is pointing out. He is very familiar with Hannah by name.
Yeah.
That is not something I've considered before, because that was like his one out. Is he's just producer, whatever. He's just a bit dumbass. Like, okay, well, hire some fucking, I don't know, some armor or whatever. But he keeps specifically saying, well, Hannah said this and Hannah said that, which means he knew her.
Yeah.
Maybe
he's
not
like the only
typical.
person whose name he knows. It's
Yeah,
amazing.
yeah. The blonde, the brunette, Hannah. It's like, okay, he actually fucking knew her.
Well, she had too many hair colors to learn her hair color name, so he had to go with Hannah because it was shorter.
You'd make a good attorney, Nick.
I shot that gun and it went off. I didn't shoot it when it went off.
Yeah.
I didn't intend for it to for what happened to happen. When that happens I'm always told by people, because I'm not a gun person, I don't have a gun. They've always told me, they asked me to simulate the recoil. When I shoot the Colt, which is a big gun, 45 caliber bullet, they always teach me when we go action. I go, get back here, boom, and they take my hand and go boom and have the kick, because there's no kick in a flash round.
Okay.
The kick on a 45, like I have a 1911 45, and it's actually not that much. My wife's gun is a little tiny 380, which doesn't weigh anything, and it kicks a whole shitload harder because the gun has nothing in it, nothing to it at all. But my 45 weighs a fucking, it's like a, like a 5-pound gun. And so when it fires, like the kick is very little. It's kind of weird like that. So
yeah, because what a lot of people don't know is that the weight of the gun factors in quite a lot with recoil. So people are like, oh my God, the Barrett weighs 30 pounds. It's like, well, yeah, it's a 50 BMG. You want it to weigh more or else it's going to beat the shit out of you, because like the weight is absorbing more of the energy.
Yeah.
Whereas like a small gun, like I have a lot of like really small caliber guns that will like, they're really snappy and like really uncomfortable to shoot because they're so light. And I get what he's saying, because like a 45 like blank round I've shot, because actually in the video where I called Alec Baldwin a piece of shit, and I predicted what exactly fucking happened here. I shot a blank 45 long Colt round out of the exact revolver that he shot on set. You do notice a difference because there's no recoil, because there's no, like, it's the law of like, every action has an equal and opposite.
Yeah, there's no
reaction.
mass actually leaving the chamber.
Exactly. You're not getting pushed back by the equal weight of, what you've just shot out the front at, 1,300 feet per second. But it's not dramatic. Like, it's not like you just like, oh, shoot a 45 long Colt, like you're blown back. Like, it's not crazy. Like, if you've ever shot a gun before, it's not going to blow the fucking gun out of your hand.
Yeah.
And when this happened, I don't recall there being any kick either. That's important.
Okay. Are you, I know you said you don't own a gun, but are you experienced with shooting guns?
Only as much as actors have to be experienced.
Which is normally not.
I mean, like, if you do a movie, safety with weapons is primary. You go off with people. You go off with armaments people to range.
Only as much as an actor needs to be. Well, if you do a movie, safety with weapons is primary. So he's very familiar. He's laying it out. He has tons of experience. He said over and over, I used to do tons of movies with guns, shot lots of movies, lots of guns, all sorts of movies.
He has spent 32 minutes fucking up that statement he just made.
Yep. It's amazing.
I've gone to ranges in Arizona where we shot a lot of guns in a movie many years ago, and you go to a range and you shoot for a few hours, and they teach you how to shoot shotguns, Walther, different, little small guns, James Bond guns, big guns, Uzis, machine guns, whatever.
I have more gun experience than 99% of Americans. He's professionally trained.
They're using, they make you go and rehearse for hours, for a whole day. They're very safety conscious, as they have been here. They've been very safety conscious here throughout. That's what puzzles me.
Well,
They have been.
Yeah,
You
I
weren't.
guess that's more like the question that I'm trying to get at is, do you think someone would deliberately do this?
I can't imagine who would.
Okay.
People have said, that 6 people got fired from the crew.
Ah, god damn it! And there he goes again, fucking taking the liability off of the armorer. Do you know anybody who would deliberately do this? Like, the answer is I don't fucking know, because I don't fucking know.
Yep. But he just said there's been 6 people who got fired. Maybe it's one of them. Did you fire them?
Because they said that the union, I don't want to get into a long diatribe about this, but the union, the International Association of Theatrical Stage Employees, IATSE is their name. IATSE is the union that controls
IATSE, which rhymes with Nazi. So I think they're bad people, very bad people.
all the actors. The Directors Guild controls the director, the Screen Actors Guild, but all of the crew are controlled by a contract in which those people voted to go on strike against the major studios, the major networks, the major streaming services, but not the independent film community. In fact, the IATSE rep for the New Mexico contract, because every state has different contracts, was instructed by his bosses in LA to don't go on strike. The strike is against the majors, not against the indie people. And in the indie films, there's 6 different tiers, I believe, in terms of the contract, how much they're paid.
Okay.
A bunch of people on the set walked off anyway, even though they were told not to strike. They struck and they left.
And that was yesterday.
That was yesterday. That was their last day.
Yeah,
And the question
okay.
becomes, somebody said, would one of them do? I don't really know. I have no idea. I have no idea.
So
Well,
he is
I
now
know
shifting
that wasn't-
blame to the people who walked off set because of unsafe firearm conditions.
No, it was because there was a national. It was because there was a national strike. They got the memo, but they got the memo wrong. That's what happened. They were told not to leave the set, but they just left the set anyway. I don't know. Maybe they're stupid.
Because we were ignoring all of the emails that were released about the unsafe conditions with people discharging firearms randomly on this B-list movie set.
Yep.
Mentioned to me is that it sounded like it was most of the camera crew that walked off set
Yes.
yesterday and quit, and maybe they got fired because they walked off. So the other thing is that the 2 major people, like you said, the director, those are the ones who got hurt. So with the camera crew and them quitting, and then your director getting injured, as well as Helena, you don't think there's anybody that had any anger towards them or anything that would want
I
to
don't know the
disrupt the film?
details. I know that one guy, whose name I'm forgetting, he was a very heavy-set guy.
Okay.
He was and lovely to me. And he walked up to me and he said, "Thank you for the things you posted on social media in support of the IATSE strike." And he said, "I'd like to talk to you privately," because he said, "because I've got some of my guys sleeping in their car."
Mhm.
Many of the crew here, because it's shooting in Albuquerque and Santa Fe, or Albuquerque.
And then everyone clapped.
So the drive time,
A big fat man, a rotund man, grotesquely obese man. He came up to me and he said, "You are really wonderful, Alec Baldwin. I love you very much. In fact, I want to have your babies. I've gone through a transition and I've had a uterus implanted in my anus so I can shit out your babies. Thank you, Alec Baldwin. Please put your penis into my anus so I can shit out Alec babies."
You would not believe this, but I get this a lot. I get this many times. Anywhere I go a lot of places, and I get this all the time.
it's kind of common knowledge in the business that the unions in New Mexico signed very bad deals in order to attract movie shooting here. They wanted to grow the crew base here. So they signed a deal that wasn't a good deal, and that gave them a 60-mile commute.
He's literally doing the Trump thing. They signed a deal. It was not a good deal. I don't know why they signed the deal, but it wasn't a good deal. I could have gotten them a much better deal, a juicy deal.
It's almost like you're on the other end of that deal, though, Alec. Like, so you could have given them a better deal. Like, you could have
You're
given
the
them
fucking producer.
You give them better than union rates. That's a possibility.
60 miles at the set.
Mhm.
you come to work and you don't get paid any, you have to drive home, they don't hotel you. They don't know in New York it's 30 miles and they have to put you up in a hotel and give you gas money and there's a whole other complicated contract in the more expensive markets. Here, this guy was telling me, he turned to me and goes, my guys are sleeping in their car. Now, I went to the AD and the producers and I asked him, what's up with that? He said, they knew what the contract was. We signed the IATSE contract in New Mexico. And then in the middle of shooting, they decided they wanted to rewrite their deal. They said, put us up in hotels. Now, if you put the camera crew up in a hotel, all the other crafts are going to ask you to put them in a hotel. We don't have the budget for that. That could be $75,000, $80,000. You know what I mean?
Who is that man?
Oh,
I mean, if only Alec Baldwin had $75,000 to $80,000. I mean, geez, I wonder where he'd get that.
Especially on this movie set that has several $1 million of backing. If only we could afford that much for a decent armorer who would know how to not shoot somebody.
The one you said that
I
came
forget,
up
like I said, I forget his name.
Okay.
But anybody there can tell you who the big heavyset guy was, who was on the crew.
Anybody can tell you the fat guy was. He's the fattest fucking guy
My point
around.
is that if I'm
Between the blonde, the brunette,
I'm thinking,
The blonde, the brunette, the fat man. The Alec Baldwin, man of the people.
to myself, could someone actually believe that in a rehearsal I would actually aim the gun and hit those two people? That's far-fetched. Or do they want just somebody to get hit? Or, I keep telling myself, more likely, was it an accident? It was a large quarter load makes noise, but it's like kind of a puff compared. But a half load could shoot a projectile if something was stuck in the barrel. And like I said, the thing that is, I think, going to answer all your questions is, what's in Joel's shoulder? Is it a rock or is it a bullet?
I could actually show that to you.
What?
What was in his shoulder?
most people know the fucking difference, by the way.
What was that?
Most people know the fucking difference, by the way.
Yeah.
Is that a rock or is it a bullet? Well, judging by the fact that it pierced him, went through him, or excuse me, went through the woman in front of him.
Through her entire upper torso mass. So it went through like lungs and heart, basically the trajectory he described. I don't know if it actually did, but the trajectory he described, you're talking several inches of meat that it's going through, maybe bone, and then coming out and going into another person. Like,
And most importantly, the female holding a very expensive camera who ragdolled in front of you and then hit your friend behind her. Oh, this hurts so bad. Like, well, yeah, this person is clearly dead. You might want to investigate that a little bit.
it was probably a rock, though.
That for so many years, like you said, have you ever seen? You said you've never seen anything come out before.
I've never seen a projectile come out. No.
Right.
No.
So,
But do you know what the bullets look like then?
would it have looked something like this if anything did ever come out of something? Is that right?
Okay. No.
Are they just straight up showing him pictures of 45 caliber bullets right now?
Hold
That's a
on.
bullet.
Mhm.
That's a bullet. So
Right.
as I suspected, somebody put a live round in the gun. If that's a bullet that was pulled out of his shoulder, then someone loaded a live round into the gun I was holding.
So now, let me ask you,
Uh-oh.
did you see the rounds that were in the gun?
No.
Have you seen, throughout the whole time on set, have you seen what they look like?
I've watched her load and reload the gun many times.
Have you seen the bullets and stuff?
Well, meaning you see sometimes the head is the casing and the head is a pinched, it almost looks like a dumpling.
Mhm.
It's closed at the top, there is no piece. And you put the cosmetic round in when you know you're gonna see. If I hold the gun, if I say to you, what is your first name again?
Alex.
If I say to you, Alex, don't you move a muscle, darling, I'm gonna blow you, the camera shoots.
This is gross. So he's done this with both of them. Oh, what's your name? And then he uses their name. This is how you,
I believe the legal term is grooming.
yeah, it's how you charm people. It's how you get them. Oh, I'm Alec Baldwin. I'm going to use your name. And what he said there is like, don't you move a muscle, darling. Right. Like he's trying to turn it on a little bit here. It's weird. It's not right, man. You're not going to charm your way out of like cops. Lady cops have dealt with really drunk people who have hit on them way better than you will. Just so you know, you will never be Casanova to a lady cop.
Well,
because
darling, you're gonna show us those pants or whistle Dixie.
You want to see the material in the cylinder, the cosmetic clay-based, non-bullet round.
So can you describe to me what those clay-based rounds look like?
They look like a bullet.
What colors?
They're gray. They look exactly like a bullet. Brass head and a brass base, packed with something, I'm assuming, and then the heads look like a bullet. So cosmetically, you see that in the cylinder. The other rounds you shoot have it's the base with the pin. This comes up, this comes up, and it's a round like this. And if you look at the top, if you're looking down at the bullet, with the not the pin down here, the top of it, you look at, it's folded in almost like a
Yeah, it's like a
like a dump.
like a pinch.
Exactly, it's like a folded up thing, and the chart and all that just goes boom.
So
There's no projectile there.
if I showed you a couple rounds, would you be able to tell me if they're the ones that look like they were on set?
Probably.
You're getting this too.
I think I could probably tell.
It's an excellent question. What an excellent question by
That's
Lady
an
Detective
amazing
there.
question, and Jesus Christ, he's fucking falling for it.
Yep, that was beautiful. If I showed you rounds, would you know the difference? Is what she just asked.
They are doing millions of dollars. No exaggeration, millions of dollars worth of like deep dive research right now.
It's phenomenal. That was a fantastic question. He has no idea.
Tell you which were the rounds that were put in cosmetic.
Okay.
Could you rewind like 5 seconds before that? Because he answered definitively, I believe.
Yeah, here we go.
Would you be able to tell me if they're the ones that look like they were on set?
Probably, I think I could probably tell you which were the rounds that were put in cosmetic.
Okay.
And which were the rounds that were the flash rounds.
All right.
Now, forgive me because I'm very upset right now.
I know.
But you know what I'm saying? So please don't forgive my weirdness about this. That's what came out of Joel's shoulder.
Yes.
Joel.
Yes. And the reason why I was showing it, because you said you have experience, but you're saying when this does come out, it's supposed to just puff and not really be
usually,
a hard object.
if there's any chance that when you look at the gun, so here's the barrel, here's the sight, and the cylinders around it has the holes.
Mm-hmm.
We're just looking at the gun, the camera's eye view.
Yeah.
When you look at the cosmetic rounds go in, they have no flash. But if you want to have cosmetic rounds that flash, if you want me to hold the gun, you see the bullets, and I shoot, that material is often a clay or fabricated material that just disintegrates, just turns to powder.
And
the round that you put that you don't see, you're not seeing down the barrel, you're shooting, those are the flash rounds, which have the top that looks like it's like folded kind of things like this.
Everything he draws and writes down is admissible as evidence. By the way, you don't do this. Don't draw the cops a fucking map to your guilt.
It looks like someone's packed it and closed it.
But specifically today was supposed to be either empty or the ones that don't even make anything.
Cold rounds.
So cold round, the one with the hole in it.
Yes.
And it's not supposed to puff up or powder off, like you said. Nothing.
Halls told me that when he checked the rounds with her, they were all had the holes in them. And sometimes he told him, when I wasn't familiar with this, they'll take the round, and if it's a cold round, it'll have the holes, and inside will be BBs, and you shake it.
Yeah.
When you shake the BB, it's an acoustic thing to tell you that's a cold round.
Okay. And
now I might be wrong here, but I just my experience, I have never in my fucking life seen a clay round that is meant to be fired that looks like a live projectile that disintegrates before it can do any potentially fatal damage. I have no fucking clue what he's referring to. The only thing that is possibly close is like frangible ammunition, which is meant to be fired at like close range at steel to be safe, because it is like, basically glued together, bits of like fucking dust essentially that, is meant to be fired, like, make the ring on the steel and, disintegrate. But as far as like not being able to do potentially fatal damage on a human, I have never fucking heard of that. That is, I don't know what he's describing right now.
No, my understanding is you have effectively blanks or flash rounds which don't have a projectile at all.
Correct.
Or you have cosmetic rounds which don't have powder. So that when the hammer strikes the firing pin, nothing happens. But they have what the look of a projectile, and the idea with the cosmetic round is, like he says, when the camera is looking into a gun, it's supposed to look like it's fucking loaded. So you have these rounds that look like they're
Right.
live, but there's just no charge in them at all, so they won't shoot. But the flash rounds, my understanding is that they're open, and the whole idea is that effectively nothing is going to come out except for whatever remnants of powder are going to, there can be some dust and shit that comes out when the powder's ignited and coming out, because there's muzzle flare that's still there. So some stuff is igniting and coming out the barrel, but that's
Right.
it. Gases and powder.
I get the purpose of both. Like, you want to make it look as realistic as possible. Like, you have live rounds in the gun. Like, that makes, replica rounds. That makes perfect fucking sense. You have blank rounds that look like you fired something, but you fired nothing. That is not only like Hollywood sense, but that's the military uses those for training purposes. Like, this is all shit that like has existed forever. Like, since like actual cartridge ammunition was a thing. This has basically just been a thing that has always been used. But something that combines the two is not something I am fucking familiar with. Like, I don't think there is a blend of the two that is safe to shoot at anybody.
No, I can't imagine. Well, and they know it's not safe. They have a fucking blast shield that the person is supposed to be behind.
Unless you're practicing.
Right. Then it's fine to be in the line of fire.
Inside this base is stuff that rattles, little BBs that rattle. So you take your gun, that's a cold round that goes in the gun.
Okay, and that's what you were supposed to have today.
I was supposed to have an empty gun.
Empty?
Or when we shot, for the rehearsal, empty.
Mm-hmm.
And then when we shot, the flash rounds and everybody preps. And then she says, hot gun. She announces it and the crew gets ready.
But that you didn't even get to that
I
part.
rehearsed with a hot gun. Now.
But you were supposed to be cold.
Well, it was supposed to be cold or empty. But now, not only did I rehearse with a hot gun, I rehearsed with a gun that had a bullet inside. If that's what came out of this show, this is the most horrifying thing I've ever heard in my life.
Well, so yeah, and that's why I wanted to make sure that.
Have you heard of the Holocaust? No, sorry.
I hate you already. Like, no matter what you're about to, this is the most horrifying thing I've ever heard in my life.
It's like you just name literally anything else. Rwanda.
Oh, let me hear the most horrifying thing you've ever heard in your charmed Hollywood life, please.
Yeah, someone is going to put a bullet in a thing. Yeah, I watched 2 men get killed by a chainsaw by the cartels. Okay, like your little plight with a gun is not the most horrifying thing even this week. So fuck off.
Anytime that you shot a hot gun, you've never seen anything like this come out before.
Never.
Because I'm not.
He tells this cop, by the way, if you were on my set, I wouldn't know your name, and I also wouldn't call you a slim blonde.
Not familiar with
you are known as what your compatriot would be known as the blonde, or the slim blonde. You would be known as the blonde.
you were the brunette with maybe a highlight.
That looks like, and that does look like a projectile.
That's a bullet.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so that's what comes out of.
Well, I think the question, I don't want to tell you your job, but I'm so sick about this, so sickened by this, that a bullet passed through this girl's body. She's in critical condition in a hospital right now, and I fired the gun. And you don't think I feel really, really shitty about that? I do, but the question becomes, to ask Hannah, did you commingle live bullets? What they call live rounds. When they say live rounds, that's a bullet that a police officer would shoot. Mm-hmm. Where did that come from in her kit?
Yeah.
She commingled live rounds with dummy rounds or movie rounds.
And we asked her that. Do you know where you guys get the rounds from? Who orders it? Or you don't have any part of any of that?
Who, me?
Yeah,
that's her. Yeah.
All familiar. Okay.
All I know is when we come to the set, you hand me a cold gun. Nothing's in reverse. Then we load the gun with the flash rounds and we shoot. That's it. Every time.
Which is why you know all about what they look like.
You didn't even get to that second part of you'll hand it back.
Oh, cry now. That's good. Yeah, that'll help.
I do want to ask you about Dave Holt. I understand sometimes she'll hand the gun off to Dave Holt and then he'll hand it to you. Did that happen at this incident?
I don't recall ever doing it.
It was Hannah handing
I
it.
never recall. I recall that when we would stop the scene, if we finished the scene, Halls is someone who is assumed by his position to be authorized to do nearly everything.
Mm-hmm.
So if I was doing a scene with you and we finished the scene, we finished your angle and we were going to turn around and shoot my angle, when they
Where I shot a hot load all over you. This is a terrific scene, a wonderful scene. I'm going to shoot my hot load all over you.
It is potentially what many have called, not me, of course, but many people have called the best scene.
turning around, that means it's time to go to the bathroom, go get a bottle of water, go get a coffee, go smoke a
You
cigarette.
need to go to the bathroom after I give you my hot
And if I was
load.
going to go to the bathroom, I'd hand Halls the gun to give to her. I would only hand it to her, or if she wasn't around, if she was away, because she'd be at the shop, they cleared it. And Halls the gun, say, give it to her. Give this to Hannah.
So sometimes you would hand the gun to Halls, but you never, he never handed the gun to you.
Speaking of massive loads.
So you would hand
What?
What?
What'd you say?
What? I have no,
You didn't say anything?
no.
That's,
I'm just,
that's
I'm
interesting. I'm kind of curious. I thought I heard something. It must have been Alec talking.
Chat, back me up on this.
Are they flare leg or not? I don't.
hand it to him.
I'd
whatever.
pass it off to him if she was not on site, and I was going to run to use the bathroom, I was going to buy it. That's very typical. Halls is empowered and authorized to hand him the weapon. He's the only other person to hand the weapon after we were done. Whether it was a cold gun with no things or flash rounds, I'd say hot gun, hand it to him. Well, usually not, because usually it was a hot gun. If it was a hot gun, we were to shoot. She'd be right nearby.
Okay.
If I hit, because other times we have rubber guns, fake guns. Yeah.
And specifically, right before this incident, Hannah handed you the gun and said cold. It wasn't Dave.
I don't recall. No, Hannah handed me the gun.
Okay. It wasn't anybody else but Hannah.
No, Hannah handed me the gun.
And she specifically said.
I believe she said cold. I don't recall it.
Where? So this is I'm not that great of a drawer.
You don't recall if she said cold now.
Also, like, he went from intimately describing the difference between blank rounds, live rounds, replica rounds, is imaginary fucking ceramic rounds. And,
It's a ghost
sometimes
round.
they just hand us a rubber gun. Like, I don't know, it's a rubber fucking prop gun. It's like, no, motherfucker, you just like told us the difference of like, oh yeah, a dummy round, they have a hole drilled in the side. It's like, okay, if you know the difference between the fucking cartridges you're handed, you know what a rubber gun feels like.
Yeah.
Like, this is not,
It's
why are you bringing
distinctly
this
different
up?
from a metal gun.
Like, you are, call your fucking attorney, dude.
He should not be talking.
But this is the church. This is the front where the
You enter here. Yeah.
cross is. Where did she hand the gun to you? Inside where
Oh, yes,
the
because I was
cameras are?
seated.
You were.
In other words, I was.
Let me draw you another
This is a
diagram.
scene in the church where you come in and there's a lot of disarray. There's benches tipped over, and here was one bench that was.
This is what we're calling,
sturdy.
Some of the other divots A, B, and C. these sketches that are being drawn at the moment.
Benches are prop benches, so they can smash easily with explosives. You want the gunfire to have fake benches. They're made of a lighter wood, so they put charges inside. So when you shoot, cinematically, when a guy's shooting a gun and you turn around and see what he's shooting at, you're going to see charges that are buried inside. They put a little material around, you're going to see boom, 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 it seems flash. That is a prop bench. There were prop benches around that they were eventually going to put, today we're going to put squibs in to have them blow up. And this was a real bench, a heavy, because if you sat on the prop bench, it would break.
Mm-hmm.
This was a live
Well,
bench.
for
and
you,
I sat
fat
here,
ass.
and the camera was here, and she was here, and Joel was here.
She being Helena?
Helena,
Okay, and,
I'm here on the bench, sitting. I'm right here to the right. I'm all the way to one side. They wanted me to go all the way to that side. And the camera guy was here. He's behind. Hannah was here. Joel was here. Where the other people, I believe that the problem, the script room was always in that corner, so she could see the actual. And when I shot the gun away from the cameraman, I always aim the gun to the camera. I turned and I went like this to aim the camera, and she was there, and the gun went off, and she just went right on the ground.
What about the armorer though, or was she?
She's outside.
Okay.
she hands
She
you
comes
the
in.
gun,
She hands me the gun all the time.
and then what?
If there's any shooting involved in the scene, she always hands me the gun.
Never has Dave handed you the gun?
Never.
And then she goes back.
That's inconsistent with what he said before. Sometimes Hannah would hand Dave the gun, he would check it,
Dave
and
would
then hand
check
it to
it.
him.
Yeah, he is now contradicting himself as far as the chain of custody of a weapon.
Outside.
She waits
When-
outside because she just can't be there, so they didn't want to see. Sometimes in the scenes, there's reflections, like, you see. So you only need the necessary.
Drop your pen,
equipment for
Officer
shooting the
Mommy.
camera. Everybody else leaves, and as soon as they say cut, they come running back in.
Okay. Real quick before she shows you that, the other thing I wanted to know, and it's probably helping when she does show you those rounds. Have you, in your experience, ever been told that you're not supposed to cock the gun?
No.
No, you're okay
He wanted
to.
me, he
You're
wanted me to
allowed-
cock the gun in the
Okay.
scene.
Okay,
He wanted it as part of the scene. He said, I'm going to take the gun out, turn, and cock it into to the right, my left, to their right of the lens. In other words, if I'm sitting here and you're the camera, we don't talk about my left, we talk about camera right. Camera right, we only talk about the camera. Camera right is my left. So if I'll say to you, where do you want me to aim the gun? They'll say, camera right. So I'll aim the gun to my left.
Okay.
So I always aim the gun away, but she was there. And in the rehearsal, he wanted me to pull out the gun and cock the gun. And if you're assuming you have a cold gun, there's no problem.
Right.
And again, a cold
Oh.
gun I've had, every time we've used guns in this film the last 2 weeks, we never had one problem. Never.
Okay. And I don't, maybe we need to discuss this.
That's also a lie, by the way. They did have a problem with a gun in the 2 weeks prior. I mean, that's
Yeah.
a lie that would come out if they decide to charge this. But amazingly, he just said again that, well, if you have a cold gun, it's no problem. So it's like he knew she was there, but it's no problem because he's got a cold gun. So he disregards the risk, which is the element of recklessness.
Yeah, and this is also worth noting because like this shit all came out very, very, very quickly after this like went live. Like the emails and the texts of the crew that were involved in the shooting that were like, hey, people were shooting all the fucking time. Like live rounds were being discharged on set. Like we didn't feel safe. That came out within a few days.
Yep.
Like, it wasn't like 3 months later somebody testified. This was like a day or two after the fact. So like he doesn't understand that people are about to roll on him. Like this shit is like common knowledge to us now, but he didn't know that this would be so quickly disseminated.
Yep.
I guess that like, there's no live ammunition on set here, boss. It's like, no, fucking no. Like so many fucking emails and text messages were released after the fact saying that people were recreationally discharging firearms on set
Insane.
with prop guns.
Yeah, why the fuck there is a single live round that isn't in a security guard's gun is beyond me. But there was.
After the gun was shot, who did you hand the gun to?
I don't remember.
Okay.
I don't remember. I made everybody freaked out.
Yeah, I think so. Okay.
That happens when you shoot
Where was one
someone.
of those two people?
I'm sorry, that was just that was low hanging fruit.
Everybody's a little concerned when someone fucking dies right in front of them.
So
Wakes people out.
And there's no drill in this. That might be a flash round. And as I said,
So flash rounds do not have holes.
well, the flash round has a charge in here
Okay.
of powder, different sizes. Like I said, quarter, half, full load, and a wadding in there to pack it in. It's packed in tightly.
Okay.
So when you hit this pin, it explodes. Now, sometimes it has this material there if you have to have the cosmetic feature through the gun and then shoot. But often it has, there's the BBs in there. This is a dummy round. No dummy here, but there's that. My point is that very often when you give me, when she's loaded the gun with rounds for us to go hot and flash and shoot, they've had that creased, folded head, the dumpling head, as we say.
Okay.
So did you look?
This for the flash. Only when the camera sees inside the cylinder do you put those in.
But those are both.
If you got him on the stand,
That's what
Here.
you could not waterboard him for this kind of information.
Yeah. Not once his lawyer gets a hold of him.
Jesus fucking Christ. He is just absolutely shitting on his case. Like,
Yep.
the only thing he had going for him was, like, especially as the producer, like, you can't blame the armorer and expect to walk free of any liability if you're the producer. Like, that's just that's a fact of life.
I cannot believe that he's sitting here, you know, saying all this stuff. And the reality is, wait, so you're telling me you identify the differences and you thought you had a cold gun, or did you look? That's the question. Did you look and see if there was anything in there? Because if you're just practicing and there's nothing in there, okay, well then, you know, that's one thing. But if you looked and you saw and you're like, well, I thought they were cosmetic rounds. Now you've got real fucking liability because cosmetic rounds look like live rounds.
And that's the shitty part about that question. That is the perfect question because there is no good answer.
Yep.
If he says, yes, I looked and I have proven before that I know the difference, then I am liable. No, I did not look. Therefore, I am liable.
Yep.
Like, there's no, that is just entrapment in a question.
It's beautiful.
That's what they taught me.
Yeah.
I'm not an expert.
Oh, Jesus fucking Christ. All right. This is,
Suddenly
that's real fucking funny. After
Suddenly
you
he
just
has
spent
no
fucking
idea. Yeah.
50 fucking minutes telling us why you're an expert and you've done this all the
You have more experience with something else than we do.
I doubt that. I'm sure I always say to my wife, I think I should get a gun. I'm getting a little nervous about the word. My wife was like, no guns in my house. I got 6 kids. I'm 63 years old and I have an 8-year-old, a 6-year-old, a 5-year-old, a 3-year-old, a 1-year-old, and an 8-month-old that we had as a surrogate.
Oh
my
my
daughter.
gosh.
I'm 63 years old and we had 7.
Hold on, what was that last bit about a surrogate?
They had a surrogate for the last kid who's only 6 months old. Alec Baldwin is going to be fucking, because he had an 8-month-old and a 6-month-old, I think he said something like that. He's going to be 85. When these kids are fucking like graduating.
And he might just be outside of a jail cell when they do.
So my wife she was born in the U.S. but raised in Spain. She's like, Alec, we will not be having any guns in the house.
Have you heard all the shit about his wife's fake Spanish accent and all that stuff? And
I've heard a
a
little bit about that. I didn't know how much was true.
I don't know, man, but it's kind of funny.
Especially now that he's faking a Spanish accent.
We will not have a gun in the house.
But
By Spain, do you mean
Okay.
Detroit?
A dummy round.
So you call this a flash round, right?
No. Flash round means there's a charge in there. No charge in there, if you hear that sound.
Okay.
No charge in there if you see that.
So what happens
So I
when
was
you shoot these? Or to what you
Remember,
You
folks,
put
he's
them
not
in
an expert.
cosmetically.
What was that? Sorry.
I said, remember, folks, he's not an expert. He
Yeah.
doesn't know the difference.
With nothing in them, so that through the cylinder you can see that.
Okay.
You can see in the cylinder whether the cylinder is empty,
Or
and they look bad, continuity-wise, or that there's a round in there. So they put a cosmetic round in the chamber. They load the gun, close it, and then I hold the gun. You see the things in there. A flash round would be like what crimped is the word. A
Yeah.
crimped round with a charge inside, and that one shoots, and there's no projectile. I'm really challenged whether they ever see. I doubt, sometimes they have these where you can do both, but that's the clay material. But usually, 99% of the time when we shot a flash round, it was the crimp thing, and you don't see inside the cylinder.
Okay.
So you're the camera, and I'm not pointing where you can see it, I'm off a little bit, and all you see is the flash.
Do you know what would happen you shot one of these? Have you ever had experience with that?
Nothing.
Yes, he did.
Nothing happened?
They're charging them. This
Did you
indicates,
the bottoms?
but well, sometimes they have the pin to create something. I'm just saying, when I look at this, when I go like this, now, by the way, there could be a charge in there. And that charge and those BBs could come out. I don't know, I don't know enough about it to know whether this rattling indicates that it's an empty, a cold round. That's obviously a cold round, but that's where the gunpowder would be in here.
Mm-hmm.
That's a cold round. This, I'm assuming, is a cold round, because they go like this to tell themselves it's a cold round.
Tell us more
I
about how much
believe-
you know about these.
Please don't take my word for it. I'm
Just in your experience.
a father of 6 children, pretty much. That's all I do these days.
God,
My experience goes with
nobody
both
gives a
cold.
fuck how many times you've come in somebody. Jesus Christ.
And I was told by Halls that when they took the gun away and looked at them, every round inside the gun was a cold round, except the one round was not only a hot round,
Well,
it was a live round with a bullet.
that was the important one.
Yep.
And nobody cared about the non-live rounds. That those were okay.
Exactly.
Jesus.
Exactly.
If you're telling me that that's what came out of his shoulder, there's something really, really scary going on here.
Well, and I think that's what she was
Something very
trying to
bad.
ask, is if any time, well, you said these are cold ones, but the ones that are not cold, the quarter,
Right.
those,
They have the crimped
That
head.
they have.
have you ever seen anything like that ever come out on set?
No, it's not possible.
No.
It's
Okay.
not possible.
Yeah, they don't have a head.
I'm saying these,
They don't have there's no projectile.
there's no projectile. Okay. So then, and these shouldn't,
Somebody put a live bullet in the gun.
these shouldn't separate.
That is the first truthful thing he said the entire time.
Yep.
that is an
Somebody-
objective fact.
Somebody did do that. Correct.
Yeah.
No,
Okay.
separate, no problem.
Like that shouldn't come out either when, if it does.
If you did a flash round, that wouldn't be there.
Okay.
This is a cosmetic round only.
Right.
I point the gun, that's in the cylinder. When we shoot the gun, 99% of the time, it's a flash round that you don't see the cylinder. You're the camera, and I'm slightly off, so you don't see the
I'm sorry, we keep having you explain that, but it's just because there's.
Yeah.
I'm saying this is a cosmetic round.
We just
to my
keep
knowledge.
having you explain
And
it. It's
if
weird.
there is, another question to you is there a cosmetic round? I mean, is there a flash round that has the head, which I believe they have, where you could shoot into the gun? Meaning, if the director wants you to aim the gun at the camera, they put a lucite screen up there, and I shoot the gun at you, you can see the bullets inside there, or they can go to do that with a computer.
Mhm.
But if I put the thing toward you and then shoot, they'll have a round that has this on there that'll explode. But again, I've been told that is a clay material or something that just dissolves on exploding. No projectile comes out. On a flash round, it blows up, that you shoot on camera, quarter, half, full. There is no projectile unless some material is stuck in the barrel of the gun.
Okay.
And I thought for sure what happened was, did they not check if there was a stone or whatever? Now, again, I am,
Stones
speechless.
creeping into guns left and right. Just sneak in there all the
we're
time.
here shooting, everything was going fine. Joel is my friend. I'm one of the producers on this movie.
I love how he does not, even to this like moment, give a fuck about the chick that he shot.
Nope.
Joel's my friend. You know, forget the chick that I completely fucking shot through to hit Joel, but Joel is my friend.
Yeah, it's amazing. It's TJP in the chat says he's so fucking pompous. He thinks these two cops are just dumb, and he's the dumb one that keeps talking. It's so appropriate for an out of touch egomaniac.
He behaves like the cool guy at the party. I think that's what's driving me fucking crazy.
He's teaching these ladies who, by the way, are wearing they wear firearms on their hips every day. he's teaching them all about guns.
Mr. Baldwin, tell me more about what a primer does. It's like they are, yeah, the one with the notepad.
Yeah,
that is collecting all this. Yeah, no,
it's so fucking funny.
Do you mind if I bounce real quick? I'll be right back.
Yeah, go ahead. I'll read
Sorry.
some chats. Icy Brain says, had no idea I was going to watch a dump truck back over Alec Baldwin with rackets and AK Jesus tonight. Tom says, just found out my dad died 30 minutes ago from his brain cancer. Holy shit. Can I get a toast? Had a music degree, but put aside doing what he loved so that he could provide for my family as a mailman. Worked 2 jobs to make ends meet. Yeah. To Tom's dad, the leader of the band, not musically, but of course his family, though he had musical talent, musical training, and a musical ambition. Sometimes you set aside your ambition to raise your children. He did that. He raised Tom, and that will live on forever in the time, the education, the love that he gave. May his pain from brain cancer be forever forgotten, and the virility of his youth be firmly in the minds of his family. Cheers. The cartographer says, glad to see the AK guy on. Now you need to stream with Gun Jesus and Flannel Daddy. Anthony Tupin says, wow, this is as weird as it gets. An OG homie has AK guy on his bonkers YouTube stream. Much love. This is amazing. How you doing, Tony? Oh, God, I fucking miss you, dude. I someday, man, we're going to hang out again and just have some whiskey and chill. Kyle says, Brandon, you should check out Dick Masterson's segment on his show called Fat Watch this week in Fat News. I'll tell him when he gets back. Brent Mack, look into what she has worked on in the next project. Little hint, expose on sex trafficking in Ukraine and Hollywood. Yeah, just a coincidence. Thanks for staying, Brandon. Brian Nielsen, as a young Marine, we had attachments for our barrels when firing blanks, so you don't turn anything in the barrel into a projectile. Turns out you can impale a 12-inch cleaning rod deep into a tree firing blanks. Brandon James says, what's up, Herrera? Big fan. Welcome to the Unbreaded. Thank you, Brandon James. Scoop says, cool to see Herrera. Shit. Where did that go? Oh, my goodness. Cool to see Herrera on your stream. Update on the 50. I'll ask him for an update. Goober Gabber says, Brandon knows meme review when. It's great to have you here. I'll ask him that too. More Unbreaded Havoc says, he said, squeeze the trigger. An untrained person says, pulled. More proof he knows what he's doing with the gun. Good catch. Asphyxiation. Who would you trust with the firearm more? Me or Baldwin? You. And it was one war with the emus. Read Brandon the wiki article if you want to change the topic. And don't you rob me of the chance to poison another YouTuber with Vegemite. Vegemite's disgusting. Why would you fucking eat it? God.
All right. So the one thing, tell us what you really think. The one thing I really have to know about is this unbreaded shit. What the fuck is going on? I am sorry if I broached a very sensitive topic.
No, you broached my favorite topic.
Oh, God damn it. To everybody else out there, I'm sorry.
So it's something I do every night on the stream. There's a UCLA professor of philosophy named Matthew Harris. He's a PhD from Duke University. And not too long ago, a couple months ago, he decided to write a book called Death Sentences. It's 803 pages. And he posted it on the UCLA message board. And then he emailed all of the UCLA faculty that he was going to buy a gun and murder all of them. And he got arrested. Yeah, he did not pass his background check, and he did get arrested. So every day I use my phone and we pick a random page of his manifesto and read it.
That's awesome.
I have to censor some of the language because some of it's a little strong.
For a guy who wanted to go buy a gun and murder his coworkers, weird he used approved language.
Yes, that's his worst sin. Really, is the unapproved language. So
yeah, the murder is fine. The murder we see every day. It's the gamer words that are the real sin.
Okay, so I've got two questions while you were gone. AK-50 when?
AK-50 last year. Yeah, we finished. We did that. It fires. We're good.
Okay. Are you gonna sell them? You gonna distribute them?
Honestly, so we've got another prototype in the works that we're working with some friends on right now that I'm actually really excited about. But after our buddy Scott from Kentucky Ballistics got blown up, like with his 50 cal. It's one of those things where I'm like, man, like it's a lot of, I really
saw that
want
video.
to do it. It was crazy because like Scott's a really, really good friend of ours. And like we knew about it like about a month before. Well, we knew about it a day after it happened. And the internet, something that the internet doesn't know is they knew about it a month after we knew. Because that was a really sketchy time, obviously, for a lot of reasons. And that changes your perspective as somebody who's like developing a 50 caliber to potentially sell to the market. You're like, you know what? I really don't want that on my conscience for the rest of my life. You know, we'll see what happens. But if we ever do, like that's going to be something that we want to make sure that is completely foolproof. And yeah.
And then the next person said, "Nose meme review win." When are you going to do a nose meme review?
Give me some noses and we'll talk about it. Let's get some.
There's one. There's only one.
That Greek nose going on. I've got that Lebanese nose, which means that I just get stopped and randomly selected at airports.
Yeah. Do you have a turban in your bag, sir? What the fuck are you talking about?
Just a legally registered machine gun. Why do you ask?
Okay, here we go.
Years. I left my wife and 6 kids in New York to come here for a month to shoot this movie, and I'm the one that shot the gun today that had a live bullet go through that woman's body and into his body.
Yes, you are.
And I need to know, how did that happen?
You pulled the trigger, you dumb fuck.
Come from?
It came from your gun.
There are no live rounds in her kid, I'm told. Everybody is sitting around waiting for you to come here with all the sheriffs and all the people that were there, waiting for us to get ready to come and do this with you. And all they did was talk about that. But it's speculation of like, in her kit, she doesn't have live rounds.
And that's what we were told. That's what when we asked her, she said there's no live rounds, not even in her kit, not on set, anywhere. So
for that very reason,
we want to know the same question.
Oh yeah, by the way, you're a fan of Dick Masterson and not a fan of fat people. He does a segment on his live show, which you can find on YouTube, called Fat Watch, which is the latest in fat news every week.
Beautiful.
So you can, if you go on YouTube and just type in Dick Masterson Fat Watch, and you can read about all the fat news of the day, just so you know.
Just in case I want to be more in touch with the
There's
fat
not supposed
community.
to be any live rounds on set.
Then it comes down
How
to
and who
possible manufacturer defect.
or them.
that a cosmetic round shot this projectile through them. Is that possible? Did you find that? I don't know.
It's possible.
Oh, it is. Looking mechanically, if that's possible.
Yes.
I've
So
heard.
sometimes there is a charge in the end of not intentionally.
I just love. I love the. Is that possible? It's possible. Yeah, it's possible. It happened, sir. You just shot someone. It's
Yeah. Yeah. By the way, I don't know if they've said, I don't think this was a cosmetic round that happened to fire. I think this is an actual live round, right? Like a cosmetic round doesn't have a full fucking bullet in it. And what they pulled out of that guy's shoulder was a full bullet.
It may surprise you to know. Cosmetic rounds usually aren't loaded with a precise amount of gunpowder that will both A, expel the projectile, and B, not blow up the gun.
Right.
Though that's a very precise measurement. You know, it's a very precise measurement of powder to be able to to propel the projectile in a method that would penetrate a human body, leave that body, and hit another person while not blowing up the gun. That sounds like a live round.
Are you saying there's math involved?
A little, a little math involved in being able to kill someone without blowing up your own hand.
Here we
A
go.
mistake. Today I sit here, and whether it was a misfiring theatrical round or a live one, I shot this woman with a gun today.
You just read that at his fucking trial.
So good, you know.
Shit you don't say. And he's already acting like
I
shit.
feel really bad. You know, it's like I mean, everything was going great. The only problem we had was when these 6 guys wanted to quit. And there, I don't know the jargon, but there, union rep or whatever in the New Mexico contract, different contracts in different states. The person that was in charge of these people and a kind of a pipeline, a lot of shooting going on, a lot of movie for TV work in Albuquerque, Santa Fe. The person was their head person was told them, don't strike. It's not again. We don't want to cripple the indie business and put all of our employees out of work. Our indie contract is set for now. You have a contract you're under, and we can renegotiate that contract, which no doubt they will. But in the meantime, you have a contract that you agreed to, and those men came. I'm not criticizing them. They came under a contract which they knew what it was. They reported to work, and then halfway through the shooting, they left. They walked off. And I don't, when he said to me, well, my guys are sleeping in my car, the ADs and the producers said to me, well, they're all of a sudden complaining about a contract they've been working on it for quite a while. And some days we wrap, and they shoot nights. Those are tough. The men, the women, they have to go back.
He is so fucking typical Hollywood. Note that he tweeted about this, and the fat boy walked up to him and said, well, thank you for your tweets, Mr. Baldwin. It was very helpful for you to tweet in support of our cause and our strike. But notice this is a man who is the producer. He has millions and millions of dollars. He has and he said it cost 75, 80 grand. I'm sorry. Put 75 or 80 fucking grand in the bank account with your producer credit, and then take that as an expense on the profits from the movie. What the fuck are we talking about here? Empty fucking words every time. Twitter has alleviated all of these fucking celebrities from any of their own responsibility.
I stand here before you today. He just went into acting right off the fucking bat. Like, I stand here today. Like, first of all, you're sitting, you pregnant fuck. Second of all,
why is his shirt pulled like so taut over his left side? Like, what is going on here? Does he have a distended like abdominal muscle on his left side? What have you noticed this? Like, this has been bothering me all the time. Like, over here, it's properly tucked under his fat gunt on the right, but on his left, it's like protruding down to his knee. Is he trying to cover up his thigh? What weird thing is happening here?
He's trying to cover up the second gun he's planning to use just in case this interview doesn't go his way.
This interview goes wrong. You bitches are getting cosmetic rounds right.
Yeah, what's your name? It's Alex. I'd hate to fucking see this interview go wrong, Alex.
I'm just cocking the hammer. Blam, blam, blam.
To their homes in maybe Albuquerque and drive an hour. It's 3 o'clock in the morning,
Mm-hmm.
and we try to put the night shooting on the weekend, so when you wake up the following day, you're off.
Mm-hmm.
And then and then some days we wrap the day before they walked up the job, we wrapped at 5:45 in the afternoon. It's a very reasonable day.
It's evening.
A very easy day, 6 o'clock. Because I'm driving away with them.
Remember that he said he gets there at 6:30 a.m. So 6:30 to 5:45 isn't like the most reasonable day. It's kind of a long day for most workers. It's not the longest day. It's not a double shift.
What they don't tell you is that if talent is showing up at that time, fucking the people putting up the actual like production are there 2-3 hours beforehand.
Yeah,
You're describing a very average 18-hour day.
Look, it wasn't a brutal day. It was only 1837 rules of labor.
Now look, like, I'm not gonna say it was a typical day or it was a particularly hard day, but I showed up, several hours into what will be like a 24-hour work day for most people.
It's fucking amazing.
And I waved to that guy. The guy said, I want to talk to you, the heavyset guy.
Yeah.
And I'm leaving. I said, I'll see you tomorrow. And I left because I want to get home.
Right.
I want to go call my kids before they go to bed in New York. And yesterday when I was driving, when I saw him, the sun was still out. We didn't shoot a day like we usually shoot till we lose the light.
Mm-hmm.
That's why we're here, to shoot New Mexico.
Yeah.
New Mexico is the star of the movie.
Scenery.
Yeah.
Okay. So do you, in your opinion, feel that this could have been an accident? Or do you?
I want to believe that, let me ask you this, because I don't know anything about this, because it was such mayhem when this happened.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody was sick that this happened, because we didn't know. No one imagined. Everyone thought she was hit by wadding or she got burned. no one presumes she was shot with a bullet. Any projectile went through her body. That's no one even considered that wasn't possible. So the
What was that? Sorry.
Excuse me. Did I just hear that correctly? Where they said nobody ever considered the possibility that a projectile had gone through her body?
Yeah, they all thought it was just wadding hitting her.
And
she fucking drops like a sack of potatoes in Bolivia or whatever. But I mean, she's probably just burned, laying there bleeding out on the fucking ground out of two sides of her body.
When a gun fires and some good man's wife drops to the floor like a sack of potatoes, my first thought is not, I bet she's just milking it for insurance and this is, some wadding. Like, Jesus fucking Christ, you just fired a fucking weapon. Yep. And you just proclaimed to have known the difference between a blank and a live round as far as recoil is concerned.
Yep.
You've just testified to that in this exact same meeting.
Yep. All right, we got 13 minutes left. We can do this. We can do this, champ.
We got this.
The question is, the cartridge that came out, the cartridge is when the gun that they fired. Have you got that?
So we have to send that. We don't analyze that stuff. We collect it, but then we send it to lab.
It was collected. You have
it will be.
Right. That's all I'm saying. Is that to me, I'm wondering, what was that? What was in that? The measurement, I don't know anything about that. What are they? What ballistics? How can they measure what was in that?
Mm-hmm.
How much of it?
And that'll all be done at the lab.
Yeah, I don't know. All I know is the gun went off. She hit the floor. He hit the floor. He started screaming.
She hit the floor.
She's the black.
He hit the floor.
She didn't talk.
Right.
Her eyes are rolling back in her head, and blah blah blah, and bad. And everybody's just getting really, and then they start doing CPR, and everybody gets really panicky. And then people start wondering, what did something we assumed because the wadding can burn you. There's material that can come out under that very rarely that could burn you.
Just
remember, that often doesn't happen. There's always a cold gun on the rehearsal.
First aid advice to people: when someone's shot, don't do CPR. You're just actively pushing the blood out faster. Their heart is fine. Their heart is doing hard things and pushing blood through their body. If they have a big ass hole through them and you're pumping, you're killing them faster. Don't do that.
Address the wound is the issue.
Their heart is fine. It's the hole that's the problem.
Yeah.
The wadding comes out and it hits somebody. They're 20 feet away from you in a gunfight. The crew is away. They're not shooting anybody near the crew. And my point is that when she went down, I thought, what was stuck? We all said the same thing. What was stuck in the barrel? Was something left. They didn't clean the barrel, which they always do, always. And was there a rock or something that went through her body? I didn't know about them passing through her body. I know she was hit. I didn't know where, and I don't know to what extent. But we all presumed as we're sitting outside, bullshitting for the last 2 hours while this went on. The aftermath, we assumed something was lodged in the barrel, was a projectile that went into her body. Now, when you tell me that's what came out of Joel's shoulder, that's a faulty round, which I've never heard of that before.
Okay.
Never. I've never heard of a theatrical flash round that was loaded into a gun that had a projectile that misfired, and that projectile came out that was a lethal round.
God, I want them to just ask, but that wadding could hurt someone, right? Like you understand that wadding could hurt someone if that was all it was, even if it was a flash round, it's possible that someone would get harmed. And so you take some precaution, right? I want them to just ask that. That would make my day, but I don't think they're gonna.
I don't think so either, but it would be really neat to know why they were, just so ask him, okay, so why were you so concerned about Joel?
Yeah, that too.
Meanwhile, that was the dude behind the chick that you shot in the chest.
Yeah, a guy in the chat says, how similar is this to Michael Drejka? Not similar at all. Michael Drejka pulled a gun intending to fire and shoot and kill someone. If you're talking about Michael Drejka's interview, was probably worse than Alec Baldwin's. He said simply, I was not afraid. I had a gun. You can't self-defense someone while not being afraid. It doesn't work.
That has this on it. It's the material that disintegrates when you fire the gun.
Right.
Because if you take a flash round with gunpowder in it, whether it's a quarter, half, or full load, and you put a real bullet on, that's called a bullet. That's not a movie bullet. That's a bullet.
Yeah.
How did that happen? I mean, I'm the person that fired the gun. I'm dying to find out how
very, very poor choice of words, my friend.
Yep.
End up in her kids.
And again, we're not going to know if it was manufacturer issues or someone did bring a live round until it's been tested and we look at the whole casing and projectile of it. So is there anybody on set that you would think want to cause a disturbance in the filming or have any issues with anybody on set, minus what happened, if you don't think...
No, in the movie business, there are always some whiny people.
Okay.
But not so much so that they want to shoot somebody.
So nothing...
I've never heard of anything like this in my lifetime, ever. I've made 75 movies.
So in the past couple of weeks that you've been on set, there's nobody really...
There's no one I would imagine would be capable of doing something like this.
Nothing that out of the ordinary.
But again, I think it's a critical point to me, which is, if this is a flash round, if there's a flash round, and you have a piece here.
Alec Baldwin
and
gets
see that
notifications like I do.
If you want,
Fuck.
I told you before, if you want the shot to go off and see that the cylinder cosmetically has a round in there, this is not the thing that was in Joel's shoulder.
But and then I want to come back to this. You said that when the gun went off, you experienced no kick.
Yeah, there was no recoil. There was no recoil, but that I remember. I mean, literally, I'm holding the gun, and literally slowly pull, turn, cock, bang, and as soon as I cock it, bang! And I jump, I mean, you obviously, that's the last thing you think is going to happen.
Mm-hmm.
Everything has been done. Every breath we take is to obviate that possibility. And the gun went off, and all I can think of, as I keep saying, is that I've never heard of a flash round that had a bullet on top, that had a projectile similar to what came out of Joel's shoulder. I've never heard of that in my life, ever. Never. Flash rounds normally have the crimping.
Real quick,
It's made of a special
why
material.
is he equating the noise of a supposed round or charge going off with a live round? Because he's like, it's the last thing you ever expect to happen. It's like you already said, like, live rounds and fake rounds or whatever on set.
Yeah. I don't know. I guess because I mean he did talk about quarter, half, and full flash rounds are the different volumes, but did he say that it was loud? Like it was loud like a full round? Because he said that indoors you should be using a quarter round.
Yeah, it just like keeps going back to like yeah, immediately like horror, like it's the last thing you ever expect. Like, well, I mean, you just said that, like, you know, fucking blank rounds are in the cards here.
Yeah.
I don't know, that maybe I'm splitting hairs on that particular one, but that just seems weird that he seems like he's now like politicizing this more. Like in the very beginning, he seemed very open. Like he seemed like he was recounting things as they actually were.
Well, now that there's a bullet involved, he wants to. He's in defense mode, right? Like he's realizing how fucking stupid he is he's talking to these chicks for an hour. Men don't talk to a woman for an hour ever in your entire life.
Stay strong, Kings. Know your worth. I'm curious to know, like, somebody could probably go back through this footage and see if he's reading the notifications on his phone. Because if his attorney texted him like, "Hey, she's dead. Shut the fuck up."
Yeah, no kidding. Here we go. We got a couple minutes left.
And in this scene, you were to look down the barrel of the gun and shoot. You have to ask them that, by the way. You have to ask, well, both of them were in the hospital now. But was it their intention? Because when I was given the gun, I'm assuming it's a cold gun with nothing in it. When it goes to the time to shoot, are they going to see in the barrel that there's a gun there? Very often what they'll do is they'll have you put the cosmetic round in. I'll draw the gun up, I'll aim it, they cut. And cinematically, they'll cut to the other guy going like this. Then they'll cut back to me with the flash round with no projectile. But what I'm saying to you is a theatrical round, a flash round with a bullet head. I've never heard of that in my life ever. Never. But that's a bullet. Less of a charge, but that's a bullet. I don't know what to say. I've never heard of this in my life.
What's your date of birth, Alex?
April 3rd, 1958.
Do we have, there's someone that we can contact if we have other questions for you?
My assistant's name is Jonah,
Jonah,
Jonah. His last name is Foxman. They told me that you wanted this correct.
You have a lawyer in your fucking wallet and you didn't call him.
Worst porno ever.
Jon.
This scene started with a pizza delivery and ended up different than anyone expected.
MAN.
I learned this from the pizza man.
Okay, they muted out this guy's personal information.
Do you have any other? We have one more here.
What am I going to do?
You can go
Well,
wherever.
let me ask you this. Originally, and this is a very complicated, I mean, modest compared to what happened to them, but my wife and my whole family was scheduled.
Mhm.
And on Saturday, my daughter was going to be in the movie. They had a little part for my daughter.
Not anymore.
The 8-year-old.
Oh,
She was so excited to go. And now the question is, Joel's
know
not
what?
going to go back.
Good fucking thing she wasn't on set. Probably would have shot her.
To work for a while.
Right.
I doubt he'll be back to work in a week or two. At that. Who knows what they're going to do? They're going to get the shit suit out of them.
I think his was a shoulder. He might, I don't know. It's up to him how he feels and stuff on.
But I'm sure that there are so many insurance issues for them. They
There's
should
gonna
have them. They're in a lot
probably
of
a
trouble.
halt
They're in a lot
on
of trouble. Insurance-wise and civil action-wise. What I'm saying is I told them I would stay here tomorrow. My family's not going to come now.
it. Okay.
I begged them to come in. My wife wants to cancel the trip. She thinks it's just a weird energy. I told the producers that I would stay tomorrow in case anybody else, their insurance investigators, anybody, their lawyers wanted to talk to me. I'll make myself. And then Saturday, I was going to fly home to New York.
Saturday, I'm leaving your fucking state before I get fucking arrested.
Sorry, my wife didn't come. She said there was a weird energy around looking up the interstate extradition laws.
Jesus. Yeah, in fact, I'm flying home and then I'm immediately flying to the Maldives. That's where I'm going.
I really hear Venezuela is very nice this time of year. What time of year is it? I don't give a shit.
All times of year. It's really terrific. Whores are $2 now.
I'm just waiting for them to tell me what to do. Did you need me to stay here beyond Saturday? I will do whatever you tell me to do.
Okay, so I think, what we need to do, we're going to go and process the scene. If there's any that comes up, and that we need to contact you, you said you'll be here till Saturday? Or you want to fly?
Oh, no, as of now, I'm going to stay tomorrow to make myself available to the insurance investigators and their the production's attorneys. To make myself available, they told me they're not sure they need to talk to me. I'm going to stay tomorrow and get on a plane Saturday to go home. And God knows when we're going to come back. It might be months.
Okay. I can contact you.
Yes, as long as we have this number and he's not going to change
Like,
it.
no, wait, what I'm trying to say is that I'm going to leave on
You're
Saturday unless you tell me not to.
You're okay.
If you tell me to come back in, I'll do whatever you tell me to do. But my wife wanted me to come home.
Yeah, so as long as we have a way of contacting you
Jonah.
is what we need to do to get a hold of you. Okay?
God, imagine
But
being
I
this
think
rich.
tomorrow you hear something different from us, because right now we're going to go, we'll interview a
Talk to
couple
me again
more
tomorrow, I'll
people.
come here right away.
Okay,
Tell me what you want.
What's your work cell?
490,
Or your office, sorry?
that one I, don't know, I don't use it. 90.
Well,
So
4 minutes.
2050,
This is mostly just formality shit.
Work cell.
So the
That's
two of you are
that's
gonna
almost
be
more interesting to me
together every movie.
because of how they're treating
Yeah.
her.
Yeah.
Very, very close, very close.
So this is my card. I put her name on the back of that one, but my
Chad, if anybody can
um,
single out her phone number off of that card,
Oh shit.
I think the friendly contact office.
Yeah, let me put because mine's a different,
plus size.
yeah, I don't, my desk phone has issues, so I use my work cell phone all the time. And that's usually the best way to get a actually true. And then if I'm not at my desk either.
If I don't hear from you otherwise, I mean, I'll come in tomorrow if you prefer, but if I don't hear from you otherwise, as of now, I intend to go home on Saturday.
So yeah, and that's fine, because right now, we still have other interviews to do. We gotta go to the scene and process it. The processing at the lab might take longer, so you might even not hear from
Months.
And there's 2
do.
years backlogged right now.
So our investigation's going on.
remotely.
If it comes to
Just
it,
tell me
we
what
will
to do.
figure it out at that point. But right
As of now, my
now,
wife wants me to come home.
as of right now, you better listen to your wife and go home.
Okay, are we ready for, I do have some very unfortunate news to tell you.
oh, here we go.
She didn't make it.
No.
Yeah. So Joel's still at the hospital, but the other person involved didn't make it.
Oh shit.
Sorry. I just didn't want you to hear it outside of here.
Is there something we could do for you?
You could arrest him.
God damn it.
Jonah, was up there?
I might be in the minority
want
on this, but I
donations
think
too?
this is real.
Wait, what was that?
I said I might be in the minority on this, but I feel like that reaction was real.
No, I think that was real too.
Yeah.
I think that was real too. I mean, he's a dumb motherfucker, but he didn't want to kill a woman.
Yeah.
He's just fucking dumb.
Was he
Like,
a culpable asshole? Yes, but like, did he think that he was about to straight up murder someone? No, like I don't think that was like the intent.
No, yeah, that reaction that didn't look like a Hollywood reaction. It looked like a real one to me.
It was because it was awkward, and that's the difference. It didn't seem cinematic. It felt fucking awkward.
Yeah, yeah. You'd expect the Hollywood reaction. He'd start like sobbing, or he'd choke up or something, and it was just it was utter
my
fucking
God.
shock.
Oh
Right?
no, but yeah, it was that like solid like 7-8 seconds of silence. Like that's a fucking real, like, you deliver someone some shocking news. That's what you get.
Yeah. All right, we got 50 seconds left. We can do it.
We'll do it.
What do you wanna do? Do you wanna make a call? You can sit.
You should go.
Who the fuck is that?
Are you guys needing a ride? Or are you comfortable? I think it's up there. Are you comfortable driving though?
I want to go my way.
That's his PA.
Right, we could even give him privacy.
No, we're going to go.
Okay.
I'm guessing.
It could be his attorney. Finally showing up.
Get you more water.
If that's his attorney, I'd convict him immediately.
I want to go my way.
The death sentence. Excuse me. This is a civil trial.
Okay, so that's that. Holy shit, man. Oh, hey, we can get rid of this thing.
Oh man,
That was fucking wild.
wild
That
is a
was
good
wild.
word. That's,
Yeah, way too much talking. Obviously, the
apologies,
only
that's
thing
too much.
the only thing saving this man is his fucking celebrity status and the weird nature of a gun on set like that. That's it. Any other like you do this in your house, you're fucking done forever. You're a YouTuber who does this. Like, oh no, we're a YouTuber. We plan these shoots all the time. Everything's done. We have an armor. We have a professional thing. You're done. You're done. This is Hollywood keeping him. Just that nature of Hollywood.
As a
doing it.
YouTuber, like this, good chance this comes back around and bites me in the ass later. YouTuber, like, we have live guns, obviously. Fucking everything behind me is live. We have live guns on set all the fucking time. But like even my camera guy that I've worked with for years, like we all just know like there's a certain basic safety standard, and like even something that like in a Hollywood world would be perfectly acceptable, I apologize for. Like we make everything, like make sure everybody is like, it's beyond a shadow of a doubt. Everything we're doing is completely safe.
Well, it's almost like you're educated on how guns work. And
yeah, there are mechanisms that are meant to, among other things, fucking kill people. So you have to kind of treat that with a certain respect.
Yeah. Yeah, that's the whole thing. Guns will not shoot people on their own, but they'll happily do it if you pull the fucking trigger while pointing it at someone.
They're great tools.
Yeah.
They do what they're designed to do.
Yep. Okay, so I have one more question. We've gone quite a long time tonight. And I know you.
Yes, I've enjoyed it. I really have.
Are you up for the unbreaded reading?
I would love to do whatever the fuck that schizo shit is.
Okay. We have two options for this. Either you can read it or I can read. Well, three options. You can read it, I can read it, or we can trade off.
That is up to you, but I'm down for whatever chat or you would like.
Well, let me see what number we get. You may change your fucking mind.
I'm excited to see what fucking shit this could. Oh God.
Okay, so here's the page number. Let's see what we get.
That is a long ass manifesto.
694 is the page number. Oh, that's
so the beginning of 69/420. Nice.
Okay. Yes, it sure fucking is. Okay, let me see how many racial slurs are on this page.
I am going to change my mind about reading this on YouTube where I make my living.
There's zero. Holy shit.
Did you literally just do the search for function?
No, I just read the page.
Okay. All right.
There are 10,386 N words in this document, and none of them appear on this page.
Fuck me. That's impressive.
Okay, so here's how it goes. Let me play the intro clip. Here we go. Unbread. So that's our fucking intro. Okay, so here it is.
Hell.
So you know what? Like, if you want, you can just read this, and you can read it in whatever style you want, however you want. I've skimmed it. I'm pretty sure there are no racial slurs on this. It's a quick read because this isn't paragraphs. These are just lines. So
can I really briefly get some context for what the fuck I'm reading?
Nope. Yes.
Awesome.
Yes. Okay. So again, this is his 803-page manifesto of life, of truth, the truth of Matthew Harris, the Matthew Harris. He refers to himself in the third person. This is his manifesto is a message to all other black people, but not the Uncle Toms, only the proper bingers. And I use binger as a euphemism for the N-word.
I am aware.
Right. So this is a message to all the bingers on how to live. That's the context I can give you.
Well,
other than that,
if he's giving advice to other bingers, the first sentence is very confusing. Seek poison inside yourself. Create poison inside yourself. Poison yourself and create poison inside yourself. This is a little redundant. Seek accidents like Alec Baldwin. Collect accidents until you die quickly, like his cinematographer. Faster than I expect you to, like Alec Baldwin. Age so rapidly that you die immediately. Crash on purpose. Fall on purpose. Collapse on purpose. Mutate on purpose. Destroy yourself on purpose. Damage yourself on purpose. Don't heal ever again. Eat incorrectly like I do. Eat incorrectly like I do. Make so many mistakes. This is what you'd expect out of the fucking typical homeless person out of downtown San Antonio. Jesus Christ. Make so many mistakes. It is the only thing you do until you die. Seek out all those I don't like and sabotage them. Jeez, this sounds like a threat. Seek out all I don't like and bring them to death. Poison them, hunt them, sabotage them. Create products and inventions and entertainment and obstacles for those I don't. Okay. Create entertainment for those I don't like.
Yes.
Okay.
Got to slow them down. You want them to be distracted, right? Like, rather than producing, rather than building, rather than making, rather than watching out for Binger coming to kill them, they're entertained.
Yeah. Okay. So, like for the sports fans out there, create products and inventions and entertainment and obstacles for those I don't like. Create death for those I don't like. Kill all of my competition. Kill everyone I used to know that is not a woman ready to serve me for eternity. This guy is based as fuck.
I know. That's the best fucking part of it.
Kill everyone who doubts me. Punish everyone who doubts me. Enforce strict adherence and worship of me. Punish everyone who thinks they are above me. Punish everyone who thinks anyone is above me. Kill anyone who thinks anyone is above me. That's a direct copy paste. Serve only me. Brew poison. Brew carcinogens. Rapid infections. Rapid effectiveness. Brew death. Cook death. Share only death. Sell only death. Program only death. Sell death. I feel like I'm the Halo announcer at this point.
Yes. Yes, I love
Program only death. Sell death. Sell death as life. To everyone I hate. To everyone in my way. To every man sell only death disguised as life. To every man sell only death disguised as life. To every man sell only death disguised as life.
Look, that's important. If it comes in threes, it's very important.
Clearly. Fuck me. Disguise death in everything you construct. Disguise death in everything you seek. Die. I feel like I'm reading Disturbed lyrics.
Yep.
Yeah. Parentheses. Die. Disguise death in everything you give. Die. Disguise death in everything in every sentence you speak. Die. So why is that? Why the asterisks when it's normally parentheses?
When you know, you know. When you don't, you don't.
Fair enough. Disguise death in every conversation you have. Die. Disguise death in every sentence you express. Give only death and give more effort to this than anything you have ever given effort to. Die. Give them so much death that they die tonight. I feel broken.
Unbread!
And there it is. That's it. That's the daily unbreaded. You did a phenomenal job, sir. Thank you so much.
I would love to say I enjoyed that, but I feel like I would be liable for something.
I'll have to send you the whole document.
That is some schizo shit, dude.
Oh, dude, it gets way worse. Like we got, here real quick. I mean, I'll just scroll to a page and you can see what this shit looks like. Here we go. This is a perfect page, actually. I'll just show this one. You are not liable for anything that may happen on screen. Here we go. This is
He is I will give him credit. He's alliterative.
Yep. He's got it.
Yeah. N aren't N. Like, yeah.
I like this one. The racist cunty paradox. Serial killers awaken.
So the racist cunty paradox is the best description I've ever heard for Yelp.
Yeah. The first line, just real quick, is a woman who offers to make your toes curl to help her career would just as quickly make someone else's toes curl and is probably offering that service to plenty of men.
This guy is based as hell.
It's so ridiculous.
Where's the lie?
No lies detected. No lies detected.
Plenty of familial issues as far as like maybe like seek therapy, I beg of you kind of situation.
Yes. Okay, here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna read a couple more chats before, and then I'll say, if you need to go, you can go. Otherwise, I got to read the rest of the chats because I'm stupid, and that's gonna take a while. But I don't want to hold you because you've already stayed for a really fucking long time, which is awesome. But
Dude, I've genuinely enjoyed this. This has been a good time. I'm sorry this has gone on so fucking long. I felt bad toward the end because I could tell you're trying to like make your way through this stuff.
I mean, only because I have to be up at 8:30 to do another show.
Oh god damn! What fucking time zone are you in?
Yours, Central.
Oh, dude, I'm sorry, man. That's
no,
rough.
it's not.
I'll join you for that live stream at fucking 11 o'clock my time.
I'm gonna take like a 2-hour nap with a Provigil, and I'll wake up fucking ready to go. It'll be fine.
Adderall is a fucking miracle.
Not for me. Adderall puts me to sleep.
How the fuck?
I have narcolepsy. And I'm broken.
Oh, that's weird. Okay.
Yeah.
You have narcolepsy and you can stay up like this without the use of amphetamines or anything?
It's a weird thing. Narcolepsy isn't like it's associated with falling asleep, which is an extreme version of it, but
right.
It actually just flips the switch in your brain. So when you're tired, you feel awake, and when you're awake, you feel tired.
It makes sense. That's kind of weird that like you could like your I guess dopaminergic circuitry that's excited by Adderall is associated with you falling asleep. That's interesting.
Yeah, I took Adderall twice, and each time I was done. Like the first time, I could not even. My wife couldn't wake me up for hours. It was bad. My doctor's like, "Yeah, don't take that ever again. We'll do a different thing." So I have Provigil. I don't usually use it, but tomorrow I will be because it'll be short on sleep. All right, Rumble username sucks says Brandon. 1, where's the AK-50? 2. Why dump BRCC for good coffee?
I don't drink coffee. The only coffee I drink is the Black Rifle RTDs, like the canned stuff, because it's actually fucking good. If I drink an entire one, I have a fucking panic attack because that's my reaction to caffeine these days because I'm old.
3, balls or no balls, which you answered balls appropriately. On a slightly more serious note, what was your favorite part of the Rittenhouse case to watch?
Honestly, I will say this as a grown-ass fucking man, at least someone pretending to be one. When I was watching your stream, actually, when this happened, I legitimately, you were the only coverage of the Rittenhouse case that I watched that entire thing. It was very helpful.
Thank you.
When he was acquitted and he was, when they were reading, like I shut out everything when they were reading the verdicts. I'm like, like my girlfriend's like, what do you think about this color paint? I'm like, shut
your mouth.
Fuck up. They're reading the verdict right now. Like nothing. I was very close to shedding a single man tear. That was a very moving moment. And
it was great. It was great. And his reaction, like he fucking collapses in shock. Like it was
you describing that now, like makes me like kind of like almost like choke up.
A little verklempt. No, that was a good moment. But Daddy Max says, best quote on education I ever heard. It's important to get an education because people without an education are in serious danger of taking educated people seriously. Rumble username sucks. Brandon, you said, I don't shit on smaller people, but do you shit on beds?
Not in the way that most celebrities seem to do.
And since I have more characters, can you design a new AR lower that won't have to be serialized under the new regulations?
Just print your own.
Yeah, that's the best news, because the answer is no. If you're designing a new lower, it will be serialized. That's what will happen.
Correct. It will be serialized under the law, which the law does not cover stuff that is designed and or printed by yourself, which means buy an Ender 3 on Amazon for $220.
Mandy Karavichus says, I know what you're thinking, Nick. Did she fire 6 shots or 5? 6 shits. This is Amber Heard. Did she fire 6 shots or 5? To be honest, I forgot myself. But being that this is a 44 Magnum and will blow your nose clean off, you need to ask yourself, do I feel lucky? Poorly redacted Nick, I would like to request a toast to Brandon Herrera, finally releasing the production version of the AK-50 to the consumer marketplace next month. Give the people what they so desperately desire.
It'll never happen, but thank you, brother.
Here we go. I'm going to toast you.
It's all CGI.
If I toast you, then it has to happen. So, to Brandon Herrera, a man with a beard and a vision, a man with the tools, the time, and the talent to bring forth a thing of beauty.
You know, shit, I could have done that, but instead I stayed here on your live stream.
From the depths of his mind, his heart, and his very bollocks into fruition, passed on to humanity just next month, open to the public, and free of charge. He'll ship all of them to you. This is legally binding. Cheers.
Appreciate you, brother. I'll accept that last bit. That was yeah, that's not legally binding. That's not a thing.
Ocean Redux says, Nick, did you hear the news? Apparently Sam Hyde is fighting Boogie 1488 and Andy Worski is fighting Ethan Ralph. For as far as I know, Ralph is not accepted yet, but that will be great. Clown World can't get any more Kino than this, to be honest. If that happens, I will be there. I will be there live.
Because Sam Hyde is actually training Harley from Epic Mealtime and fighting the other guy.
But Sam Hyde is apparently going to fight Boogie. He has agreed to fight Boogie.
Boogie has agreed?
Yes. Sam Hyde and Boogie have apparently both agreed to fight on a title card. Andy Worski is trying to get Ralph to agree to fight. I don't know if you know who Andy Worski and Ethan Ralph are, to fight on the other card.
I don't even care.
Yeah, me either.
I will buy. I don't care what the ticket cost is. I'm there. If Sam Hyde and Boogie are on the same. Oh my God, I will.
Wait, Ralph accepted? He accepted? Oh, are we going to have a Tonka moment where he bitches out at the last minute? That'd be funny. Either way, I'm going to be there. I don't care where it is or when it is. I'll cancel everything. I'm going to be there. So we'll figure it out. I say that, but there are very few things that I wouldn't cancel. But most things we'll see. Oh God, I can't fucking wait. Scott Fletcher says Armorer's interview with Officer Dump Truck is out and WTF. Okay, so
dear God.
I would check that out.
I would love nothing more than to watch that because, for one, I would.
You want to see Officer Dump Truck again? That's why.
Well, okay, that was the one I was going to admit to. We really have to talk off the air about some of the people I know and the shit involved in this case because it's some fucking juicy shit.
Well, if you want,
I don't care if you say this stuff. It can't come from me because it can't come from the people I know. So.
Well, I will save that interview and we can schedule a time to watch it if you want.
I would love to do that because Officer Dump Truck is just, Jesse's mom's got it going
on. And then he says Armor's interview with Officer Dump Truck is out. Oh, no. Let's see. Next, we got Kyle J says, fuck, where'd it go? Stupid YouTube. Well, my, what big flare pants you have. The better to conceal with, my dear. Slosher says, got here late. Did someone else make a joke of Alex saying, here's the church and here's the steeple. Open the door and I kill the people. Oh, shit. Bad Weather Biker says, hey, Nick, did you ever investigate Leonard Nimoy's full body project? I'd love to see you or perhaps Drex or perhaps Hammerhand comment on his fat chick photography on stream. I have not pursued it yet. I've been very busy, but I will try soon. Bad Vibe says Baldwin's dad was a rifle instructor for a high school. Baldwin is not this dumb. Duper Da says his lawyer's going to go ballistic when he sees this video. His lawyer saw this video long before we did, by the way. Also, you think they knew what they were doing with the camera angle on Detective Dump Truck?
I don't think they did that on purpose.
Yeah, I'm going to guess
However,
not.
If anyone did it on purpose, it was Officer Dump Truck, because she knows her assets.
She knows. She knows. All right, man. Those are the big chats. I've got a bunch of chats to read. You're welcome to stay, but I don't want to hold you. You're also, if you need to pop off, either way.
As long as I'm not intruding, I'm good to go. I'm all right as long as the chat will have me.
Impossible for you to intrude. Okay, I'm going to fire through these rapid fire, but if anything catches your attention, feel free to interrupt. Emorsk says,
Hold
no
him
matter what.
tightly. Oh God.
What?
No, it's just the chat. Yeah, hold him tightly. Stay. Fuck, now I don't know if I want to stay.
It's okay. If you feel that weird feeling on your leg, that's my hand. Emorsk says, no matter what they say or do, it will always boil down to XX or XY, regardless of their what their warped minds tell them. Speaking of grabbing, I hate to be the guy who slows us down. Have you ever seen the movie The Evil That Men Do with Charles Bronson?
I have not.
There's a scene where they're in South America. And he's with the wife of a guy who's gone missing. That's his job, right? Charlie Bronson is there to find the man who's been missing. And he's with the wife, and she's like pretty and blonde or whatever. And this big fucking native guy.
She's not the brunette, or not the big one.
I'm pretty sure she's blonde. But big fucking native guy. Like Charles Bronson's up getting a couple beers. This big native guy. He's got to be like 6'5", 6'6", 250 pounds. He just sits down, puts his arm around her, and he's like, huh, she's mine. Charles Bronson just sits down at the table and puts the beers on there. And he's sitting there all calm. And then out of nowhere, he fucking table flips with his left arm, grabs the guy's dick with his right hand, lifts him into the air, body slams him, then steps on his neck, does a two-handed grab on his dick, and pulls up on it, lifting him off the ground with his foot on his fucking throat until the guy passes out. It is the most manly move I've ever seen.
Jesus fucking Christ. Like that out of all, there are certain things that are only not war crimes because nobody thought about it during the Nuremberg trials.
Yeah.
Fucking hell.
I'm waiting for that movie to hit Amazon Prime so I can watch it on Twitch just for that moment, because I mean he's got like two hands on his. He's just,
so it's a full shaft grab. You can
see it through his fucking 1978 tight jeans, right? Like he's got, like, Charles Bronson is holding this man by his penis in the fucking shoot. Like, what is happening here? It's so funny. Yes, the clip does exist on YouTube, by the way, if you guys want to check it out. Okay.
Charles Bronson cock. Okay.
Rumble username suck. Nick, when discussing with your children how to protect their private areas, let them know to mace him or her. Maps don't discriminate. Also give them a good spiky mace, not the wimpy spray stuff. Correct. Slowpoke, you saw that Target is selling sex toys, right?
No.
They have an aisle. Bunch of vibrators and cock strokers.
I guess good on them for being progressive, but Jesus, why?
I can't figure it out. Slowpoke says, Nick, Eric Hundley has been testing and raving about a new streaming program. See Wave.video. Don't know if it does all you need, but worth a look if you haven't already. I've looked at Wave. My only problem with Wave that I hope they fix is my camera does not sync with their video. It's really choppy. I'm not sure why. I probably need to just talk to them, but I love Wave Video. I want to see it happen. SC Medic 71. Hey Brandon, love your channel. Great stuff. Rumble username sucks. Says Brandon's real reason for hating fat people is the ablative armor they carry around with them means that even the venerable AK-50 will have difficulty penetrating their thick.
You're the reason why I've got to fucking load my 308s with M80A1 like that. Do you have any idea how expensive this shit is to be able to penetrate through your layers of fucking adipose, you fat fuck? God damn.
SC Medic says, hey, Brandon, welcome to the late night shit show. And he also says, Alec looks like downtown Austin. That's true. He does. Roy Rat says James Reeves from TFB TV approves of fanny pack carry, especially when wearing a fine pair of Navy SEAL silkies. Lieutenant Hobbit, need to lose weight or buff up? Come check out Colonel Phoenix at Ironblood Temple on Twitter. I'm looking for clients for the next 30 days. Normally $300. Get it 50% off when you tweet nosed. There you go. If you need I guess a personal trainer of some sort. Rumble username suck. After watching this, I feel like people need to get hashtag charge Alec Baldwin trending on Twitter. Rumble username suck. Can I get a toast for my mom? She was on set with Alec Baldwin in the 80s when she was pregnant with me and just recently passed after being in a coma since then due to a mysterious firearm accident.
Congrats on not being a double homicide.
Yeah. Oh, shit. To Rumble username sucks mom, who lived through her experience with Alec Baldwin only to pass away many years later from a mysterious firearm accident. Cheers. SE Medic 71 says GunTube porn. Watch Alec Baldwin fuck himself in front of two young women. Roy Rat says unbreaded time, which we did. Rice Jones, I can't hear the anger even when you're muted. I'm not your buddy, guy, says you should get on half Asian lawyer Bill Richmond. I should. I want to talk to that guy. Jared Holbrook, Ecamm Live has worked wonderfully for me, guests and video. Yeah, there's some other ones. I just need to research them. Contrarian 420 says professional streamer, behold the glory. Lucas Wallace, I drunkenly tweeted the other day that you'd like to have Brandon Herrera on. He said he'd be down. You making that happen? Yes.
It's Elon's fault for buying Twitter and making me use Twitter again.
Twitter has become the fucking greatest.
It's awesome.
It's so funny. I'm gaining thousands of followers, and it's like, and they swear they haven't changed anything. Fuck off. Yes, you did, you liars. I know you did.
Hold on. Somebody just said, I don't know if you know this, but Jensen Ackles from Supernatural was supposed to be on the other side of the gun in that scene. Seriously?
Damn.
In the Alec Baldwin bit?
Yeah, he's in Rust.
No shit.
Yeah.
I'm going, like, I am a big, like, not even closeted Supernatural fan. Like that sawn-off shotgun there was like a Supernatural build.
Who's your favorite waifu? And by waifu, I mean male. Is it Dane? Is it Sam? is it Dane?
Sammy.
Is it wait, here we go.
All right.
Maybe it's Castiel. Is it Castiel? Tell me, Brandon. Tell me all of your secrets, as if I don't know them already.
Dean, I was the one who grabbed you tight and raised you from perdition.
Or is it Bobby?
Oh, but yeah, Bobby's obviously. Oh, dude, Bobby's in the boys. That freaked me out. Well, oh, dude, fucking Jensen's in the boys now. Like the new season. He's supposed to be like the new superhero.
Damn. Abigail Kyrie says, hey, Nick, I wanted to say thanks for helping me get A's these past 2 semesters. I enjoy watching the live streams while doing homework, especially during all-nighters. I also met Vic recently in South Texas. Very cool, Abigail. Very cool. Mothership says, can I get a toast for my 60th birthday? Thank you. Yeah, absolutely. Mothership, happy 60th birthday. A venerable age of experience and wisdom and grace. May you have many more birthdays to follow. Cheers. New Age Cuck says, Nick, quick. It's still my birthday in your time zone. Now in my last year of my 20s, but I'm ready to punch 30 in the face and show it who's boss. Dude, I don't know how old you are, Brandon. I'm 40.
I am 26.
You're 26?
I am aging very poorly.
How the fuck are you still so goddamn young?
I inexperience. Yeah, no, it's bad.
I hate everything about you. Well, you don't know this then, so never mind. Fuck you. Ignore everything I'm about to say to Brandon because he doesn't qualify. Okay, to all the guys who are not successful YouTubers at 26, your 20s suck. They blow. You're in the workforce and nothing is going well for you. You're slaving away. Nobody respects you because they're like, oh, this guy's a fucking idiot because he's 20.
It's still a thing when you're a YouTuber, by the way.
You've graduated to 30 and you are well on your way to being respected. You're not there yet, but you will get there. The years get better and better as you age. Men age like wine with testosterone, and enjoy that aging process, buddy. Cheers. It's happening with Harper says Disney got to drop Depp for domestic violence accusations against them. Also, Disney, how dare you parents not want your kids to be groomed, assholes. No. Oh, fucking YouTube. God damn it. We had too big of an audience. When you have a certain amount of live stream chat happening, it will eventually overflow Chrome.
Oh,
And it's a great problem to have because it means that your audience is there and very active, but it also means that I had to refresh, which means all of my fucking super chats moved to the other window. So hold on.
yikes. Well, fuck you, man, for making so much money on YouTube. Jesus Christ.
Matthew Spriggs says there needs to be a stroker brand named Jack's Jacker. I agree. Blonde Lore Lord. Nick, I work at Target. At least in my Target, the aisle has been there for like 2 years. When we first got it, we made a lot of it. Dude, I know that you people in the cities have it, but they sell vibrators at my small town Target, and it's weird, man. It's fucking strange. It's very fucking strange. Look, you normally have to go to like a seedy place with no windows to get these things.
So any place I've ever lived at has always had like a fucking like either like an Adam and Eve or whatever the fuck. Like, you know, it's the place that nobody wants to be fucking seen at, but like you got those places around. Like everybody knows.
You gotta go to them though. That it's like a rite of passage. It's like, look, I need a pair of crotchless panties for this YouTube bit I'm doing.
You know, honest to God, like I almost did a bit with Adam and Eve, and we may still do it in the future. It's a good idea. I'll leave that for when I do it. But I've never been inside of one myself. An Adam and Eve.
That's because you're 26. You're just like a young pup.
Yeah, sex isn't boring yet.
When I was younger than you, I was a cheerleader. You may not know this. I was a cheerleader in college.
I was too.
Really?
No shit. Like
you have the proper build to be a cheerleader.
Not at the time.
I didn't then, and I don't now. But what I did do was make sure to take cheerleaders to Sex World in Minneapolis because that was always fun. And they tried on outfits. It was beautiful. You gotta go. You gotta go.
Okay, yeah, my experience was way less heterosexual than yours. That sounds awesome. Can we trade?
I married my flyer.
No shit.
Yeah. Why do you think I was a cheerleader? Am I fucking gay?
Oh, well, I mean, that's the obvious. Like everybody talks about, like, oh, that's why you're a cheerleader, bro. But nobody fucking marries her. Jesus Christ, nice.
Yeah, I did. It was great. Anyway, NRB Film says, have you seen the Alec Baldwin interrogation video? If so, did you feel like he said anything that could hurt him in a criminal civil lawsuit? I did not see it at the time this was sent, but I have seen it now. And yes, Nexus read that one. Shane Horton, I have a red button on my desk too, but it's bigger and stronger than yours, and mine works. President Trump. All -1. Nick, all of the gender crazy is about commies believing innocence is part of the oppressive patriarchy. It is literally in their thought leaders' writings, they're grooming the revolution. HS says, AK Daddy on stream? Hell yeah.
Josh, I'm out, bro. I love you, Nick, but it got a bit gay as we're talking about like wanting to throw chicks in the air and marrying them afterward.
Wait, who said that? Wait, who said that?
I'm just reading the chat. It's like, oh, it got a bit gay.
Yeah.
I'm like, this is we're talking about wanting to be cheerleaders because you basically grope chicks.
I'm so gay. I made 5 babies with my cheerleader flyer.
5?
5 kids, man.
Dude, what a fucking chat. Jesus Christ. Could you lay off the poor girl? Jesus.
No layoffs in this corporation. Josh Vermillion says, did you see the Mel Magazine article that mentions you, Umbrella, and Yellow Flash? No, I'm in another. I love being in magazine articles. Is it a friendly one or an angry one? I love angry ones the most. Andre Tukulescu says, Nick, I did it. I fucking did it. I managed to ratio Cenk on his stupid take regarding the Don't Say Gay bill. Thank you, Twitter, for nuking your algorithm. That's amazing. Oh, God. Valkyrie Art says, hey, Nick, I was wondering if you would ever have a debate with just some guy or if you would ever appear on another podcast with him. I don't care. But look, he's a fucking communist. And I called him a communist and he got really mad about it and said I was racist. It's like, it's not that you're black, it's that you're red, buddy. That's the problem.
It is about color, but it's not the skin.
Yeah, I don't care. Would I debate him on what? Last time I debated him, he tried to say that he wasn't a central planner while arguing that the government should step in and stop people from buying up anything at all. The government should step in and set price controls on prescription medicine. I'm sorry. Like, look, he said, guys, he said literally that if I had water and he didn't, that I should be forced to give it to him. Like, I don't know what you need.
So where do you come down on this whole Nestle thing? Have you seen that shit?
What's
about
the Nestle thing?
That like Nestle is like come out and like I don't know, either testified or said publicly like water is not a human right. I agree with them.
Mm-hmm.
Where it's like, okay, well, water, sure, like water is something everybody needs, but if Nestle has invested millions of dollars in digging up said water, refining it to where it's drinkable without giving you dysentery, like, yeah, they don't owe that to you.
No, water. Shockingly, your human rights are things that you can do. You can speak, you can bear arms, you can be free from government oppression and surveillance. Great.
You can drink water. They just don't owe you the process of refining it and giving it to your ass.
Exactly. No one owes you anything. And I said it, I posed a hypothetical to just some guy, and I'll say it here. If I have a tree whose leaves cure cancer and would cure cancer for everyone, all they have to do is take a leaf and eat it. They cure cancer. I have no obligation to ever give it to anyone at all. I can burn the tree down. I can sell the leaves for $1 billion a piece. It's my fucking tree. Piss off.
There's a difference between being an asshole and being wrong.
Yes. Yep. Carbonicity. Or wait, Carbonosity says you stay under that desk until I'm done. Contrary 420 professional streamer, behold the glory. Mesmerizer says, is your car warranty up to date? No. Dirty Dan says, and now I'm aroused. Bad Karma 442, strawberry boom boom in my mouth. It's heavenly. Wait, I just watched that episode. You fucker. The missus and I have been enjoying Love on the Spectrum on your recommendation. Have you ever watched this show?
No, I've never heard of that.
Let me just preface it for you. It's called Love on the Spectrum. It's on Netflix.
Oh no.
And it is autistic people in Australia, so they're double autistic.
And they're Down syndrome down under.
And they're looking for love. It is the, like, at first you watch it and you're like, I am going to hell because I cannot stop laughing. And then by the second episode, you're like, I love every one of these stunted motherfuckers. They're so damn charming and endearing. I can't take it. They're way more real than people I know. How the hell does this happen? It is the greatest TV that exists, in my opinion. You cannot even convince me otherwise.
I hate that you that is the best pitch I've ever had.
And Michael is the best. Michael is the fucking best. He is so funny. Oh, Jesus. Cancel Netflix this week. Steal someone else's and watch this show. Who cares? I haven't paid for Netflix in my entire life, but I've had it forever. Someone else's Netflix. The Engaged Few says, when I heard that MSNBC guys rant, the lack of self-awareness made me cringe my spine into a powder. Trash Bear says, Garrett McClanahan. Next. I don't know what that means. Cledge Fenrir, the woke is going ballistic over Twitter because that means their cult has lost one of its main churches. Mr. VNM1 says, what is Daddy AK50 here? Go back and build me the 50. Hail Nick, hail AK guy.
You didn't pay any fucking money. So
Damn.
Yeah.
Well, he gave me
Build you-
$5.
Oh, well, okay, yeah, you paid.
Now you owe him an AK50.
Well, you owed him this airtime. I owe you nothing, motherfucker. So
The J. Clark says, wear the AK50 heart.
in my shop on my wall. I swear to God, I just need to have it on my on my personal gun wall behind me.
You do.
We're AK50.
Will it fit?
Yeah. It's not too bad. I've got it on my shop wall, so I'm like, I might as well bring it here.
Igor,
we're just
Slagathor.
actually working on it there, so like, I
Right,
could bring it here just to show you guys to shut up, or we could actually go work on it.
I think they want to buy it though. I think that's the big thing. But you've said you're kind of.
We don't. Yeah, but it's that changed recently. Like we're like,
yeah.
Well, recently as of last year with Scott and all. Like, don't know, maybe, but if we sell it, it'll be like fucking bomb proof. Don't put that to the test.
If you sell it, I'm buying one immediately.
I know a guy. You won't need to.
Igor Slagathor says, would you ever do a breakdown of the Robert Abrams deposition? Maybe. I don't know who that is. Laughing Dog says, sending kids to public schools like sending Seth Rich to Hillary's house. New Star One says, Fayette Nam. Itsy Bitsy Spider TV says, teabag the algorithm. New Star One says, please build a double barrel AK-60 the hard way. Sir Michael, I watched later at 2x speed. Thoughts on people with depression, reluctant to seek help in fear of guns being taken away. Yeah, a big problem with mental health care in the United States is that everything means you're crazy and too crazy to have guns. I think it's bullshit. Also, opinion on therapists in general. Your streams help keep me from self-deletion. Look, therapists, I think they have value, but you have to find a therapist that works for you and with you and jives with your persona. And I don't know how to recommend that, but you got to interview these people. Remember, everybody needs to remember your doctor is a fucking store. Because your doctor forgot that they're a store. Your insurance company forgot that your doctor was a store. The government forgot that your doctor was a store, but they're a store, just like anywhere else. You go in, if you don't like the product, you turn around, you walk out the fucking door. So go interview these people. They're trying to earn your business. They make their money off of you and your insurance company.
Especially if they are the only thing stopping you from self-deletion. Vet your fucking people, man. Vet the people you're talking to.
Yes, there are good people out there, by the way. I know, and they're hard to find, but there are good people out there. Roy Lee Walker says, do it. Also, my cousin John is gay.
I was expecting more.
Well, that's it. Audacity says, wow, two of my favorite people. Thank you guys for being you. In what way does this admin have to restrict the sale of 80% lowers? They are not really restricting the sale of 80% lowers. They're only restricting the sale of 80% lower kits. If the company doesn't sell the kit, then the 80% lower is unrestricted. But
they don't even really have the authority to do that. What they're doing is they're using the regulatory branches, the enforcement branches, to make it very fucking difficult for the people who are legally doing so.
Yes, and that's the trick. And hopefully there will be a Supreme Court case at some point. If the Supreme Court could nut up and take some fucking gun cases.
Fucking A, right? Like that's the biggest thing. It's like we have a really good Supreme Court right now. No matter what anybody says for gun cases, we have a strong Supreme Court for gun cases right now, but they're not fucking taking any. So like, it's better than an anti-gun Supreme Court that takes gun cases. But I mean, if they don't set precedents, then what's the fucking point?
Exactly. Brandon Vince says, it's my birthday. How is it 33 already? A stream with the AK guy and a couple glasses of whiskey makes for a perfect finish. Happy birthday, buddy. Sam H. Lightsey Jr. just had to pony up the time and the cash. Just added Brandon to my YouTube list. Awesome. Kevin Bergman says a broken dildo still works. Carl Anderson says Brandon's video Machine Gun Buffet used my music but didn't credit me. Frowny face. It'd be great if he gave my channel a shout out and called it even.
We try to give shout outs anytime we use music. That's up to my editor. But yeah, sorry about that. If we actually did, that is definitely not my intention.
Damn.
Hopefully you had good music. Was it shit?
I don't know. Machine Gun Buffet was the video. I'm not sure of the music in there.
I'd have to look back at that. But yeah, genuine apologies. Like if I did actually accidentally steal your shit, I'd be happy to go back and fix that.
Quit talking, Alec.
Yeah. So I'm an expert, quite an expert on using music without permission. So when you use music.
Yeah. But yeah, you may want to check it out and throw his channel link in the description or something. I don't know, of course. I have no idea. It's just what this guy says. Zephael says, I'm leaving Minnesota. Hope you understand. So long and thanks for all the fish. Please support Minnesota Gun Owners Caucus. Real to a folk. Dude, I wish I could leave Minnesota. I would leave it in a heartbeat. Oh God, I'd move to the beautiful, beautiful town of San Antonio, well, just outside, and come and just eat all the fucking food. I love Texas so much.
It's
Texas
all
is
waiting for you here. It really is.
I've been to
me donut. Just come on down, man.
I've been to Texas twice this year. I visited family. I have family in Tyler, and I was in Dallas on the You Are Here podcast, and it's just magic. Every time I go there, I'm like, this is home.
You Are Here. God, who is You Are Here?
Elijah Schaefer and Sydney Watson.
Got it. Yeah. No, I also have family in Tyler too. It's kind of weird.
Weird.
Yeah, that's not a big town.
No, I mean for Texas.
Well, yeah. Okay.
For Minnesota, it'd be like the fourth biggest town in the entire fucking state.
That's fair. That's fair.
So wait, do you ever go to Tyler?
No. I've driven through it a few times, but I don't think I've ever spent any meaningful amount of time there.
If you ever go there, go to Stanley's Barbecue. Just do yourself a favor.
Okay, I need good barbecue recommendations in Texas because
I got them. I'm the guy.
I've been okay so far. Like Texas barbecue, I'm a North Carolina boy. Like vinegar based barbecue sandwiches, or that's the shit.
There's no sauce in Texas. Don't eat sauce. Don't do it.
It's all like dry rub, like brisket.
Yeah. And when you get the good stuff though, that's when you know. You'll know because you're like, what is sauce? Sauce is heresy. I don't even want it ever again.
Do you know like the Come and Take It cannon? Like the like 1835 Gonzales, Texas, like Come and Take It, all that. Me and my camera guy went there and we did like a B channel video, and on our way back we went to this fucking bumfuck like 200 population 200 Texas town where the only restaurant there was the highest rated barbecue joint like within 100 miles. Fucking they made us go to the like Circle K a mile down the road to get cash from an ATM because they didn't do card like that.
Yep.
They give me back a Kennedy $50 in change. And I'm like, bro, where the fuck are we? Like, what the fuck is this shit? It was the best barbecue I've had since I moved to Texas. It was fucking beautiful.
That's Texas though. That's Texas right there. It's like you go somewhere that looks like you're going to get murdered or raped or both in various orders. And it's like, this is the best food you're going to eat. I love Texas so much. 427 Arbox has just tuned in. Hell of a guest for the night. Shame we couldn't get Pippa, but Brandon makes up for it. Christopher Nicholson says, do you know the Archie Bunker to Nick's George Jefferson? Branda Herrera, probably. Let's see. Next was Charles Irons says, tried to tell Nick that you were talking about him on his stream, but no luck. We need a Nick v. Nick. There's nothing for me to debate Nick Fuentes on. He's retarded and I'm not. There. Like that's the end of the fucking story. And he can go be retarded. He's free to do that. I'm not here to stop him. He can take.
We're a very pro retard stance here.
Like I'm a friend of the retards. Really. Like just go.
It's like the fucking Lorax. Like I speak for the trees.
Like I don't have anything to. People are like, will you debate him? And I'm like, on fucking what? Like what? I don't care what his positions are. I'm not here to change his mind or anybody else's. He's doing politics. I'm not. I just talk about law and drink whiskey. Pistol Pete says, I think Brandon really needs to meet Branca. Are you familiar with Andrew Branca, Law of Self-Defense?
Ooh, I don't know if I am.
He's great. He's an expert on self-defense law. Consulted on the Trayvon Martin case. Trayvon Martin,
nice.
George Zimmerman.
Yeah, I was actually in. Oh wait, no shit. Was it that? What was the one in Missouri?
In
Brown.
Ferguson, George Brown.
Yeah.
Or George Brown, Mike Brown.
Mike Brown. There you go. Yeah, I was there when that all went down, and that was fucking insanity. Like I was there. Like I had to drive through Ferguson when that was like going down, and that was
nightmare fuel, man.
Weird.
Kal-El says, bundle of sticks is an old euphemism referring to a class of people who preferred a political ideology that is now referred to as fascism. Bundle of sticks also means you take it up the butt. Tracy 3 says, liquor cycles, aka moped drivers, are the worst. Aunt Haggis says, my second and third favorite VTubers are on the same stream. Wait, we're second and third? Who's your first? Andrew War Snowboard, let's go Brandon, just followed you. Cornelius Buttknuckle, bicyclists are the worst. Can't you see me on my bike? Yeah, can't you see me in my car? You know, the thing that'll rupture your spleen if I tap you with it. And Haggis says,
isn't that funny?
Brandon, please get Nick into the fold of illegal guns. I mean, perfectly legal firearms. Ed W says, Brandon, have you been to Backwoods Barbecue?
No, I have not. I have given up largely on barbecue around here, but yeah, no, I saw somebody recommending Cooper's too. I've been meaning to go down there. Tell you what, you know, whenever you eventually come down here, which you will,
dude, I love going to San Antonio. Unironically, I have a family reunion in Texas pretty much every year.
Oh fuck.
And sometimes it's in Corpus and Houston and Dallas. So who knows where it's going to be.
I hate all of those places.
Oh, Corpus Christi is the worst place on earth. Don't get me wrong.
Yeah. It's like if you mixed Myrtle Beach, South Carolina with like Coruscant from Star Wars. Like it's those two places together. Or like Blade Runner.
I was going to say if you mixed an armpit with an asshole, that is Corpus Christi. God,
pretty close.
I fucking hate that town.
I've been there exactly once, went to the nicest hotel there, and it still felt like I was like just bathing in grease. I hated it.
Do you like fine dining?
No.
No? Okay, I won't recommend a place to you. Never mind.
In Corpus?
No, in San Antonio.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm curious now.
It's I'm trying to remember what it's called. So right next to Fiesta, Texas is a really fucking nice resort. Really nice hotel.
La Cantera?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. They have a great whiskey bar, by the way. Fantastic selections. But there is, it's on property. There is a very, very nice fine dining restaurant at La Cantera, but it's not in the hotel. You have to go
in the little shopping center area there.
It's in like its own building.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, I don't remember what it's called. I ate there with my wife. It is phenomenal. Very
that whole area has got a lot of good stuff there. If you ever end up going to San Antonio, it's within a decent proximity of where I live. So, yeah, if you ever come down here, we'll treat you. Don't worry about it. All of us kind of live within like the same area of San Antonio, so we'll take you out to the range. We know how to treat a girl. So if you come on down,
oh my,
we'll take care of you.
I'll bring my crotchless underwear.
Oh my.
Blonde Lord says, I would become wanted by the government to see you two, Larry Correa and Guard Beardia on one show. I don't know who Guard Beardia is, but Larry Correa is hilarious. The Engaged Few says, of course he doesn't watch anime. He can get women. Kal-El. Oh, wait, he says the same bundle of sticks line there. Carbonated Milk. Heard you might be on RMTS, which is dope. One of the hosts is also the producer for PKA, which Brandon was on. What's RMTS?
RMTS, I have no clue.
I'm trying to work out an appearance on PKA also.
Yeah, that is probably the only podcast I actually listen to. Like the PKA guys are awesome.
Yeah, I've been wanting to get on there forever. Sir Michael says, think you may have missed my chat based on others you read. Not trying to be rude, but gotta get to bed because work tomorrow later. Based tennis man. Rafael Salvatore, speaking of Futanari, Nick, Bible Black, English dub, must see or must avoid? If yes, Katami best Fuda. I can't tell you if Katami is the best Fuda because I haven't actually watched Bible Black. It's a must avoid. Find Jesus. Minor Zircon says, AK Jesus, aka Papa Kalash. I'm actually hurt. I'm so late. Redo of Healer season 2. Any thoughts on how good it will be, Rackets? Oh, it'll be the greatest show ever made. After Love on the Spectrum, which is objectively fucking amazing.
I'll have to look it up. Hey, dude, I've got to bail out of here. I've got to be up.
I told you.
Not as early as you, man, but dude, I need my beauty sleep. I'm hanging on to every bit of fucking like anti-aging I fucking can.
Let's we'll have to do this again with more like notice and starting a little earlier. But
for sure, dude. I'd love to talk to you about some of that stuff. And anytime you want to like just I enjoy your shit. Like I casually, like while I'm driving, I will just like pull up some of your streams on some of this shit because I'm a nerd for that stuff. So I'll just like listen to it. And I find your insight on certain things engaging and more interesting than just the fucking raw proceedings of, legal shit by themselves. So,
well, I appreciate it, brother.
It's been good talking to you, man. Just let me know anytime. I'm down to do shit.
All right, man. Have a good one. Peace.
Later, brother. Thanks.
All right. That was Brandon Herrera, the AK guy. Make sure you go. I mean, you guys are, but go subscribe to his channel. Guy's great. Great time. I'm really glad he popped on tonight. The J. Clark says Racket shooting AKs when? Hopefully soon. Hammer Fan 18 says, I am from Corpus Christi and you are both right. Don't ever go back. For both of your sakes. Very true. Very true. God, what a fucking shit show. Kal-El says they're up there because I freed Dr. Husel. Adam from Houston, AK-50 win. I just got a new eyepiece and GoldenEye is talking about hiring me as an orienter. Cool. Taylor Albin. Read that one. Chewy says Robert Barnes says they won't charge criminally if they are releasing all of this. Make me feel better about it, please. I mean, if you think that Hollywood Alec Baldwin is going to get charged, I never thought he would. I mean, he's said a bunch of stuff to incriminate himself, but the civil liability is where it's at for Alec Baldwin. Really, that's the brutal shit. They can sue his production company and him for millions and millions of dollars, and that'll ruin him. So there you go. Audacity says, can we get Donut on for the trifecta? Not tonight. Not tonight. Frieza says, just Googled Brandon Herrera net worth. 5'5", 500,000 net worth. RIP. Oh, damn. New Star One says, STFU hubris is convictable. Professor Richard Face says, petition for Brandon to become a regular. Literally 2 facets of my most watched YouTubers coming together. My excitement is immeasurable and my day is made. Andrew Clark, I sent you a couple of clips of the Fight Club video that Sitch and Adam will be reviewing. It'd be cool if you could look at both of them, both under a minute. I watched the one. It was a disaster. What a shit show. Nico Pole says, doesn't the SAG have safety rules, meaning that you don't even point a cold gun at anyone? Meanwhile, he's just talking about flagging an entire set of people when he does his turn and shoot. I don't know if SAG has rules on it, but the law does. Don't do it. Wick Dipper says, the cannon will throw whatever you want. Weirdo. Cole Roberts says, please apply elements of negligent homicide to Baldwin. I mean, we were talking about it's reckless homicide. Well, criminal negligence is recklessness. So he conscious disregard of the risk. Does he know the risk? He laid out how much he knows the risk. Does he disregard it? Yes, absolutely. Doesn't check the gun, points it at people, cocks the hammer back. The gun just went off. I didn't pull the trigger. Doesn't fucking matter. You cocked the hammer back. You pointed a gun at someone in the first place. Just pointing a gun is risk. And then he disregarded it. All of the elements are there. Oh, and the death resulted. Critical element of that was the death. The elements are there. I don't think he's going to get it, though. Savage Gerbil, best guess about what happened here is that they were too lazy to make enough dummies for the gun belts, rounded out with off-the-shelf ammo. McWilliam Colon says, ask Brandon what's the status of the AK-50. D. Watt says, bang, unbreaded. Thrashifis says, Ricada needs to go on PKA just like Brandon and Wendigo did. Happy to. Would love to. I'm trying to work it out. I'm in contacts with their producer. So we're trying to work something out. New Age Cuck says, if you ever seen Pirates BTS, the scene where Barbosa shoots his giant musket towards the camera, there's a foam box he actually shoots into. Maybe would have been good to use, but they're too stupid. Michael W. Can you shut the hell up and stop screaming so I can finish my scene? Quoting Alec Baldwin. The engaged few. He looks like he spends his off time at a cabin in the woods constructing homemade bombs. Vienna waits for you, but it's hard to run on a treadmill with a pint of bourbon in one hand and a glass of ice in the other. Cy Martindale says Brandon should kidnap you to Demo Ranch. Bung Magoo. It's hilarious that he is super anti-gun, which means he didn't have any gun safety or respect for them. So he should never be handling a firearm. Brian Nielsen just waiting on Alec Baldwin to ask the cop how much money does he need to pay to clear up this little incident. Irish Pug, why the fuck is he doing this without a lawyer? Because he's dumb. The illustrious dude, it's good to see you and Brandon on this. Rumi, who runs a few 2A groups, is pissed at the Black Rifle support. Great stream, boys. Rial says behavior panel is doing depth versus herd body language tomorrow. Should be interesting. Bob Piffle. Alec looks like a 92 Jerry Garcia trying to explain under Miranda rights his direction and decisions as to how to evolve into a China writer. Richard Samuel Jordan says, is he seriously talking to the pigs without an attorney? Typical celebrity insanity. Yes, he was. It was a bad move. JJ says, did you drink alcohol at lunch, sir? Also, in his running diary, he said they were out plinking or shooting earlier in the day with live rounds. Lucas says, hey, Nick, Fat Aussie here. Have cut all carbs from my diet this week. Please fat shame me to keep me away from the pizza and the cake. Lucas. Why do I have to keep you away from pizza and cake? Your disgusting fucking girth means you can't even reach pizza or cake without turning literally sideways. Because if you walked up to it like a normal person in front of you, my arms don't reach, I'm too big. Ugh. You can't even grab a hold of any of these things. You disgusting heap of garbage. Just keep them in front of you and that will keep them away from you, because your giant protruding gunt will block you from even getting within striking distance. Stop drinking gravy, start drinking water, and get on a fucking treadmill. There you go. Go get it, brother. Time Traveler says Brandon Herrera versus Paul Harrell's breasts. Which are better and why is it Paul's? Also, imagine Nick's nose motorboating. Look, all the ladies do. D. What says noob? The Shadow Knight says earlier he called it a real gun, but now he's calling it a prop gun. Which one is it, Alec? Or are they the same thing? Man, somehow shot himself too. Full disadulation. I love how only immediately after murdering someone does he start talking about wanting to be out of the public spotlight. Also, I think he's too proud to say that he doesn't know any better with guns. Zankrigor says slingshot, super strong, weighs as much as 10 boxes, fires the 50 caliber round. Irish H, with that 99% statement, do you think Baldwin is at the beginning stage of a hobby where you think you know it all regarding firearms? No, I think he's had a ton of training on firearms. Obviously. That's what I think. I think he knows plenty about firearms. Brent Max says, does anyone know what was in the other 5 cylinders? Blanks, dummies, or jagged and hollow points? Elmer Keats. They said they were cosmetic rounds. The other 5 were cosmetic rounds. Strange Machine says phase plasma rifle in 40-watt range. Blah blah. I want you to watch this again to highlight the police strategy here. She's lulling him and getting him to continue to testify. He thinks it's paused. Oh yeah, no, it's great. Let's talk about prepping. Says, I literally cannot imagine being handed a gun and not doing a full check immediately. Every alarm bell would be going off in my head. That's because you are a wise gun owner. Projects Done Poorly says, Brandon think the SIG Spear is a good choice. Still can't figure out why they didn't look at the POF Revolution platform for 6.8, 5.9 pounds. Kidda says, the idea that he might be in legal danger is completely alien to him. It's amazing. Bachifer, look at this loaded brass in the key of, look at this loaded brass. Joshua Vidrine says, 2 of my favorite not alcoholics in one stream. Everyone always asks, is Brandon working on AK-50? But no one asks, is AK-50 working on Brandon? Bad Dragonite says he's literally a producer of the film. He 100% should have at least have an idea where they ordered the rounds from, like she asked. Ann Feinstein, have you seen Scott Prop and Roll's videos on this? He worked on Walker. He did a great show and tell. It's worth checking out. Matthew Bell, AK Dad, any new guns on the buy list? Got my first AK. Going to do a White Claw penetration test this weekend. Death to the NFA. Ricada, ever try Monkey Shoulder whiskey? I have. I'm not a big fan of Monkey Shoulder. It's not very expensive, but in my opinion, it wasn't very good. Chem is Life says, how far into this interrogation would a normal person be in handcuffs with no chance of a deal? There's always a chance of a deal, but in handcuffs, yeah, that would happen. Mr. Lawlinator says, anyone notice Hilaria is missing her Latina accent on the call to Alec? Curious, almost like she's a pretender too. Matt-tastic Australia says, Alec is like my dad. Takes a dump on my bed and blames a dog. Oh, wait, wrong show. Shake and Bake says, why would they have live rounds on set? He can't deny knowing because he said they were using it for target practice. You can't deny it. I'm a fucking rider. Kieranot says, Alex's frustration is getting bigger. Bang, bang, bang. Alex pulled the Volver trigger. Andre Tukulescu says, Nick, your toasts are majestic. Where did you learn how to do that? I've really only done toasts on the show. You've watched all of them. That's it. I don't know what to tell you. Brody Z says, somehow the AK guy and Nick finally meet in this reality. I can finally die peacefully. I love all of yous. Fantastic Mr. Knox says, watching this video of Alec Baldwin shows that he doesn't take responsibility with what he did, plus trying to blame others for his actions. Crispy Ginger says he's got 7 kids. Clearly he doesn't shoot blanks. Radio Ruin, the blank firing device on military ARs is so the gas system will function. It has nothing to do with preventing projectiles from leaving the barrel. One bullet will obliterate a BFA in an instant. John M. Hey, Brandon, where AK-50 at? Lol, I've heard Tim Pool say he'd love to have both of you on Timcast IRL during a show on separate occasions. I was on Timcast IRL, and I'd be happy to go on again. Very gracious host. Ocean Redux says, oh my fucking God, I need to see Brandon's face when you do unbreaded. Oh my God. He did it. He did it with us. Sarah Marie says, did Ricada introduce Brandon to his lawyer doppelganger? Awesome to see the AK guy here. Much love to all. DV Ken Bravo. $10 says it was a union job and Baldwin was the hitman. The fat guy's name, Lil Tony, and he was munching a cheesesteak the whole time. God, I want a fucking cheesesteak. Poorly Redacted says Alex' real crime is not yelling taser, taser, taser before accidentally discharging his firearm. Ben Cheevers says that's bull crap. They do the night shoots at the end of the week so the crew isn't wiped out the next day. It's their own time they're missing. Heart you, AKJ. Wayne Smith, blank firing attachment. BFA is used to give gas recoil to cock blanks into semi-auto rounds or semi-auto firearms. Sorry. Rice Jones, the lawyer. Alec did kill another one. Please God, don't tell me you kill another cameraman. No, it was a camera person this time. Oh, thank God. Richard Samuel Jordan says, let's go. Brandon Jesse Bear says, he only cares about the witness that can contradict his story. Dead ladies can't testify against you. Ib Shakikin Jack says, may the Matt Harris bless Brandon for being unbreaded. Ocean Redex says, Brandon, I watched the shit out of you. I have 2 cigs and a standard issue Beretta. I know I have shit taste, but take a shot. D. What says, to Lil Man Tom, cheers. Petty Patty says, loving the supernatural references. This is great live. Thank you for everything you do. Hashtag team Meg Steele. Walter Deadman, watch Knoxville repeats itself. If that's the case, then that Muay Thai fight was pretty fucking sweet. Bad Dragonite, who wins the OG Autobots versus Imperator Class Titan? Imperator Class Titan wins. 4Max Smiley says, if that movie, The Evil That Men Do, is an hour and a half, it's fully on YouTube right now and free. So fucking awesome. Colonel Crayon says, I have an exam in 20 minutes, 2,500 word property law essay. Wish me luck. Show Brandon Ralph's Gunt and double moves. Also get Brandon on with Drex. Well, cheers, brother. You can do it. Go get that essay. Abigail, read that one. Yes, you are correct, but says, you are 6'3". You just grew on me. I'm 6'7". I'm between 6'2" and 6'3". It really depends on the fucking time of day, in all honesty. Okay, I have to refresh this. We're almost done, I think. Holy shit. Oh my God. Wiggles says, hey, Mr. Herrera, why do gun tubers use strings for remote triggers? If I made an electronic remote trigger, will the ATF kill my dog? Yes. Bad Dragonite says, Target be like, actually, it's a marital aid. Jamie Thompson says, I deliver that crap to Target. I never knew. Nova Amp says, sorry, I'm late to the party. Wear AK-50. Siomara says, when does Ralph lose it again because of your numbers? Every day. Slim Jim Jong-un says, cheers, Nick, for the streams. Helps me decompress during or after my shifts. One of the benefits of being a paramedic is that I get to spend a lot of time ramped at hospital watching your streams. Keep it up, boss man. Hey, thank you. Thank you, Slim Jim. Thank you for being a paramedic also. Samurai Knight says, give us the titty tree leaves to cure our cancer. I agree. Romulus Cushman Project says, what the fuck? I just got up for work and you guys are still up. Also asked Brandon if the AK factory is fully in Texas and building AKs again. He's already gone, bro. Big Reb 601. Hey, Brandon, just got my first AK thanks to you. I avoid getting a VSKA. Have a great one. Colonel Crayon says, TV recommendation, The Undateables. Each episode, they get 3 physically or mentally disabled people and set them up on dates with others. Search YouTube. DJK367 says, Brandon is a real sweet kid. Aspie says, Nick, I'm feeling incredibly betrayed. You didn't tell me there was a dating service for me. You're native autistic Aussie. Schlong Mangler. How will I find love? Also, your wife thought you were gay. No, come on. Eileen Dover says, failed math exam. Brandon, delete me with the VSS. Fuck. Tank Theta. Oi, how much do I need to pay you to shill my indie game? Serious question. I want to keep to grounded marketing with folks like you. I don't know. Did you email me? You probably did. I'm sorry if I haven't responded. Truck and Bear says, SCOTUS may not be good for long. They're trying to impeach Thomas. They're going to fucking fail at that. They would have to win. They would have to win huge in the Senate. The Democrats would, and that doesn't look likely. Mara says, has Brandon seen Full Tack? It's print built shoots music channel. Tadano Hito says, as a big fan of both Knicks, it's sad to see you guys fighting. Fuentes needs to stop being mad online. Again, it's a one-sided fight. I'm not interested in fighting with Nick Fuentes. I don't give a shit. Go do whatever you want to do. Stop being fucking weird. Joel Reese says, is this Quarter Black Garrett's younger buff brother? Kind of looks like it. Cynthia says, meanwhile, Goody slapped Mandy's butt tonight. More important, through the internet? More importantly, Steve C and Hedy Lamarr need to be a thing. Just shedding sunlight. Artemis Luna says, I know you're mainly a whiskey guy, but in honor of Jack Sparrow, do you have any recommendations for a particularly good brand of dark or light rum? Look, I don't know if you can get it where you are, but Kula rum from Maui is fantastic. They sell it in at least a couple states in the US, in the contiguous 48. Kula rum. They have a toasted coconut, and they have a dark, I think it's a dark coconut as well. They're both so fucking good. I don't know what to tell you other than that. I'm not a rum guy. They have a dark rum and a light rum. Hellhammer fan. Oh, read that one. Root Beer Buzz says, anywho, great show tonight. Keep up the great work. Sending many blessings your way. Sodium Chloride Droid says, I like pizza on cake. Cave Canum says, taser, taser, taser. Alec Baldwin, probably. And then we're almost fucking done. It's a big guy. Says, cheers, Nick, for the streams. Read that one. And then finally, Skyrim 96. Would you like me to get you a 9-orn rug from which you could put it in your bathroom? I don't know what that means. Bad Dragonite says, chances of debating Fuentes in the ring. Again, debate him on what? I don't have anything to debate this weirdo on. He challenged me to a debate the other day. It's what? Like, if you're going to debate me on the DMCA, you're just fucking incorrect. And he's fine with being incorrect, by the way. So he knows. He's just like, no, that's the thing. It's like, well, it's not the thing. Well, that's not a debate. That's just a disagreement. Northern Baron says, Brandon might not like fish, but at least he has better eating habits than that Star Wars girl. Wolf V, proof Alec Baldwin is a fucking idiot. Every 5 minutes or so, he says the word shoot. That is fucking dumb. Pedro the Panda 64 says, tell Brandon to make Odyssey accounts. And 12345 says 12345 says 12345. He said, well, debating him in the ring, fighting him in the ring. What fighting Nick Fuentes? Isn't he little? Like really, really little? Skyrim 96 says, change the 9 to a P. Where the fuck was that? Oh, he says, would you like me to get you a porn rug from which you could put in your bed? No, I don't want a porn rug. No, thank you. Bad Dragonite says, in the ring, meaning boxing. No, dude, guys, I'm 40. I don't have any desire to fight anybody at all. Yeah. Holy shit. That'd be fucking weird. It'd also be really weird because he's really short. So I don't know. Okay. All right. That's the show tonight. That's it. We had other stuff. Oh shit. George Lopez wished for the chance to discuss the Hughes Amendment. Hashtag fuck the NFA. I agree. Okay. I got to go to bed, guys. I'll see you tomorrow. 4 hours. In 4 hours, we'll be up for Johnny Depp versus Amber Heard. And these days get really long. I'll catch you then. Hope you have a good night. Angie Harrover says, check your Twitter DMs. I will. Have a good night. Peace. Peace.
Oh, he drinks a fair bit, but you realize that it just helps get his noggin jogging along. With his glass by his side, if his kids asleep tight, we'll hear some lost-plaining tonight. With his microphone muted, we'll laugh at this boomer until he explains it's all part of the plan. Watch his face become redder as he becomes meta, raging at idiots from Twitterland. From the white shores of Maine to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the law better than Nick. So pour out a glass for the ones who have passed, to make the law what we have now. Oh, his lady is fair, and she handles herself with the grace of one who has borne many children. As the wife of a lawman, she makes sure that he has the time and the place to provide for them there. So pour out an Ardbeg, a bow, more of that brug. The spirits flow as the ones who get unemployed. So pour out a glass glass for the tea. Post on Twitter as we hear lost painting tonight. From the white shores of Nam to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the wrong better than Nick. So pour out a glass for the ones who have passed to make the law what we have now. Oh, the guests are all plentiful, from Dundee to Drexel. They bring their perspective and spice to the mix. But the reason we're here and the one that we cheer is the one who is showcasing us his career. Spirits flow as the ones who get unemployed. So pour out a glass for the tea. Post on Twitter as we hear lost painting tonight. From the white shores of Nam to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the wrong better than Nick. So pour out a glass for the ones who have passed to make the law what we have